Rolling live. Hi, good evening, students. I welcome you all for the camp 0 day and for the batch 4, which is going to start from 3rd of March. And for the online students as well, I welcome you all. A very warm good evening from my side. My name is Ritayan Guha, and I'm here to discuss the polity section along with how we are able to utilize the coming 90 days till the prelims 2025 hits, right? So since we are going ahead with the discussion, right now 90 days are left only for the prelim examination, and our objective over here in assembling over here with you students and also with the online lot of the students is to help you very meticulously plan and to simulate the coming 90 days, which you can utilize in the best and the most effective, efficient way, right? So the whole part that I'm going to discuss today, so 90 days are left. That is the core premise that we need to utilize, that we have to utilize it in the best way possible. There is one law which is known as Parkinson's law. No need to mug it up. But what does it say is that time expands to fill the work. So whatever work is there with you, so the resource is very limited. That is 90 days. However, how you are actually planning and allocating the work to the number of hours that you are trying to allocate, it will expand. It will keep on expanding. For example, if there is a, say, 5 chapters you need to cover from a book, if you will give yourself 5 days, you will finish those 5 chapters in 5 days. However, if you'll give yourself 2 days, there is a great possibility that you might push yourself to finish those 5 chapters in 2 days itself. And that is the core underlying philosophy behind creation of such rigorous test schedule. I'm sure that you guys must have gone through the test schedule of the camp as well. So I'm sure you guys must have gone through. No? Okay. So those of you who haven't gone through it, please go through it. Then you will realize that the test schedule is very rigorous. Like almost every other day or alternate days, we will be having test. Why? Ultimately, we need to create a sense of urgency among the students. We cannot wait till the month of April to kick in, and then the sense of emergency or a sense of urgency starts kicking us within ourselves, right? So that is the best way possible to actually infuse a sense of urgency within the students. Now, the camp will comprises of 50 sectional tests. One of the sectional tests, just like you gave it today, it will comprise of 50 questions, and these 50 sectional tests will cover GS, CSAT, and current affairs. The current affair test will be subject based. So there will be one current affair test for polity, one for geography, environment, so on and so forth. Along with that, there will be 5 revision tests. That is one test for each of the major subjects of the prelim, and 5 full length tests, right? Now, what matters to us is that how do we utilize the coming 90 days in the best way possible along with the camp. Now, as you know that the batch 4, the test timings will be the same. Just like today, we have given the test from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Discussion will start at 4:10 or 4:15 at max, and discussion will go on for say 2.5 hours, something like that. So you guys will be free by say 6:45. So all you need to do is that since the test schedule will be rigorous, you have to start preparing. Say for example, the first test will be of constitutional values, preamble, etc. So what you need to do is that if the test is tomorrow, and give your entire day for that particular preparation. Along with that, you get up early or try to get up early, because ultimately the prelim examination starts from 9:30 a.m. or 9 a.m. something. So your body clock should be very, very convergent with the cycle of the UPSC as well. Secondly, if you are able to give your time in a most determined and very efficient manner, then only you will be able to go for a good like a lap of revision also. I'm sure that many of you must have read all the subjects by as of now, and this camp and the corresponding schedule will provide you a very good like opportunity to revise it along with the subject matter experts. Just like me, I'm going to take the discussion for the polity. There will be other subject matter experts who will be taking different areas of different subjects, and for every subject, so as to provide you with in-depth coverage of various like topics therein. For every subject also, we are going for multiple subject matter experts or multiple faculties, so that you should be given the best of the best resources and the knowledge in form of divisioning of our labors from our side, that we are trying to distribute it among various faculties, so that best of the best knowledge could reach out to you, right? So as we know that from 3 to 4 p.m. it will be the test, 4:15 to 6:45 it will be the discussion, at 7 p.m. results will be out, and after that 7:30 there will be a mentoring session, right? Our mentoring session roughly goes on based on the number of doubts which are there, but it goes on for roughly 1 hour. Now, how to utilize the camp in the best way possible? So many students for years and years I have observed is that as soon as the prelims approaches, whenever we give the mock, either we come to the center or if we are sitting at our own homes, when we give the mock and if the results do not come as we had anticipated, what happens is that majority of the students, they feel less say driven, or they feel very like unmotivated to go on and give the next test. And this is a cycle that we need to break, and this is what I wanted to discuss over here, is that every test is an opportunity for you to learn things, learning through assessment of your own gaps first, and secondly through the discussion with the faculties or the SMEs or the subject matter experts. So if there are 50 questions and if you are not able to solve 20 of them, don't feel demotivated that I was not able to solve 20 questions. Take it as an opportunity that at least now you know that you don't know those 20 topics, because every question will be from a different topic or from a different dimensions of several topics. So one of the best or the fundamental step towards progress is to know, or to have that complete awareness, what are those topics which you know, and ultimately what are those topics which you don't know. And believe me students, since the tests are sectional in nature, very granular portion of syllabus are being covered, which gives you an opportunity to actually find out the gaps which are present there in your preparation, right? So for every question of the polity also, this is my pedagogy, or how I teach the students, is that every question will give you an opportunity either to understand the gap, that for example you have not studied that particular concept, or even if you have studied that particular concept, you would not have understood that particular concept. So there will be gaps in the level of understanding, in the level of application. So if you are not able to solve it, well and good, at least you got to know the gap. Now secondly, the same question will give you an opportunity to revise and correlate. That is, if a question is coming from preamble, 20 questions can be asked from the preamble. But if you are coming across any kind of question of preamble while you are solving it, just try to do some active recall or a very active engagement of your memory, that whatever you had studied in the chapter of the preamble, remember and recall it right then and there itself. Don't wait for some other question of preamble to come and to assess your understanding of the concepts which are involved in the preamble. So two things are very important: the gap assessment, and it's an opportunity for you to revise and correlate other topics as well. And with the help of the 10 questions which are there in the polity, I'll try to demonstrate the same to you. And this is the same approach that we need to follow, not only when we are giving camp, but even if you're taking some mocks from the market and you're solving at your places. Just make sure that every question which you are not able to solve, you see it as an opportunity of gap assessment, and secondly to revise and correlate what are the other anticipated topics which are there with respect to that particular question or any topic, right? So now let's come to the first question of the polity. So question was quite simple in a way, that we the people of India in the preamble to the Constitution of India best denotes what? Okay, now what I need to make you understand over here is that it is not only enough to know the right answer, because I'm sure that however mocks you give, whatever the prelims paper you are going to give on the 25th of May 2025, there will be certain questions which will be like absolutely bouncers to you. So what matters the most, apart from factual correctness or competencies, is how do you approach solving a particular question? How do you get to the right answer? Knowing the right answer is not enough. That is very good, that certain questions you will be able to solve. But how do you get to the right answer? That is the most important skill set which you need to know for clearing the prelim examination. Why? So let us try to highlight it with the First question, we the people of India. So what does it mean? That ultimately we the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India, right? So what do we mean by we the people of India? That ultimately it is the people of our country who has created this constitution and who has created this political system to govern the nation called India, right? It is no, it were not the Britishers, or it were not any feudal class, or it were not any oligarchies which were present at that point in time, which had held like India to realize its first constitution. It was the people of India through the Constituent Assembly, and that is the core essence that we need to know. However, I'm sure that everybody who is present over here must have solved it correctly. But what we need to understand is that if this question can come, what else could come from the chapter of preamble? So there are certain things like, for example, what is the nature of state does the preamble establish? What do I mean by nature of state? Again, it is present over there. Sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, SSSDR, right? This question has appeared in mains, I guess 2017, right? So what has come in the mains, it can come in the prelims as well. They can ask you to arrange it in the same order. For example, where is it? Sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. They can ask you to arrange it as well. At least you should know what is the nature of the state. After that, you should know what are the objectives. So first of all, we noted what is the nature of the state, SSSDR. Second is what are the objectives. And ultimately, I'm not asking you to mug it up. You should try to learn it in a very logical, coherent manner. So first objective which it wants to set it for the citizens of our country is justice, then liberty, then equality, then fraternity. And there are certain sub-elements within these four dimensions as well. For justice, there is socio-economic, political. Again, it is logical. Without social justice, there cannot be economic justice. And without social and economic justice, there just cannot be political. So it was just not written out in a random fashion. There is a very logical correlation with respect to what sequence has been followed. So there is justice, then liberty, then it comes to equality. Equality of what? Equality of status, opportunity. And then there is fraternity, to secure what? Dignity of the individuals. So if you understand the logical coherence within these things, no question of preamble can go wrong. Apart from it, what else questions can come? There is a date also mentioned over there in the preamble itself, 26 November 1949, right? Apart from that, what else question can come from the preamble? Whether it is a part of the preamble or not, and whether can it be amended or not, and when was the preamble amended? It has been amended once only, right? Socialist and secularism, 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act. So through this, what I did is that I just mapped out the entire chapter of preamble and what are the areas which can be asked from the preamble. Nothing else will go beyond it, believe me. And for your sake of clarity, I have added two PYQs also which had come. One of 1997, one of 2020. For preamble being a part of the constitution, again we have dealt with several cases, Berubari, A.K. Gopalan versus State of Madras, and ultimately KSB, Keshavanand Bharti case. So if you are able to draw a good mind map, hardly 5 minutes I spoke on it, and all the questions we try to cover, right? And this is what you need to understand, right? That first of all, since the question was quite easy, I don't think so that anybody was not able to solve it. If at all, if anybody solved it incorrectly, it gives you an opportunity to find the gap. Now, second step comes in over here, which is the correlation and the linkage part or the revision part. So what we did is that we revised the entire sort of a preamble, a quick revision, or the core of the core areas of the preamble from which the questions can be formed, right? Have you guys heard of 80/20 rule? Huh? So 20% of the things will yield 80% of the result. Pareto's principle, a very important principle in management rather. So just like we discussed one Parkinson's law, that is the work expands to fill the time. Similarly like this. So there are certain facets in the polity, and those certain facets will result in 80% of the questions out of the total questions which will come in polity. So let's try to focus there now. Why to divulge our energies and resources in the last 90 days of our prep. We need to be very, very targeted that what all questions can come from those topics which are very, very important, these 20% of the topics, and these things we are going to discuss over here in the classrooms. Apart from it, there will be certain cases where people will not be able to understand anything. Either you can ask doubts outside the class, or there is a mentoring session also, so that only those doubts I'll be trying to entertain, through which if I'll find it doubts to be worthy enough, first of all, and through that if I feel that the entire community or the classroom which is sitting over here, they will also should be able to enrich themselves, right? So never feel that doubts will not be entertained, etc. No, separate session has been kept especially for that, right? Now coming to the next question: which of the following provisions of the Constitution of India is or are non-justiciable in nature? What do we mean by non-justiciable? First of all, the whole thing is relying on this concept. Acha, before that, since I have very less time today, but I want to help you guys. So concepts के भी 3 level होते हैं. First of all, you need to understand it, right? Then apply it, and then correlate it. These things are nothing but way or the grammar of thinking. Many students, many of the people who have gathered over here, they will definitely clear 3, and they will go to the mains to again face a setback over there. Why? Because they are not able to think in a proper manner. The grammar of thinking remains the same, whether it be prelims, mains, or the personality test. All you need to do is just to shift your rudder based on the end use. End use is what kind of examination you are going for. Prelims is an objective kind of examination. So you need to have more competency over how you are handling the facts. Okay. For the mains, you need to handle or develop a competency to handle the arguments or to bring in more depth of understanding. So for every concept, you need to understand it first. Ultimately, you have to apply it and then correlate it with other concepts. Right? Same thing happens for polity, same thing happens for geography, same thing happens for economics, etc. So all you need to do is to develop this algorithm for the thinking. Now, non-justiciable is the concept. What does it mean? That it is non-enforceable by the courts if there is any violation. And what are those portions of the Constitution which are non-justifiable? DPSP, FD, right? So if I need to understand this particular question, all I can break it down this question to that level, that how many of these things are fundamental rights because they are justiciable, and if at all there is any DPSP or FD, right? UPSC in their previous year questions, if you'll go through it thoroughly, they have played with the words. So they have given say like 5 or 6 statements, and they have asked that how many of them are of DPSP or how many of them are of fundamental duties. You will find it more difficulty in distinguishing a DPSP from a fundamental duty as compared to fundamental rights versus DPSP and FD, because ultimately whether it be DPSP or FD, they are always a sort of instruments of instructions for the states or the citizens to follow. However, fundamental rights, since we read it more often, more number of times, we find it very much easier to discern, right? So again, it's very easy. Right against discrimination, Article 15 it is. Right to form association, Article 19. Clause 1, subclause which? This is the level where I wanted to intervene. Like, there are hardly 5 or 6 subclauses within Article 19, Clause 1. Article 19, Clause 1 is one of the most important rights which you guys enjoy. So at least have that thing to just go through it, Google it, right? It's Clause C, right? What is Article 19, Clause 2? It is the reasonable restrictions which is put upon Article 19, Clause 1, right? Or Clause 1, subclause A rather. Anyway, right to adequate livelihood, this comes from Article 39, Clause A. Right to propagate religion, Article 25. So the answer is very evident, that is C. If you guys have not like bought it as of now, please get this Bare Act, PM Bakshi of our constitution. It's a very small book, Bare Act, right? So through that, at least you can go through the constitutional provisions. You can understand the language which the constitution is also using. And UPSC nowadays has got a knack of asking verbatim constitutional provisions. So at least when you are aware of what kind of language or what kind of phrasing the constitution is using, you will be very well able to understand the framing of the options by the UPSC as well, right? Question number 3, consider the following statements with reference to judges of the Supreme Court. So if you read the options, you will get to know that this question belongs to the removal of the judge of the Supreme Court. Now, let us try to go through the simple concepts involved over here. So Article 124, अंदर clauses तो पता होगा नहीं, I don't think so. And I'm not expecting you guys also to know the clauses. But through repetitions, multiple repetitions, you will not take a conscious effort to mug it up. It will be very involuntary in a way. It will be very natural to you that you will, after going through multiple repetitions, you will have that idea that, okay, 124 clause 4 talks about the conditions for the removal of Supreme Court judge. So this question is of removal and procedure of the Supreme Court judge. Now let me correlate that we had discussed in the first. So what do I mean by correlation is that what are the grounds? Does the constitution provide any ground? It provides 2 grounds under Article 124 clause 4. Please mug it up. Proved misbehavior and incapacity. Now you guys don't need to mug it up from PM Bakshi or the Bare Act of Constitution. It is given there in Lakshmikant also. So this means that there is definite gap in your understanding that you guys are not able to reply or respond, right? Now, Article 124 clause 5, it provides that the parliament may by law, that parliament can create a law to provide for the detailed procedure with respect to the removal of the judge of the Supreme Court, right? And under like pursuance of this power, parliament has provided for Judges Inquiry Act of 1968, which has provided for a detailed procedure for the removal of the judge of the Supreme Court, which is clear. Now let me read the first statement. The Constitution of India has not fixed the tenure of the judges of the Supreme Court. Yes, it has got no mention of the tenure. But is the Constitution providing anything with respect to till what age the judges can continue? 65 years. So it is written in the Constitution. Remember, UPSC plays in 2 things. Sometimes it forms the statements in such a manner that so and so has been given in the Constitution. So and so has been defined in the Constitution. Constitution is so bulky already, there is no space for the Constitution to define anything. Constitution has defined very limited things, like what do we mean by state or what is law in Constitution's lens. But Constitution itna bulky hai, if you'll apply your basic common sense, you'll be able to solve a great degree of questions. And that basic common sense is nothing but the grammar of thinking. That how you are able to correlate and engage with the options which the UPSC is formulating, right? And similar kind of questions are there in your these 10 questions also. That Constitution ने इसको define कर दिया, उसको नहीं करता है भाई Constitution. इतना जगह नहीं है ना समय था वहाँ पे. Imagine partition, मतलब they will be sitting and defining each and everything. Not possible. Apply basic sense, right? The motion to impeach a judge can be rejected by the presiding officers of the parliament. Yes, it is provided there in the Judges Inquiry Act. And the motion for the removal of Supreme Court needs to be passed by a special majority of each of the parliament. This is again correct. And if you'll see the 2019 question, again you will be able to solve it. And you know that the presiding officer, once the motion for removal is accepted, he will create a special committee, will comprise of 3 members. Take this opportunity to remember and recall those information and facts. Don't wait for May 24th that okay, us din jaake I will revise it. Nahi, it will not be possible. Whenever you are coming across any question, please take it as an opportunity to revise also. And this is the best way of solving mock. It's nothing but just a perspective I am giving. That whenever you are solving any question, see it from the lens of revision also. And that is the best way to solve it, right? So 3 members are there. Either the sitting CJI or any judge of Supreme Court, CJI of a High Court, and distinguished jurist, right? These are the three things. So all three are correct. And 2019, very similar, same question. Nothing great. Question number 4, exclusive original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. What do we mean by original jurisdiction? It means that such cases or disputes where Supreme Court can listen at the first instance and not by appeal. And what do we mean by exclusive? That only Supreme Court can listen to those disputes. So again, it's a very simple thing. Enforcement of fundamental rights is a writ. Article 226 is also there, which provides the same jurisdiction to the high courts. So this is gone. And if 3 is gone, so left is 1 and 2, that is interstate water dispute 262. And disputes arising out of pre-constitution treaty. Again, Article 131, it is given. Same thing. No need to mug it up, but just I'm telling you to show off in a way. So next question. With reference to defamation in India, defamation, everybody understand it in certain context. That defamation is, if I'll harass something or kind of defame someone, any student, that it is a malicious act or a deliberate act of harming the reputation of a particular individual, right? So that is defamation. However, the larger debate is that whether that is there for the mains, rather, that whether do we need defamation, or like whether there is a need to criminalize defamation. Earlier it was there in under section 499 and 500 in the IPC, right? But now we have come to BNS, that is Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. No need to mug up the section, although under section 356 it is there. However, what we need to understand is that, let's see the first question statement. Constitution of India defines civil and criminal defamation. Does it define? Please take it as a thumb rule. Constitution has defined very limited number of things. State, Article 12, law, Article 13. There are certain questions in the PYQ as well, where they have asked, Constitution has defined minorities. No. Yes, minorities terms have been used, but that is left for the parliament to decide who will be considered as minorities. So under various acts, and especially say National Commission on Minorities Act, under that act, minorities have been defined, or various dimensions of minorities have been considered. So statement 1 gone directly. A defamation suit must be filed within 6 months from the date of cause of action. Now this thing here, you can, I am dealing it from a very operational point of view, that I am considering a case, hypothetical case, that I am not aware of these things. Now what should I do? It serves as a reasonable restriction to the freedom of speech and expression under Article 19. And that's why I had asked about what do we mean by Article 19 clause 2, because I knew that is going to come over here, right? So Article 19 clause 2 are the reasonable restrictions which are imposed upon Article 19 clause 1 subclause A. Agar simply bola jaye to right to freedom of speech and expression, Article 19 clause 1 subclause A. And state can impose certain reasonable restrictions based on certain criterion. And what are those criterion? Defamation is definitely one of them. I'm just letting you know. But what are other? What are other? Sovereignty and integrity of the country, security of the state, friendly relationship with foreign, incitement to violence, morality, and public order. These are the terms which have been used categorically, explicitly in Article 19 clause 2. So if you'll read through the text of the Constitution, which will take less time than reading your standard textbooks, you will be able to solve great degree of questions yourself, and it will develop a great degree of competence and expertise for handling the questions of the polity, right? With respect to the point 2, this is a very factual twisting of the statements. So if there is a civil defamation, So ultimately defamation are of two types. One is of civil defamation, where the victim is supposed to be getting compensation for the harm which has been provided to his reputation. And then there is criminal defamation, where the agenda is to provide punishment to the perpetrators of the victim's reputation, right? So civil defamation mein you can file a case in less than a year from the initiation of that particular action, and in criminal for less than 3 years. And from the BNS point of view, that is Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita point of view, what they have done is that they have provided for community service. So these kind of progressive criminal justice system reforms we are also trying to bring in with the help of BNS, that if any particular person is found to be violating of section 356 of BNS, that is criminal defamation, then they can be provided for some community service. Okay, so these kind of things we are need to understand. Question 6. Which of the following factors, features of the constitution limit the scope of parliamentary sovereignty? Again, the concept underlying over here is parliamentary sovereignty. This thing. And what do we mean by parliamentary sovereignty? It is the power or the supreme power to in its own competency or domain. That is, what is the competency or work of parliament? To enact laws, to legislate legal instruments. So ultimately this question is asking, what are those elements which is restricting or inhibiting the power of the parliament to create laws, right? Now first of all, a written nature of the constitution, is it going to inhibit the parliament? How? How? Exactly. Ultimately, the parliament of a country has to legislate in the premise which has been set by the constitution. Secondly, federalism. Definitely, the law-making subjects are divided between the two levels of the government. Thirdly, judicial review. Definitely, the parliament cannot make any law which will violate or abrogate the fundamental principles which are enshrined in our constitution. Fundamental rights. Of course, the parliament, as it is mentioned in the Article 13 also, they cannot abrogate the various provisions of the fundamental rights or various important features or what we call as basic structure of the constitution. However, there is no issue with related to parliamentary privileges, because it is not related to the act of legislation, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4 is the correct, which is answer is B. The executive functions of the center can be entrusted to a state without the consent. So there is two things. If there is a consent, it can happen through president, and if there is no consent, then ultimately the parliament has to legislate in that regard. And this question is dealing with the mutual delegation of administrative functions between the state and the center. So if there is more harmony between the central government and the state government, so for example, president just has to inform the governor of the state, and if there is a consent also of the state government, then president can delegate some of the executive functions which is performed by the central government, which has to be performed by the state government now, and vice versa also it happens. However, if there is no consent, that is at central we have BJP government, and in say state government we have Congress government. So in all totality, in all probability, there will be lesser of a cooperation. So in that case, parliament has to legislate. So answer will be D. It's a very simple thing, however conceptual. With reference to the Indian constitution, which of the following statement is or are correct? Term basic structure was added by the first constitution. Okay. So of course it is wrong. Basic structure doctrine was an origin of Indian judiciary, not added by the first. So 1 कट गया, मतलब second तो सही है ही. Let us go to the third. Supremacy of judiciary. अच्छा, try to understand this word play as well. Independence of the judiciary is a keyword. Supremacy of the constitution is a keyword. So try to understand these word plays as well. So B is the correct answer. Same thing has been asked in 2020 again. Similar question has been asked over here, right? Rajya Sabha is not allowed to pass the adjournment motion. We need to understand the core concept which is associated over here. that Rajya Sabha is not a directly elected chamber. And in parliamentary form of government, it is the executive which is responsible to the legislature, and two in specific to the Lok Sabha. Why? Because Lok Sabha is a directly elected body of our representatives, and that is why Rajya Sabha is not allowed to pass the adjournment motion. Adjournment motion, it contains an element of censoring the government also, right? And that is why it's a very simple thing that adjournment motion can contain an element of censor against the government. So C is the correct. Question number 10, last. Which one of the following office holders are selected by the panel comprising of PM, leader of opposition, and Chief Justice of India? Now, this was also in the news very recently, because our vice president was raising this issue while he was attending some event at a college or something. So he thought that it's a very great opportunity to raise this particular issue. So apparently this thing is used to select whom? Director of CBI, Central Bureau of Investigation. However, one of the most important things is that every other options which are given over there, they are being appointed by different collegiums or different groupings, in which PM and LOP are common. And in certain cases, there is Minister of Home, or in certain cases, there is a cabinet minister which is appointed by the PM, and then there is a very elaborate commission, 6-member commission for the appointment of NHRC chairman. So what you need to understand is that at least try to have one page only for appointment committees like these. So just create a very smaller notes and you will be done to go for that particular thing. Okay. So the same thing, the same approach will be following for the polity test, which will be held for you. And this is all for the today's polity. I guess Akansha ma'am will be joining you for the discussion of the economics right away. Thank you everybody for listening to me, and all the best. Yeah, कर लेंगे, पूरा lineup है, ठीक है. You can meet me rather later. Okay. Thank you guys.
I hope the test was fine. Okay, so I am Akanksha Pathak. I am going to deal with the economic questions. See, certain things I want to make it clear when it comes to economics. A lot of you are terrified of economics because majority of you do not have a background in economics. But don't worry, when you look into the PYQs, UPSC is actually checking that whether you understand the basic concept or not. Okay, what a particular term which is there in news is actually implied. Okay, so you don't have to do PhD in economics. And one more thing, economics is technical, but it is not tough. Why I'm saying this? Because once you understand that how to approach the economics, Once you start approaching everything in a cause and effect relationship, you'll never get questions incorrect when it comes to economics. The reason being why you get a lot of questions incorrect is you try to mug up the things. And when it comes to economics question, which the UPSC is asking, it is actually checking your conceptual clarity. Therein, because of tons of pressure which is there, you actually get the question incorrect because you have not understood that particular concept in cause and effect manner. How to do that? We'll be looking into this particular session itself. Okay, coming to our first question. This is related to NEER and REER. Before we look into this, we need to understand what these two concepts are. Now, if I tell you that, tell me what is the inflation level in India currently? Can you be able to tell me the inflation level by looking into the price change in one particular commodity? The answer is no. And can you tell me the inflation level by taking into account all the goods and services which are produced in economy? The answer is again no. Is it statistically possible to track the price? So how do we actually look into the inflation? We have created a basket and we have kept certain goods and services. We are tracking the prices. Similar manner, in order to know that whether our rupee is depreciating or it is appreciating in comparison to the multiple trading partner currencies, what we have done? We have again created a good basket. And this is a basket, as you can see. There are a lot of currencies. So NEER basically is released with respect to these 6 major currencies, and it is also released with respect to 40 major currencies with which we actually enter into trade. Now, how do we calculate it? We assign certain weights. On what basis we will be giving the weight? Based on the trade volume. How much trade we are doing with US, how much trade we are doing with Japan. Likewise, we have assigned the weight. Then, since we need to see that whether rupee is depreciating or appreciating, what I need to do? I need to align this exchange rate with respect to different currency in form of 1 rupee. Then only the comparison becomes possible. Then what I need to do? I simply need to multiply these two tables. We'll be getting some numbers. When you add it, you get NEER. Okay. So NEER is basically the weighted average of a currency's bilateral exchange rate with multiple trading partner currencies. Now, what this NEER actually tells us? If NEER is increasing, then what would happen to your Indian rupee with respect to other currencies? Your rupee is also appreciating. And when this NEER is coming down, your rupee is depreciating in comparison to the other currencies. I'll be telling its effect. Let's just look into the real effective exchange rate. Now, this is an improvement over nominal effective exchange rate. Why? Because we'll be adjusting for relative price levels. How? By multiplying the NEER with the inflation level which is there in the domestic economy, that is India, divided by the inflation level in the trading partner. Okay. Now, when I talk about NEER and REER, let me just finish this thing. Now, I am saying here that if inflation is higher in India as compared to its major trading partner, REER would be higher than NEER. Why? Let's understand with the help of very simple example. Don't worry. I'll be explaining all of the concepts to you with the help of numerical examples. This is inflation level in India. This is inflation level in USA. So, situation 1, I'm taking that inflation level in India is 2%. USA it is 4%. What would be the price index in this case? 1 by 2. Okay, 2 by 4 is 1 by 2. Second situation, inflation here is 8%, here it is 4%. So in this case, what would be the price index? It would be 2. Now, in case of R1, we have to multiply NEER. NEER would remain constant in both the situation. In first case, it would be 1 by 2. So in this case, which is greater? It is NEER, because NEER is equal to 2 into REER. Coming to the second thing, second situation, R2. Here NEER is equal to REER is equal to NEER into 2, which is greater? Your REER, and that is what we are talking about here. Clear? So whenever inflation would be higher in India as compared to your major trading partner, what would happen? Your REER would be higher than the NEER, and vice versa. We have also looked into with the help of example. Clear? So greater would be the inflation in India as compared to a major trading partner. Will the two diverge? Yes? Okay. Now what we need to understand, what has been asked in the question is, let's go back to the question itself. Now, as I told you, if your NEER is increasing or your REER is increasing, what is happening? My rupee is appreciating in comparison to other currency. Vice versa is also true. Now let's look into that what happens to your imports and export when your rupee appreciate or depreciate. Let's take a simple example. Let's suppose this is a person who is sitting in US. He is actually exporting onions from us. Okay. The onion is, in terms of rupee, it is $1 equal to 100 rupees. Okay. And this is an Indian person which is actually importing a chocolate from USA, and chocolate is costing him $2. Right? It is clear. Now, one situation, $1 is equals to 50 rupees. Another situation we have $1 equals to 100 rupees. If I move from here to here, rupee has depreciated. If I move from here to here, rupee has appreciated. So I'm writing A here, I'm writing B here. Now tell me, if $1 is equals to 50 rupee, how much this person has to pay in terms of dollar? $2. And if the exchange rate is this, how many dollars you have to pay? $1. So when your rupee depreciate, what happens to the exports? It becomes more competitive because this person who is sitting in USA has to pay less price, right? Let's look into the imports. What happens if $1 is equal to 50 rupees? How much rupees this individual has to give? If one chocolate is equal to $2, 100 rupees. If $1 is equals to 100 rupees, then 200 rupees. Now let's look into the question. Statement number 1 is saying a fall in value of NEER makes imports more expensive. As I told you, if NEER is falling, what would happen? My rupee would depreciate. I'm talking about this situation. Now I want you only to tell me that whether this statement is correct or incorrect. NEER has fallen, rupee has depreciated. I'm talking about this situation. Just look into this thing. Whether the person who is importing, he has to pay more rupees. So imports have become expensive, and that is what the statement is saying, right? And second statement we have already discussed. Divergence between the two indicates higher inflation rate in India. So correct answer would be C, both 1 and 2. Okay, coming to this question, this is also a very interesting question. Yes. Imports competitive means, that means whether the person who is exporting the products from India, he has to pay less price or not. If he has to pay less price, that means my export is competitive. Okay. And imports expensive means you have to pay more rupee. Okay. Coming to question number 2. Now, absolutely, if exports are less expensive, then your imports would be expensive. That is what we discussed in the example. Okay, coming to this question, it is saying that it is a form of tax evasion whereby capital of India goes to a tax haven country to be invested in a shell company. The money is then reinvested in form of FDI in India. This basically describes what? So it is basically your round tripping. What is round tripping? Let's just understand again with the help of very simple example. Don't be fearful of economics. This is an Indian company. Okay. Now, India and Mauritius, they have a double tax avoidance agreement. What do I mean by this? If this is a Indian company, it is investing in Mauritius, then who would be taxing the income? It would be India, Indian government. And if a Mauritius company is investing in India, who would be taxing it? It would be the Mauritius government. So when you look into which government would be having the power to tax, we go by the resident route. That from where this investment is coming and where this company is registered, right? So now what happens? Let me just draw it. This is Indian business going to Mauritius. it would be taxed by Indian, not Mauritius. Then this is Mauritius business company investing in India. So this would not be taxed by Indian government, it would be taxed by Mauritius. Now, in Mauritius, we have negligible capital gains tax. But in India, you have 10 to 15% of capital gains tax. Now, I think you will be able to understand why the Indian companies, instead of directly going to the Mauritius, they actually would be creating a shell company here, okay, which would not be doing any function, okay. It is just to do the money laundering thing. And then again, the shell company would be doing the investment in India, okay. Let me not just write in Mauritius, let me write India. Why? Why we are holding the year like this, not like this? Because then this company actually has to pay 0% capital gains tax. That is what is your round tripping. We'll be looking into different other concepts as well. Now, what is treaty shopping? This is A company, this is B company, this is C company. India and Mauritius, I told you we have a double tax avoidance agreement. Now, this is a US company. I am assuming that India and USA do not have double tax avoidance agreement. This company, if it invests in India, it has to pay taxation in both the countries, in USA also, and in India as well. So it would be problematic for this particular company. So what it would do? It would first create a shell company in Mauritius. This shell company would be bringing the investment in India. Again, since we have a double tax avoidance agreement, this would be have to pay 0% capital gains tax. So India is not able to earn more tax revenue, the government here. That is what is treaty shopping. Okay, so it has basically shopped this particular treaty, which is actually between Mauritius and India. Okay, then we have transfer mispricing. Again, with the help of simple example, we'll be understanding this. This is company A, this is working in USA. This again, I'm taking company B, this is working in Mauritius. Right? Why I'm taking time and again the example of Mauritius? Because Mauritius is considered to be a tax haven. Their taxes are very less. Now, I am assuming that this A and B is a subsidiary of company A. Now, if you talk about USA, let's suppose here the taxation is around 20%. Mauritius, I am taking example that hardly 5% taxation is there. Okay. Now, what we'll be doing in this, we will be showing higher profits in a low tax jurisdiction, and we will be showing lower profits in a high tax jurisdiction. How we can do this? We'll be increasing the prices here. So this company would be getting the raw materials at a higher cost. So profit, how do you calculate? Total revenue minus the cost. So cost agar badh gaya, your profit would go down. Yes or no? So this way, this particular company ultimately would have to pay less taxes. Okay. Now, when you talk about base erosion and profit shifting, all of these three would be coming under this. Okay. This is again a tactics, different kind of tactics which are used by the multinational corporations to reduce their tax burden. Is it difficult to understand the concepts? No. You just need to correlate with a very simple example. Now, the question is with respect to deflation, that economy is witnessing deflationary conditions. Now, normally, if the economy is witnessing deflationary condition, what the government should do? It would increase the expenditure. And what about the taxes? Reduce the taxes. Right? Let's look at the statement. Statement number 1 is saying this. Increase the export subsidy. That means increasing the expenditure. Cut in tax rate. This is correct. Let's look into other options. Decrease in funds allocated to Manrega. This would actually reduce your public expenditure. Increase in interest rate on savings and current account deposits. Tell me. No, it is easier. It is easier to say no, but explain me the logic. When the bank would be offering you higher interest rate, you will be invested to spend more or save more? Save more. So when saving would be higher, aggregate demand, what would happen? Would go down. And when aggregate demand go down, what would happen to private investment? It would go down. They would not have the incentive to produce more. If they produce more, actually their inventory would increase. Okay. So that is why this also would not be done. Then lastly, increase in reverse repo rate accompanied by a decline in expenditure. Decline in expenditure, I know everybody would have been able to eliminate. Why this is not a right option? Increase in reverse repo rate. What is reverse repo rate? If a commercial bank has excess funds, it would be parking that with RBI, and in return it would be getting the interest payments. Okay. Now you tell me, if reverse repo rate is increased, will the bank be incentivized to give loan to us or to private sector, or to park their excess funds with the RBI? They'll be incentivized to park their funds with RBI. So what would happen to credit creation? It would go down. Credit creation has come down. What would happen to money supply? Come down. This would help us in addressing deflation. The answer is no. Now I think you people are able to understand that when it comes to economics, why you have to read it cause and effect relationship. You will not get questions incorrect. Now, this is related to full capital account convertibility. What do you understand by convertibility? How easily I can convert Indian rupee into other foreign currencies like dollar, and vice versa. There should not be any quantitative restrictions. So if we allow this, Tarapur committee has suggested that we should actually move in the direction of full capital account convertibility. Why? That means there would not be any quantitative restrictions that we have right now when it comes to external commercial borrowings, when it comes to FDIs. So this would actually increase both of them. Indian companies would be able to get more external commercial borrowings, more FDI. What would happen? Business expansion. Fine, this is a good thing. But you tell me why India has not moved in the direction of full capital account convertibility. If when it move in the direction of full capital account convertibility, the more easily the rupee can come, the foreign currencies can come, the easily they can also leave. And that what led to Asian crisis in 1997. So India want to avoid this particular situation. And let's look into the options. The first statement is saying that greater control of RBI over the domestic money supply. Will that happen? If more foreign investment is coming, that means there is higher demand for rupee. So there is higher demand for rupee. Let's suppose we give the rupee to these foreign investors. Ultimately, this rupee would be coming where? In the Indian economy. So what would happen to your money supply? It would increase. So this would limit the RBI's control of domestic supply or not. So that is why statement 1 would be incorrect, because it is saying that it would be having greater control. Statement number 2 is saying that this would decline the transaction cost in cross-border trade and investment operation. Is it correct or incorrect? Currently, when it comes to FDI, they have to meet a lot of regulatory hurdles. Okay, they have to, when it comes to FDI for which government approval is needed, they have to spend some money for that. But if we allow full capital account convertibility, they would not have to spend money in that particular regard. So it would decline the transaction cost. Then it would become easier for the companies to directly raise equity capital from overseas market. This is the logic why Tarapur committee suggested that we should move in the direction of full capital account convertibility. Lastly, will it increase the competitiveness of Indian exports? If what logic we are giving? That it would help us in getting more foreign investment. More foreign investment mean demand for dollar would be high. And if for anything demand is high, what would happen to its price? Price of rupee would go up. That means if previously I have to pay 100 rupees for $1, now since the price of rupee has increased, that means now I might have to give only 50 rupees for $1. And in the previous thing we discussed, if rupee appreciates, what happened to your export competitiveness? It would come down. Okay, so it would not increase your competitiveness of Indian exports. So second and third are correct, first and 4 are incorrect. So answer would be B. Yes. Huh. Huh? Huh? ये इनडायरेक्ट रिलेशन इतना लंबा नहीं चलाते हम, ठीक है, दैट इज अ वेरी लॉन्ग टर्म थिंग. एंड व्हाट हैपेंस, and ultimately ठीक है, but when more FDI is coming, that means rupee is being demanded more, so ultimately your rupee would be appreciating. You are just looking the one logic. What about the appreciation thing? ये बहुत this is a very long logic that you are applying, that okay, they'll be coming, business would be expanding, then we'll be able to reduce the prices, inflation would come down, then our exports would become competitive. That logic is also fine, but when it comes to the immediate term, what would be the immediate effect? You're talking about very long term, right? Setting up a plant, doing the production, then coming up, bringing that price competitiveness. Don't you think it is a very long journey, right? Okay, coming to question number 5. Which of the following are considered as assets? Asset is something which is giving you some sort of return, or it is something on which you don't have to pay any sort of interest payment. Okay, so when it comes to this question, reserves which the commercial banks maintain with central bank and cash at hand, these are the assets. When it comes to borrowed funds, paid up capital, deposits of the customer, in all the case it has to give the interest payments. So that is basically a liability. Previously UPSC has asked a simple question that the deposits of the customers is asset or liability. Coming to question number 6. This is related to capital expenditure and your revenue expenditure. One thing that you need to be clear with, whenever I mention the word capital, be it capital expenditure, be I talk about the capital account in BOP, this would affect the asset and liability. When it comes to capital expenditure, what would happen? It would increase the assets and it would reduce the liability. But when you talk about revenue expenditure, it would not be having any impact on asset and liability. It is a regular expenditure which the government has to do in form of interest payments. Now, let's look into the option. It does not lead to increase in budgetary deficit. Is that so? No. Ultimately, if the government is doing a lot of capital expenditure, if the expenditure are higher than the receipts, ultimately it would give rise to budgetary deficits. It does not require any change in production process or infrastructure. The answer is again no. It contributes to creation of long-term physical or financial assets. It leads to decrease in assets and increase in liability. This is basically your capital receipts. Decrease in assets, example could be disinvestment. Increase in liability, borrowing done by the government. Okay, so therefore the answer would be C here. Any confusion online, students, please let me know. Coming to question number 7. An increase in government borrowing in the economy is most likely to lead to which of the following? Now, have anybody heard about crowding out effect? What is crowding out effect? For crowding out effect, we make a very important assumption. What is that assumption? That supply of saving is fixed in the economy. We does not allow the supply of saving to change over a period of time. Now, crowding out effect, what happens? If the government has taken major share of this total supply of saving, okay, because the government is carrying out expenditure, so it has taken away major share. Now, less amounts of funds are available for the private sector. Now, banks would be ready to give this to the private sector at a higher interest rate or not, right? So, this would actually disincentivize the private sector to do the investment. This is what is crowding out effect. When, because of increase in government expenditure, the private investment is coming down, okay? Because we have limited and fixed supply of saving. Now, what happens if I drop this assumption? Yes. If I drop this assumption, what would happen? I allow the saving to change. This would take me to crowding in effect. The beautiful example could be your production linked incentive scheme, wherein the government is also doing the expenditure and it is in turn incentivizing the private sector to do the investment, right? Why I'm telling you that if I replace this thing, now government is increasing the expenditure, fine. Now because of government expenditure, whether the income of the people would increase or not at the end of the day. Income would increase, what would happen to your savings? It would also increase. Now, will it lead to any shortage of funds to the private sector? The answer is no. So, if I just drop this important assumption, you move on to another concept altogether. Economists are very wise people. If they have given different terms, the two terms would be having different meaning altogether. Okay, that is why, to answer your question, look into that. What is the immediate relation? Don't go into long correlation. Otherwise, you'll get the question incorrect. Okay. Now, first is clear that if the government increases its borrowings, ultimately it would lead to reduction in the savings available to private sector. Then, if the government is spending more, let's take the example with you people also. If you are spending more than your income, ultimately at a later stage you have to earn more, and that is what government would also be doing. Government is also a wise. So, if it is spending more today, ultimately it would be filling this expenditure gap from where? By taxing the future generation. And that is what is written, higher taxation burden on future generation. To counter this, we have another concept, that is Ricardian equivalence. Have anybody read this particular concept? It's covered in your NCERT itself. What Ricardian equivalence say? That we are not foolish, we are wise people. Okay. So we know that if government is spending more today, ultimately it would be our children and grandchildren who would be bearing this tax burden. So what we'll do, because ultimately they are our children and grandchildren, we want to do something for them. So what we'll do, we'll start saving more currently. So the current generation would start saving more, and ultimately the saving would be transferred to future generation. So when the government would increase the taxes, will it affect the total supply of saving? The answer is no. Okay, because we have increased the saving today. Ultimately, from this only the future generation would be able to pay the higher taxes. These two are correct. Will it lead to higher fiscal deficit in future? The answer is yes. If the government is doing the borrowing, it have to pay the interest payments. Okay, so all the statements are correct. This is a very interesting concept. Now, in order to understand the relation between interest rates and bond prices, let's just assume that in 2024, there was a firm A which issued a bond. Now, the face value of the bond is equal to 1,000 rupees. And this bond I am holding. Okay? What is the coupon payment? What is the coupon rate? Coupon rate is 4%. 4% of 1,000, it would be 40 rupees. So, coupon payment ho gaya aapka 40 rupees, right? Now, let's suppose in another year, interest rate increases to 5%. Now, what would happen to the demand for this particular bond which I am holding? Will you people be interested to hold this particular bond because it is only giving an interest rate of 4%, but the market is ready to give you 5% return? So, demand for this particular bond A would fall, and when the demand fall, what happens to the price? It also falls. But then I am a person who wants to liquidate this particular bond. At what price? Let's suppose this person wants to buy the bond. At what price he'll be ready to buy this bond from me? So the formula for the market prices, just note it down. You'll not find it anywhere in the books. Market price ka formula hoga your coupon payment, which remains fixed throughout the maturity period, divided by the new market interest rate. Just put the relevant variables. What the market price would come out to be? 40 divided by 5%. It would be 800. That is what is happening. Interest rate goes up, bond prices come down. Let's assume another scenario. Instead of interest rate going up, interest rate came down to 3%. Now, what would happen to the demand for the bond that I was holding? It would go up. Price would also go up. At what price I'll be ready to sell the bond now? Put the formula. What is the new market interest rate? 3%. Put it. So now the market price of the bond would be 40 divided by 3%. It would be 1,333 roughly. So what has happened? Interest rate came down, bond prices went up. Now, the question which might be coming into your mind is, why the other person would be ready to buy the bond from me? In the previous scenario, when the market was giving better return, why, let's suppose this person is buying, why he'll be interested to buy the bond from me? This brings me to the concept of bond yield. And this is not in generic, it depends that which person I'm talking about. In the normal circumstances, when I was holding the bond of company A, what was the yield that I was getting? 4%. And how do you calculate it? It is basically your coupon payment divided by the market price of the bond. Or basically, it is the price which I have paid to buy that particular bond. Now, in first situation, when the interest rate went up, what has happened? Market price came down, right? Now, in this case, what would happen to the bond yield? Put the 40 divided by 800 into 100. What it come out to be? 5%. So ultimately, you will be ready to buy the bond from me because you will be getting the same rate of return which the market is giving. This you can very well understand in the first situation. Why the person would be interested to buy the bond in the second situation when he would be getting only 3% rate of return? Because it's all the game of anticipation. The person who is buying the bond from me, when the interest rate has fallen, this person has bought the bond because he is anticipating that in future interest rate would be coming down further and he would be able to sell the bond at a even higher price. Okay. Now, in this scenario, in situation 1, the interest rate is going up, market price of the bond is coming down. What is happening to bond yield? If this is decreasing, this would increase, right? Inverse relationship. Now, let's have a look at the question. Statement number 1 is saying if the interest rate rises, value of the bond decline. Correct? Market price of the bond it is talking about. If the interest rate fall, the bond yield would increase. Is that so? If the interest rate is falling, bond price is going up. So if the bond price is going up, what would happen to bond yield? It would come down. So this would be incorrect. Coming to third option, bond price and bond yield are inversely proportional to each other. Is that so? Right now it gave you the formula. So third statement is correct. So correct answer here would be C, 1 and 3 only. I can't help in that because lighting thing could not be adjusted. I'm really sorry for that. Coming to prepaid payment instrument. This is basically you are able to use because you have deposited some amount of money in your bank accounts and you are able to buy the goods and services. So prepaid payment instruments can be in all of the forms. Okay, so answer would be D here. Coming to the last question, input tax credit. So in order to understand this, let me take you to a diagram. Now, this is a person who has bought 3 different raw materials from 3 different dealers. Okay, so when it comes to this business house A, he has paid a tax on the purchase equal to 100. This person has paid a tax of 100. When it comes to company B, 120 he has paid. Company C, he has paid 80 rupees. Okay. Now, on the total output, the tax is coming out to be 450. So, when it comes to input tax credit, since this corporate house D has already paid the taxes on the inputs, okay, equal to this amount, 100 plus 120 plus 80, this would be equal to 300. So, now he will not be paying 450, he will be ultimately paying your 150, okay, additionally. This is what is input tax credit. Next time it would not be like, majority of you would be confused also. If this corporate house D is again paying 450, then what would be the tax? It would be 300 plus 450. And we do want to avoid this under the GST. So that is why this particular corporate house would be able to get the input tax credit. The tax which it has already paid when it bought the inputs. Okay. We'll be deducting it from the tax on the ultimate outcome. So input tax credit here would be equal to 300 rupees. Sorry. Let's look at the question. So question is saying with reference to Indian economy, input tax credit refers to Tax exemption granted by government to small enterprises on purchase of inputs for first 5 years or till it makes profit, whichever is earlier. No. Tax paid by seller or manufacturing when importing raw materials and input. Is that so? It has not to do with the importing of raw materials. Okay. Tax paid by the seller on the purchase of goods that can be used to reduce the tax liability at the time of sale. Mechanism where the businesses pass on the burden on increase in tax on the customers by increasing the prices. This is the property of indirect taxes. Okay, it has nothing to do with input tax credit. So that's all that we have to discuss when it comes to economy section. Next, Richa ma'am would be coming. He would be taking your geography section. At the end, I would just want to point out that, again, reiterating the same thing. When it comes to economics, don't try to mug up the things. Understand the logic. Don't hold the ear like this. Hold it like this normally. Okay. So that means don't go for a longer cause and effect relationship. See what is going to happen in the immediate term. Yes, somebody was asking something. Paid up capital is, this is a glass, right? I think इसमें पानी भर देते हैं तब आपको ज्यादा अच्छे से क्लियर होगा. When it comes to this glass, till whatever amount I can fill the water, that is what is authorized capital. Okay? It basically refers to the total amount of capital a company can raise by issuing the maximum amount of shares. That is what is authorized. Till what level it can issue the shares and what capital it can actually raise. Paid up capital is the level till which the water is filled. That is the actual amount of shares it has actually released in the market and the capital which it has raised through that. Clear? You can also correlate with your preparation also. Authorized capital, your maximum potential. Paid up capital is what you're performing right now. Okay. So I think when it comes to economics now, your approach when it comes to dealing with economics would witness a change. Don't try to ratify the concepts. Understand the logic. If you are clear with the cause and effect relationship, trust me, you'll not get any question incorrect when it comes to economics. So thank you for all of you for being a patient listener. Next, Richa ma'am would be coming. All the best.
Hello students, a very good evening to one and all. So we will pick the discussion from the geography section. My name is Richa Sharma. I'm the subject matter expert of geography and also the head of Step Up Mentorship Program. Now in this session, we will learn few things. First of all, what is the importance, growing importance of geography in UPSC Prelims exam. Second, how to prepare for it effectively. And then we will solve all the questions, covering all the important value additions for you. First question, how did the test go? Moderate? Raise your hands. Moderate. Difficult. Difficult. You can be honest. Online students. Difficult. Easy. तो बाकी सबका कैसा गया? Moderate. चलो, very good. So when it comes to the growing importance, we need to know one thing, that geography, more than 20% of the questions have been asked from geography and environment section alone in the last year. You all realize that? Have you seen the PYQ analysis? Right? In the previous year also, there was a growing importance of geography section. So this area, which is pretty much underrated till now has gained momentum. But the good news is, the basics still remain the same and we can still prepare very nicely with good high yield topics to be covered. And through that, you will understand that geography will give you the best payout as compared to other subjects, and we will see how. So first of all, can you see the payout different topics are giving to you? There are only few topics which are giving you more than 10 questions from the last 10 years. I will give you the PDF, आप analyze कर लेना है कौन सा topic है. Broadly, if I'll tell you, if you compare world geography, Indian geography, which one is more important? Indian geography. In world geography, places and news is more important. In Indian geography, you know, the hydrography, the rivers, etc., that is more important. Physiography part, that is more important. And current affair of geography has also gained the momentum, right? So how are we going to read and what are we going to read? These are the high yield topics. Okay, online students. So I hope this is visible to you. Okay, these are the high yielding topics. If you will prepare for it, you are good to go for the geography subject. Not saying that you should be ignoring other things, but these are the areas you must prepare before sitting in the exam. They will give you best payout. The second important thing to note, where to prepare geography from. Basic NCRTs, more than enough. If you have read yellow books, more than enough. Any other standard book apart from NCRTs is good enough, but NCRTs are the preferred source of creating question in UPSC exam. And the second thing is the important place is the news, the knowledge of mapping. तो mapping की knowledge कहाँ से ले? Map से ही. उसके लिए कोई book refer नहीं करनी है. You need to paste the atlas in front of you. You need to go through certain YouTube videos जो आपको sectional mapping कराते हैं. रिवर की मैपिंग देख लो, ड्रेनेज सिस्टम की कर लो, फिजियोग्राफी की कर लो, बहुत इजीली कवर हो जाएगा. ठीक है. एंड दीज आर द टॉपिक्स वी नीड टू कवर. फॉर एग्जांपल रिवर्स एंड लेक्स. मोस्टली क्वेश्चंस हैव बीन आस्क्ड ऑन ड्राइंग लेक्स. आरएलसी पे क्वेश्चन पूछा, लेक फैग्यूबीन पे क्वेश्चन पूछा. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेक करीबा पे पूछ सकते हैं. व्हाई? बिकॉज अगेन इट वाज इन न्यूज़ बिकॉज ऑफ drying nature. From India, Lake Vembanad could be asked. 37% decline in the overall area has been seen. So that was pretty much a news. These are the important areas they could be asking this. Okay. Now let's move to the first question, and this is from the very important part, which is drainage basin. And that with the drainage basin, only few rivers are more important than the others. Indus, Ganga and Brahmaputra system, ये तो आपको करके ही जाने. इनकी ट्रिब्यूटरी आप कैसे याद करोगे? आप निमोनिक क्रिएट करोगे. यू विल आस्क मी, मैम इज इट मैंडेटरी? मैं याद करके रख लूंगा, याद करके रख लूंगी? नहीं हो पाएगा. लेफ्ट बैंक ट्रिब्यूटरी, राइट बैंक ट्रिब्यूटरी, यू हैव टू लर्न, यू हैव टू क्रिएट निमोनिक्स. नहीं निमोनिक याद आ रहे, गो टू यूट्यूब, सर्च अबाउट इट, आपको मिल जाएंगे. बट अगर आपको ट्रिब्यूटरीज याद हो गई, सो इवन इफ वन क्वेश्चन इज कमिंग आउट टू बी द मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन, क्योंकि जनरली लोग ट्रिब्यूटरी गलत करते हैं. अगर आपने ये याद कर लिया निमोनिक के थ्रू, आपकी वो डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चंस भी नहीं गलत जाएंगे. यू विल गेन एन एज. ओके, नाउ लेट्स टॉक अबाउट ब्रह्मपुत्र रिवर. So the question is, which of the tributaries joins the Brahmaputra river at the last? Let's very quickly read about the Brahmaputra river first. Brahmaputra river, जिसके कई सारे नाम होते हैं, different names at different places. So it starts from the Tibet. It starts from, where does it start from? The Kima Yungdung place of Tibet. And इसी जगह से very close to it is also where you will find the glaciers of very important rivers of India. One is the Satluj river. तो यहाँ पे उसका सोर्स होता है रखस्थल. यहाँ पे किसका सोर्स होता है? इंडस का, बोकारचू ग्लेशियर. सो ये किस ऑर्डर में अरेंज है? नॉर्थ टू साउथ समझ में आ गया. बट द सांगपो रिवर, which is the name of Brahmaputra in the Tibetan area, that when it starts and when it flows and tries to enter India, it comes with the name of Siang. In the upper valley, it is known by the name of Siang. In the lower valley, it is named as Dihang. ठीक है. तो ये तीनों नाम जो मैंने अभी तक आपको बताया किसके हैं? ब्रह्मपुत्र के. ठीक है. Now, when it will be joined by Dibang and Lohit tributary from the left, that is when it becomes Brahmaputra. इस point पे इसको ब्रह्मपुत्र बोलते हैं. ठीक है. And then it will flow as Brahmaputra. When it will drain to Bangladesh, it will drain as the river Jamuna, which joins Padma and Meghna river respectively. Different names of the same river. Origin हमने देख लिया. This is one of the few rivers जो कि hairpin movement show करता है, cut show करता है. Along with Indus भी same turn show करता है. So ये जो turn है, ये किसकी वजह से आ रहे हैं? कहाँ के god से आ रहे हैं? नामचा बरवा से आ रहे हैं. This is also because of the Sachar zone, right? अब यहाँ से जब ये enter करता है, so the first two tributaries which it joins from the left side are Dibang and Lohit. How to remember the left bank tributary? DDLJ का नाम सुना? ठीक है. So इसमें Dibang, Dihing यहाँ पे आएगी, बूढ़ी Dihing रिवर यहाँ पे आएगी. Then the Dhansiri river, अब देखो ये यहाँ पे गलत दिखाया हुआ है. Dhansiri originates from Nepal. ठीक है, नेपाल. और यहाँ पे एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट नेशनल पार्क आता है, इंटंकी नेशनल पार्क. ठीक है. So we have got Dibang, we have got Dhansiri and we have got Lohit river. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कौन सी रिवर्स है, कौन सी ट्रिब्यूटरीज है? राइट और लेफ्ट? लेफ्ट बैंक ट्रिब्यूटरीज, राइट बैंक ट्रिब्यूटरीज याद करने का निमोनिक SMS TK और KT. K for calming, T for Teesta, most important tributary, has been asked by UPSC 3-4 times. ठीक है? So Teesta, it originates from India only. It is a right bank tributary. It is also been joined by another right bank tributary, which is Rangit. Rangit and Zemuchu tributaries have to be remembered by you. They have been asked in UPSC. Okay. Then it gets joined by Subansiri, Manas, and okay, also Subansiri is the longest tributary of Brahmaputra. Right bank, longest tributary of Brahmaputra. Almost all the important national parks which are found on the basin of Brahmaputra river are located in the state of Assam only. Important fact. चाहे ओरांग हो, मानस नेशनल पार्क हो, काजीरंगा नेशनल पार्क हो, सब कहाँ पे है? असम के अंदर है. कोबिटोरा हो, असम के अंदर है. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट, नामदफा पूछेंगे. नामदफा कहाँ पे है? Arunachal Pradesh. Question has been asked, but Namdapha is not in the drainage basin of Brahmaputra. You have to remember that. Next, बड़ा important national waterway भी pass होता है यहाँ से. National waterway number 2, which flows through or which is through Dubri and Sadia, right? Dubri and Sadia. So this is national waterway number 2. Now, some of the important cities. National park तो हमने देख लिया. Some of the important cities. So we have got Tejpur, we have got Guwahati. ये सारे कहाँ पे हैं? ब्रह्मपुत्र पे. And 2 very important riverine islands. One, which is the largest riverine island in the world, which is the Majuli Island, that is located on Brahmaputra. And second is Umananda. That is also a riverine island, which is the smallest riverine island of the world. That is also located somewhere here, west to the Guwahati, and that is also located in Brahmaputra. Fine? Chalo. अब इसमें क्वेश्चन देख लेते हैं. Which of the following tributaries joins the Brahmaputra river last? This question, जब भी आपको लगे कि मुझे आंसर नहीं आता, और अगर आपने करंट अफेयर बहुत अच्छा पढ़ के रखा है, generally try to go to that option which has been in current affair most prominently. तो तीस्ता रिवर बहुत ज्यादा न्यूज में था. कोई बता सकता है क्यों? Because there was a glove disaster of 2023 which took place in the South Lonak Lake of Sikkim, which flooded the Teesta River, which broke off the Changthang Dam. ये 3 बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एरियाज है. चंगथांग डैम दोबारा रीबिल्ड कर लिया गया है, इसलिए बहुत ज्यादा न्यूज में होता है. इसकी फ्लडिंग से पूरा सिक्किम खराब होने लगता है. ठीक है. सो तीस्ता रिवर इज द आंसर बिकॉज वेयर इज इट जॉइनिंग फ्रॉम सिक्किम. नाउ हाउ विल वी प्रिपेयर फॉर रिवर्स? लेट अस आल्सो लर्न दैट. ये कुछ टॉपिक्स हैं. इंडिया बांग्लादेश के बीच में हमेशा तीस्ता वाटर शेयरिंग को लेकर डिस्प्यूट होता है. तो डिस्प्यूटेड रिवर्स भी बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट है. अब इसके साथ में कुछ और वैल्यूएशन पढ़ूंगी. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल, व्हाट आर द स्टेट्स व्हिच आर कवर्ड इन द ड्रेनेज बेसिन ऑफ ब्रह्मपुत्र? तो बाकी सारे तो है नॉर्थ ईस्ट के, तो मुझे याद हो जाएगा, बट कौन से 2 नहीं है? व्हिच 2 ऑफ देम आर नॉट हियर, आर नॉट अ पार्ट? वन इज त्रिपुरा, अनदर वन वुड बी Mizoram. ठीक है. These 2 are not part of the drainage basin. Meghalaya is a part of drainage basin. इस तरीके से आप रिवर्स प्रिपेयर करोगे. ठीक है. करंट अफेयर के साथ हमने लिंक कर लिया. 2 रीजंस की वजह से ये रिवर न्यूज में थी, पूछी भी जा सकती है. यूपीएससी हैज बीन आस्किंग आल्सो, राइट? एंड द नेक्स्ट वन इज हाउ टू प्रिपेयर फॉर रिवर्स. सो व्हाट आई डू, आई क्रिएट दीज फॉलोइंग कॉलम्स. पीडीएफ आपको मिल जाएगा. ब्रह्मपुत्र के लिए मैंने बना के दिया है, बाकी रिवर्स के लिए आप खुद बनाओगे. ओरिजिन क्या है? लेफ्ट बैंक ट्रिब्यूटरी, राइट बैंक ट्रिब्यूटरी, मेजर सिटीज, नेशनल हाईवेज, वाटरवेज इफ एनी, देन एनी इंपॉर्टेंट योर वेटलैंड साइट, प्रेफरेबली रामसर साइट हो, तभी सारी वेटलैंड साइट कवर नहीं करनी है. इंपॉर्टेंट अर्बन सेंटर्स, एंड अगर कोई स्पीशी न्यूज में है इसकी वजह से, so that species news, certain miscellaneous topics as well, right? And when you have created this, उसके बाद अब खुद से एक मैप बनाने का ट्राई करो. ऐसा दूसरे मैप से आपको नहीं याद होगी रिवर्स. ठीक है. So this is how you will be creating notes for reverse. Now coming to next question, consider the following statement. Now यहाँ पे हमें क्या पता करना है? We have to identify the wetland. How many of you have got this question right? Very good. That is good. Preferably you would have been in touch with current affair. Am I right? या तो करंट अफेयर आपने पढ़ा है, या आपका एलिमिनेशन बहुत अच्छा चला है, क्योंकि दोनों तरीके से क्वेश्चन सॉल्व हो सकता है. सबसे पहली चीज है, इट इज अ मैन मेड वेटलैंड. ठीक है. सेकंड, इट इज लोकेटेड इन द सतपुड़ा टाइगर रिजर्व, अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट हिंट दैट हैज बीन ड्रॉप्ड. सतपुड़ास कहाँ पे है? इफ आई विल ड्रॉ द मैप ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश, दिस वुड बी विंध्यास एंड दिस वुड बी सतपुड़ास, एंड बीच में एक रिफ्ट वैली फ्लो करती है किसकी? नर्मदा रिवर की। तो सतपुड़ास यहाँ पे है, यानी ये लेक कहीं इस साइड पे होगा, ठीक है। नाउ it has been declared as a Ramsar site in 2024. Such questions have gained momentum again. I'll tell you how. Last 2 years से कैसे क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं? PM मोदी has been to a temple of सोमनाथ, so उन्होंने सोमनाथ के बारे में पूछ लिया। PM मोदी has gone and inaugurated शंकराचार्य का स्टैचू, शंकराचार्य के बारे में पूछ लिया। Then they have asked कि which of the following have been added in UNESCO intangible sites in the year 2023. So they are becoming very particular. वो आपसे सारी 80 रामसर साइट्स नहीं पूछेंगे जो इंडिया के पास है, वो आपसे सबसे रीसेंट वाली पूछ सकते हैं। तो रीसेंट वाली आपको याद रखना है, बिकॉज ट्रेंड है। उन्होंने रीसेंट टैंजिबल साइट्स पूछा हुआ है, कल्चरल हेरिटेज साइट पूछा है, इनटैंजिबल साइट्स पूछा है। सो रीसेंट में जो भी ऐड हुआ है वो आपको देखना है। दिस हैज बीन डिक्लेयर्ड एज अ रामसर साइट इन 2024। 3 रामसर साइट्स थी, 2 तमिलनाडु की थी और सिर्फ एक ही मध्य प्रदेश की थी, ठीक है ना। इफ आई नो दैट नर्मदा रिवर इज पासिंग हियर, so drainage basin यही कहीं होगा, आसपास ही होगा। and how many of you knew that Tava is a tributary of Narmada? Nobody knew, एक को पता था, वेरी गुड। पर आपका क्वेश्चन तो गलत चला गया कोई बात, बिकॉज नर्मदा इज ऑल्सो फ्लोइंग थ्रू दिस एरिया, देयरफॉर यहाँ पे आंसर पहले लॉजिक से तवा रिजर्वॉयर हो जाता। दूसरे लॉजिक से वी हैव गॉट, सो दिस Nanjarayan bird sanctuary, this was also designated as a Ramsar site in 2024, but from Tamil Nadu, ठीक है। एक केजू वैली थी, वो भी तमिलनाडु की थी। और जो तवा थी, करंट अफेयर का नॉलेज हो तो भी आप लगा सकते हो। अगर आपको डाउट हो रहा है इन तीनों में से, तीनों एमपी का है। यशवंत सागर इज इन इंदौर। भोज वेटलैंड ये 2022 में डेजिग्नेट हुआ था। भोज वेटलैंड तो 2002 में हो चुका है, आप अपने मैप्स में देखते हो ना, ये भी हो चुका है। तो तवा रिजर्वॉयर वाज द करेक्ट आंसर, एलिमिनेशन से भी निकल सकता था, ठीक है। चलो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। अच्छा, दिस यूपीएससी हैज आल्सो आस्क्ड a very similar question from the Ramsar sites previously, and just previously मतलब 2022 में पूछा हुआ है। which is the largest Ramsar site? बताओ बताओ, ऊपर तो देखो, बताओ। लार्जेस्ट रामसर साइट सुंदरबंस, स्मॉलेस्ट रेणुका। ये देखो, आपने पीवाईक्यू एनालिसिस किया नहीं है, मतलब बहुत प्रॉपर्ली। रेणुका वेटलैंड जो है वो स्मॉलेस्ट रामसर साइट इंडिया थी। हाउ मेनी रामसर साइट्स आर देयर? नॉट वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बट मोर देन 80 आर देयर नाउ, ठीक है। एंड रामसर इट सेड दैट दिस सिटी, वेयर इज इट फाउंड? विच कंट्री? ईरान। वेरी गुड, ठीक है। सो बेसिक हमने कर लिया। अब कौन सा स्टेट है जिसमें सबसे ज्यादा रामसर साइट्स होती है? मोर देन 10? तमिलनाडु। वेरी गुड। सो हियर आर द लिस्ट ऑफ ऑल द इंपॉर्टेंट रामसर साइट्स, यू नीड टू लर्न देम स्पेशली। स्टेट वाइज अगर आप याद रखोगे तो आपको अच्छे से याद हो जाएगा। लास्ट 2 इयर्स की रामसर साइट अच्छे से करके रखना है, इंपॉर्टेंट रामसर साइट्स पढ़ के रखना। सारी आपको नहीं पढ़नी है, ठीक है। चलिए, ये अभी इस साल ये सारी साइट्स इंक्लूड हुई है, ठीक है। इन 2025 फरवरी में इंक्लूड हुई है, तो आप इनको भी अच्छे से याद कर लो कहाँ पे हुई है। मोस्टली तमिलनाडु की ही होती है, नाम से समझ में आ जाता है। तो झारखंड और सिक्किम वाली याद, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। Next question, very simple one, is about weathering. Weathering could be physical weathering, chemical weathering, biological weathering. Chemical weathering, कहीं पे भी chemical reaction हो जाए. For that, what do we require? We require chemical elements. It could be water, it could be carbon dioxide, it could be acid, it could be base, could be anything. But the best source of chemical weathering is water because it is available everywhere. So the question is, water is one of the reasons for chemical weathering process. Correct? ठीक है. Second, water leads to accumulation of minerals in the dry region. This would have confused many of you. कुछ लोगों को लगा होगा कि desert landform में तो air agent होता है, water नहीं होता होगा. But see very clearly, if this is a rainy area where there is a lot of rain, it will cause the dissolution, the solution of this chemical, and it will lead to leaching. लेकिन अगर ये dry area में है तो solution बनेगा. Because of high temperature, water will get evaporated. You agree? So what will be there? सॉल्ट पैन्स बचे रहेंगे। तभी तो वर्ल्ड के जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट जिप्सम के सॉल्ट पैन्स होते हैं, लिथियम के सॉल्ट पैन्स होते हैं, वो डेजर्ट में होते हैं। दैट इज अ डिपोजिशन। जो प्लायाज होते हैं वो डिपोजिशनल इसलिए हो जाते हैं, ठीक है। सो सेकंड इज करेक्ट, इट लीड्स टू एक्यूमुलेशन ऑफ मिनरल्स। क्यों हो रहा है एक्यूमुलेशन ऑफ मिनरल्स? वंस अगेन आप बताइए क्यों हो रहा है? मैंने क्या बताया आपको? लीचिंग नहीं, इवेपोरेशन से पानी उड़ गया तो बचा क्या, सॉल्ट बचा, ठीक है, दैट इज व्हाई इट हैज बीन एक्यूमुलेटेड. सेकंड स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट. थर्ड स्टेटमेंट, वाटर कॉजेज इंक्रीज इन द वॉल्यूम ऑफ द रॉक, ठीक है. सो हम किसी भी चीज में वाटर को लंबे टाइम तक रखेंगे वो चीज फूलेगी. इमेजिन क्ले इन योर हेड, ठीक है, फूलती है, सो ऑब्वियसली इट विल, कोई चीज फूल रही है मतलब क्या हो रहा है, उसकी वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज हो रही है. वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज हो रही है मतलब डेंसिटी डिक्रीज हो रही है. मैं आपको सिर्फ कोरिलेशन बता रही हूँ, इसका इस क्वेश्चन से लेना देना नहीं है डेंसिटी का. वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज हो रही है, इट विल लीड टू क्रैक्स इन द रॉक्स, इट विल ट्राई टू अकोमोडेट मोर स्पेस. जैसे आप एक ग्लास लो, ग्लास में पानी भर दो, फ्रीजर में रख दो, जल्दी से नहीं निकालोगे तो स्टील की ग्लास को भी चटका देगा, तोड़ देगा. व्हाई? बिकॉज इट इज ट्राइंग टू एक्सपैंड, राइट. वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज हो रही है. सो हियर आंसर इज both of them are correct and it is the correct explanation of statement 1. नहीं, वेदरिंग इन द सेंस की जो रॉक है, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल, दिस इज अ गुड क्वेश्चन, फॉर एग्जांपल देयर इज अ रॉक सॉल्ट, ठीक है, बहुत बड़ा सॉल्ट था, अब समहाउ उसका कॉम्पोजिशन चेंज हो गया कुछ टाइम बाद, ओनली लेट्स से जिप्सम इज रिमेनिंग, ओनली नाइट्रेट इज रिमेनिंग, ऑल ऑफ द अदर हैज बीन क्रिएटेड इन द फॉर्म ऑफ सैंड. तो ये क्या हुआ, वेदरिंग का प्रोसेस हुआ, नेचर ऑफ द रॉक हैज बीन चेंज्ड. बट किसने चेंज किया, वाटर ने. किसने चेंज किया, केमिकल रिएक्शन ने. हाँ, जैसे कि सॉल्ट क्रिएट हो रहा है, हम सोचो ना, जो सॉल्ट आया होगा, सॉल्ट के पैन्स पता होगा आपको, बड़ी बड़ी खाड़ियां क्रिएट होती है. क्यों क्रिएट हो रही है, कोई रॉक होगी पहले वहां पे, ठीक है, उसमें वाटर ने रिएक्ट किया होगा बिकॉज रेनफॉल से आया होगा, डिसोल्यूशन हुआ उसका, उसकी वजह से क्या हुआ, जो पानी था इवेपोरेशन से उड़ गया, बचा क्या, सिर्फ सॉल्ट, सॉल्ट नीचे बच गया. सो वेदरिंग तो हुई ना, द कॉम्पोजिशन ऑफ दैट रॉक हैज बीन चेंज्ड, ज्योग्राफी हैज बीन चेंज्ड. गेटिंग इट? ठीक है, अदरवाइज आफ्टर दिस क्लास I'll address that. Okay, no issue. अब ये वाला क्वेश्चन है, just after the class है ना, थोड़ा सा टाइम लिमिट है. Amount of sunlight that reaches the outer atmosphere of our planet does not depend on which of the following. सबसे पहली बात तो most of the things would be factor influencing, but factor influencing किस चीज पे डिपेंड करता है? What is my level of exposure? What is my orientation? How am I standing? And not about how the surface looks like. Right? So for example, we know that Earth or any other planet are moving in elliptical orbit. Circular तो नहीं होते, elliptical orbit होता है. So definitely one position of Earth would be closer. This is known as perigee point. One would be very far away. This would be apogee point. जब distance अलग अलग है तो exposure towards sun would also be different. Insolation would be different. Second, what am I composed of? How much of a good absorber of heat am I? This is one of the reasons why Venus is the most warmest planet and not Mercury, which is closest. क्यों? क्योंकि Venus के पास atmosphere है. Atmosphere absorb करता है. Atmosphere में क्या होता है? We have got certain greenhouse gases, water vapors. They have a very good propensity to catch up the heat. अगर मैं capture कर पा रही हूँ heat को, तभी तो insulation increase होगी. Correct? Online students, are you getting it? चलिए, so second reason would be atmosphere. Second reason would be composition of the atmosphere. अगर atmosphere में नाइट्रोजन गैस ज्यादा है, हाइड्रोजन या फिर वाटर वेपर कम है, तो obviously the propensity to catch the heat would be decreased. So composition of atmosphere also matters, right? Here the answer would be which of the following does not depend or does not influences the amount of insolation received is the elevation and shape of the Earth's surface. ठीक है? Next question. Next question is about which of the following will affect the interannual variation of southwestern monsoon in India. Southwest monsoon किस वजह से होता है? Tibetan area में एक low pressure create होना चाहिए and there should be a significant amount of warming of the Indian Ocean. You all agree with this? अब इन दोनों चीजों को कौन सपोर्ट करता है और कौन नहीं करता है, वो हम रियलाइज करेंगे. तो सबसे पहले El Nino Southern Oscillations. Southern Oscillations comprises of 3 phases. The El Nino phase where the Eastern Pacific is warmer, वहां लो प्रेशर आ गया. तो जो वेस्टर्न पैसिफिक है, यानी जो ऑस्ट्रेलिया का रीजन है, इंडियन ओशन का रीजन है, वहां पे हाई प्रेशर आ जाएगा. हाई प्रेशर आएगा, so it will not allow the water vapor to rise up. Something will be pulling it down. As a result of this will be impacting. दूसरा फेज होता है ला नीना का. ला नीना में रिवर्स हो जाता है. ला नीना सपोर्ट्स Now they are saying which of the following effect, ये नहीं पूछ रहे हैं कि कौन सा इंडियन मॉनसून को प्रमोट करता है, ये बोल रहे हैं इफेक्ट कौन करता है, तो पहला वाला डेफिनेटली करेगा, ठीक है। तीसरा फेज कौन सा होता है सदर्न ऑसिलेशन का, न्यूट्रल फेज, 3 फेजेस होते हैं, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट इज इंडियन ओशन डाइपोल। इंडियन ओशन डाइपोल बेसिकली मींस दैट इन द इंडियन ओशन कभी कभी क्या होता है कि 2 कॉन्ट्रास्टिंग टेम्परेचर्स क्रिएट हो जाते हैं। अगर इस तरफ in the western side if there is a low pressure or warm temperature and opposite side में high pressure या फिर cold temperature create हो जाएगा, this will support the monsoon। जितनी ज्यादा हीटिंग उतने ज्यादा वेपर उतनी ज्यादा विंड टू ट्रेड विंड कैरी करके एकदम मॉनसून ले आएगी, करेक्ट। बट अगर ये ऑपोजिट हो जाएगा, नेगेटिव डाइपोल हो जाए, इट विल नॉट सपोर्ट इंडियन मॉनसून। सो सेकंड स्टेटमेंट इज आल्सो करेक्ट। अब आपको डाउट आया होगा नॉर्थ अटलांटिक ऑसिलेशन में, बिकॉज दिस इज हैपनिंग इन अटलांटिक। See anything, any phenomena which is taking place in Indian Ocean or in Pacific would definitely be impacting our monsoon. But Atlantic में भी कुछ भी हो जाए ना, because Earth is like, you know, this is a concept which is known as Usum hand. इसका मतलब होता है कि Earth में सारी चीजें एक दूसरे से interrelated है. Something which could be happening deep in ocean could also be impacting. So for example, आपने न्यूज में पढ़ा होगा equatorial plasma bubbles. So क्या हुआ कि there was a volcano in Tonga. It erupted and it caused problems in the ionosphere. That kind of impact is also possible, right? So obviously something which is happening in Atlantic. अब मैं जल्दी से बताती हूँ ये होता क्या है। So in the Atlantic there are 2 regions, ठीक है। जैसे यहाँ पे आप देखो तो ये ग्रीनलैंड है, ठीक है। यहाँ पे एक ग्रीनलैंड लो प्रेशर क्रिएट होता है। यहाँ पे एक आइलैंड है अफ्रीका के वेस्ट पे, इसको कहते हैं अजोर्स आइलैंड। ये अजोर्स पे जनरली हाई रहता है। टेम्परेचर कॉन्ट्रास्ट क्रिएट हुआ जिसकी वजह से एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट विंड फिनोमेना एग्रीवेट होता है, सपोर्ट होता है, उसको बोलते हैं वेस्टर्लीज। वेस्टर्लीज जितनी ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग होंगी उतना ज्यादा इंडियन मॉनसून को वो सपोर्ट करेंगी, ठीक है। अगर ये पॉजिटिव है, अगर ये कॉन्ट्रास्ट बहुत अच्छा मेंटेन्ड है, so this means that it will be supporting Indian monsoon. In different case, let's say climate change हो गया and यहाँ पे ये low pressure dilute हो गया, temperature contrast बहुत strong नहीं है, right? So as a result, what will happen? It will impact Indian monsoon adversely, ठीक है? So this is what is done by North Atlantic oscillation. Now next one is Pacific decadal oscillation. नाम से आपको समझ में आ रहा है something is happening in Pacific Ocean at decadal rate. 20-30 years तक टेम्परेचर सर्वाइव करता है। एल नीनो की अगर बात करें, दैट इज आल्सो हैपनिंग इन पैसिफिक, बट द टेम्परेचर जनरली मेंटेन्स फ्रॉम 2 to maximum 7 years, not more than that. Let's say decades क्रॉस हो गए and one part of Pacific has remained relatively warmer as compared to the second part, that leads to the creation of Pacific decadal oscillation. Whatever happens in Pacific will 100% have implication on Indian monsoon, just like El Nino. So it is more like एल नीनो ही है, बट एल नीनो का थोड़ा ज्यादा सस्टेन्ड वर्जन है। समझ में आ गया सबको, ठीक है। चलिए नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। अरेंज द फॉलोइंग हिल्स ऑफ इंडिया इन द करेक्ट सीक्वेंस फ्रॉम ईस्ट टू वेस्ट। ओके, सो आई हैव ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यू हाई यील्डिंग टॉपिक्स में वी हैव सीन that hills are a very important part of preparation. They have asked so many times questions on Vindhyas, Satpuras. अभी लास्ट ईयर उन्होंने क्वेश्चन पूछा था कि अमरकंटक रेंज इज एट द कॉन्फ्लुएंस ऑफ विंध्या रेंज एंड सह्याद्री रेंज। इज दिस स्टेटमेंट करेक्ट और फॉल्स? ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स, फॉल्स। व्हाट इज द रॉन्ग फैक्ट हियर? सह्याद्री, वेयर इज सह्याद्री लोकेटेड? महाराष्ट्र। इट इज इन फैक्ट सतपुड़ा, ठीक है। सो विंध्या सतपुड़ा रेंज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। एक और इंपॉर्टेंट रेंज है जो कि कंफ्यूजिंग हो सकती है। For those of you who belong to Madhya Pradesh know that Balaghat is actually a mineral rich region which is south of Satpura range. It is south of it is somewhere located over here, Balaghat, ठीक है। लेकिन जो बालाघाट के रेंजेस होते हैं ना, that is located in Maharashtra. तो ये भी आपको क्लियरली ध्यान रखना है। यू शुड ऑल्सो नो कि इनका सीक्वेंस क्या है। विंध्या, सतपुड़ा, देन सतमला हिल्स, अजंता रेंज क्वेश्चन पूछा हुआ है, ठीक है। देन बालाघाट, हरिश्चंद्र, इनका सीक्वेंस क्या है, स्पेशल अरेंजमेंट आपको पता होना चाहिए। यहाँ से भी आप पिक कर लोगे, हो जाएगा। सो अब इन्होंने क्या पूछा कि यू हैव टू अरेंज। सबसे पहले सबसे वेस्टर्न में क्या आता है? अरावली, नो ब्रेनर, ठीक है, ये तो आपको पता ही होगा। नेक्स्ट है कि कैमो रेंज कहाँ पे आता है? नाउ व्हेन वी रीड अबाउट विंध्यास एंड सतपुड़ास इन ग्रेट डिटेल, वी अंडरस्टैंड देयर आर एक्सटेंशंस टू द सेम रेंज, देयर आर एस्कार्पमेंट्स टू विंध्या. तो विंध्या के एस्कार्पमेंट्स कौन से होते हैं? विंध्या का एक्सटेंशन जब ईस्ट तरफ हो रहा होता है till Sasaram, Bihar, that extension is known as Kaimur. And when the same thing happens in Satpura, Satpura का जो extension है away from Madhya Pradesh, ठीक है, till Chhattisgarh, that is known as Maikal range. ठीक है, ये दोनों चीजें आपको ध्यान रखनी है. महादेव हिल्स किसका पार्ट है? विंध्या और सतपुड़ा, सतपुड़ा का पार्ट है. In fact, the highest peak of Satpura, the Dhupgarh peak, is also located in Mahadev range only. पचमढ़ी सुना होगा ना, पचमढ़ी इज महादेव रेंज. ठीक है, चलिए इसके बाद आता है रामगढ़. अब ये एक फैक्ट है, रामगढ़ इज इन छत्तीसगढ़. और अगर आपको ये नहीं भी आता था, गरजट, आई थिंक मोस्ट ऑफ यू हैव ऑलरेडी रेड, गरजट इज इन उड़ीसा. फाइन, कैन वी मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन और डू वी हैव एनी डाउट? वेरी गुड. चलिए नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, प्लेसेस सीन इन न्यूज. This is a very important topic. Every year they have been asking this question. अगर आपने बेसिक 50 प्लेसेस इन न्यूज भी प्रिपेयर कर लिया ना, काउंट पे 50 प्रिपेयर कर लो, आपके सारे क्वेश्चन सही हो जाएंगे. प्रॉब्लम ये होती है ना कि हम एक सोर्स से दूसरी सोर्स में भागते रहते हैं. कभी किसी का पीडीएफ पढ़ लिया, कभी किसी का वीडियो देख लिया. उससे क्या होता है कि हमारा कोर इस्टेब्लिश नहीं हो पाता, हम उसको रिवाइज नहीं कर पाते. हमारे पास कलेक्शन हो जाता है 200 प्लेसेस इन न्यूज का, उसका कोई मतलब नहीं है. जो इंपॉर्टेंट प्लेसेस इन न्यूज है हमेशा यूपीएससी वही पूछता है. प्लेसेस इन न्यूज में भी क्या पूछा जाएगा, मैं एक बार आपको आइडिया दे देती हूँ. सबसे पहली चीज, जो भी कंफ्लिक्ट रिडन प्लेसेस है, जब यूक्रेन और रशिया का वॉर हो रहा था, उन्होंने ब्लैक सी के बारे में पूछा, किव के बारे में पूछा, दे आस्क्ड अबाउट दिस कर्ट स्ट्रेट. ठीक है, सो ये इंपॉर्टेंट एरियाज बन गए. अभी कहाँ पे चल रहा है? इजराइल गाजा. सो इजराइल गाजा के बीच में जो भी कंफ्लिक्टेड एरियाज है, चाहे वो रफा क्रॉसिंग हो, एरेस हो, केरम शलोम हो, फिलाडेल्फी कॉरिडोर हो, ये सारे न्यूज में चल रहे हैं. तो हमें ये पढ़ना है जो भी कंफ्लिक्टेड है. दूसरा, जिनमें सोवरेनिटी को लेके बहस हो रही है, सोवरेनिटी यानी ईरान का है कि यूएई का है, जहां पे भी दो लोग लड़ रहे हैं, ठीक है, वो वाले एरियाज पे हमको याद करके रखना है. पीडीएफ में ये सब है तो आपको पता चल जाएगा. कहीं पे भी वॉर हो गया, क्राइसिस हो गया, हंगर क्राइसिस हो गया, भूखमरी हो गया, ड्रॉट आ गया, ऐसे रीजन जनरली पूछे जाते हैं. ठीक है, देन कोई स्ट्रैटेजिक प्लेस अगर बनी हो, स्ट्रैटेजिक प्लेस फॉर एग्जांपल गलाथिया पोर्ट बन गया है अभी इंडिया में. कहां पे बना है? अंडमान एंड निकोबार में. ठीक है, सो दैट हैज बीन क्लेम्ड एज द न्यू मेजर पोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया. तो ये जो स्ट्रैटेजिक एरियाज है ये हमारे लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है. रेड सी स्ट्रैटेजिक एरिया इंपॉर्टेंट है, मलक्का स्ट्रेट इंपॉर्टेंट है. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट इज क्लाइमेट चेंज की वजह से कौन से रिपरकशंस आए हैं, व्हाट हैव बीन द इंप्लीकेशंस ऑफ क्लाइमेट चेंज. वन वुड बी ड्राइंग अप ऑफ द प्लेसेस, सो दैट इज व्हाई दे हैव बीन आस्किंग क्वेश्चन ऑन ड्राइंग लेक्स, ड्राइंग रिवर्स एटसेट्रा. ठीक है, तो वो आपको प्रिपेयर करके रखना है. कोई भी यूनिक फिनोमेना हो रहा हो, जैसे मैंने अभी आपको इक्वेटोरियल प्लाज्मा बबल्स के बारे में बताया. ठीक है, ऐसे ही कितने लोगों ने एटमॉस्फेरिक रिवर्स के बारे में सुना है इस साल? काफी न्यूज में था, स्टिल बहुत कम लोगों ने सुना है. बाकी करंट अफेयर नहीं पढ़ रहे हो आप लोग? करंट अफेयर्स पे थोड़ा ध्यान दो. एटमॉस्फेरिक रिवर्स, पाइनएप्पल एक्सप्रेस क्या होता है, ये सब हमें पढ़ के रखना है. इंपॉर्टेंट एटमॉस्फेरिक फिनोमेना था. ठीक है, इसके बाद एनवायरमेंटल डिग्रेडेशन में दे विल बी आस्किंग कि सैंड माइनिंग की क्या इंप्लीकेशंस है. कोई भी चीज जो एनवायरमेंट को डिग्रेड करे उसकी इंप्लीकेशन पे दे विल बी फोकसिंग मोर. ठीक है, देन डिजास्टर्स आ रहे हैं, उनके बारे में कुछ गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव्स हैं, बट डिक्रीजिंग ऑर्डर ऑफ इंपॉर्टेंस मैंने इसको अरेंज करके रखा है. इसको आपको अच्छे से पढ़ लेना है प्लेसेस इन न्यूज के टाइम. ठीक है, चलिए नेक्स्ट, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग लोकेटेड नॉर्थ टू द इंडस रिवर. ये क्वेश्चन किस किस का गलत हुआ है, एंड यू कैन बी ऑनेस्ट. चलिए, सो सबसे पहली बात तो हम जल्दी से लद्दाख का, जम्मू कश्मीर का ज्योग्राफी पढ़ लेंगे ताकि सारे इंपॉर्टेंट एरियाज हमें याद हो जाए. ठीक है, सो फर्स्ट थिंग इज 4 रेंजेस जाती हैं, काराकोरम, लद्दाख रेंज, देन ज़ंस्कार रेंज, देन पीर पंजाल. पीर पंजाल जनरली जम्मू से जाती है. अब मैं जो आपको सिखाती जा रही हूँ उसको याद करते रहो. जितने भी ग्लेशियर्स हैं प्रोमिनेंटली काराकोरम के ऊपर रहेंगे, चाहे वो बाइफो हो, देवसांग, आपका ये जो रीमो ग्लेशियर आया हुआ है ये हो, या फिर हिस्पार ग्लेशियर हो, ये सारे जो इंपॉर्टेंट ग्लेशियर्स हैं वो काराकोरम के ऊपर रहेंगे. ठीक है, इंडस कहाँ से फ्लो करेगी? बिटवीन लद्दाख रेंज एंड ज़ांस्कर रेंज. इंडस एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट जगह से पास करेगी विच इज ले. ले इज where the Indus also passes through. Indus की दो बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट ट्रिब्यूटरीज है, एक है शोक और शोक की एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट ट्रिब्यूटरी नुब्रा. दोनों पे क्वेश्चन पूछा है, तो इन दोनों का ओरिजिन पहले देख लेते हैं. ठीक है, शोक यहां से ओरिजिनेट हो रही है एंड शोक की जो ट्रिब्यूटरी है वो क्या है, सॉरी शोक का जो ओरिजिन है वो क्या है, रीमो ग्लेशियर. कहाँ लोकेटेड है, काराकोरम के ऊपर. करेक्ट, काराकोरम रेंज समझ में आई, उसके ऊपर है. दूसरी चीज, वी हैव गॉट ओवर हियर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट ग्लेशियर, सियाचिन ग्लेशियर. सियाचिन ग्लेशियर, यहाँ पे इंदिरा पोल भी है, विच इज द हाईएस्ट, विच इज द नदर्न मोस्ट पॉइंट ऑफ इंडिया, राइट. एंड दिस इज ऑल्सो द ओरिजिन पॉइंट ऑफ नुब्रा रिवर, विच इज अ ट्रिब्यूटरी ऑफ शोक. तो जब क्वेश्चन पूछा था कि सियाचिन कहाँ लोकेटेड है, टू द नॉर्थ ऑफ नुब्रा वैली. ठीक है, जीमो ग्लेशियर का भी आपको समझ में आ जाएगा. अब एक बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट करंट अफेयर था कि इनमें से कौन से एरियाज न्यूज में है, क्योंकि कुछ एरियाज थे जहां पे इंडिया चाइना का ना वॉर हुआ है, एक तरीके से टसल हुआ है, नॉट वॉर प्रॉपर. जैसे गलवान वगैरह आपने सुना होगा, 2020 में हुआ, 2022 में हुए. सो अभी ना उन एरियाज को हमने ट्रैवल हॉटस्पॉट डिक्लेयर कर दिया है लद्दाख गवर्नमेंट ने. ठीक है, सो यहाँ से आपको क्या याद रखना है, कौन कौन से वो एरियाज हैं. दे रन पैरेलल टू एलएसी, दे रन पैरेलल टू एलएसी. बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एरियाज है, डारबुक, गलवान, दौलत बेग, ओल्डी. एक पैरेलल रोड बनाई जा रही है, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोड है, विच इज डारबुक शोक दौलत बेग ओल्डी रोड. दिस रन्स वेरी पैरेलल टू एलएसी. दिस इज अ स्ट्रैटेजिक पॉइंट जो इंडिया बनाने की कोशिश कर रहा है. इसी वजह से गलवान में अटैक हुआ था. गलवान इज जस्ट इन बिटवीन. ठीक है, समझ में आया. अब कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट ज्योग्राफिक फीचर्स. चांगथांग प्लेट्यू यहाँ आता है. चांगथांग प्लेट्यू में दो बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट एरियाज है, हमारी रामसर साइट लद्दाख की, सोमोरीरी. ठीक है, सेकंड इज हैनले. हैनले सबने सुना है, डार्क स्काई रिजर्व बना हुआ है वहां पे. सो हैनले, और ये कहाँ पे है, चांगथांग प्लेट्यू में. यहाँ पे सोमोरीरी, यहाँ पे आपका हैनले. नेक्स्ट ऊपर आएंगे, यहाँ बॉर्डर पे एक लेक है विच इज पैंगोंग सो. पैंगोंग सो लेक है. There are few Ramsar sites. There are few very important wetlands which have not been declared as a Ramsar site in India. You must remember. पहला पुलिकट लेक, सेकंड पैंगोंग सो. बायोडाइवर्सिटी के रिलेशन में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, पर डिक्लेयर नहीं हुआ है. ठीक है, चलिए. सो इसका आंसर क्या हो जाएगा, शिपकीला कहाँ पे है, हिमाचल प्रदेश. एक और इंपॉर्टेंट एरिया का नाम लिख लो, शिंकुनला. ये न्यूज में था. ठीक है, शिंकुनला is going to connect Himachal Pradesh with Ladakh. It is going to be one of the India's largest motorable road, right? Remo Glacier north में होगा, yes. सोमोरीरी नॉर्थ में होगा क्या, सोमोरीरी साउथ में देखा ना हमने इंडस के, समझ में आया आपको. पैंगोंग सो साउथ में नॉर्थ में होगा क्या, नहीं, पैंगोंग सो भी नीचे है. ठीक है, सो इसका करेक्ट आंसर है 3 ओनली. नाउ नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज अबाउट डेमोग्राफिक विंटर. कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट कीवर्ड्स पढ़ लेते हैं फटाफट. सबसे पहली चीज, डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड जो इंडिया में चल रहा है, विच मीन्स वर्किंग एज पॉपुलेशन बहुत ज्यादा है इंडिया में. वर्किंग एज पॉपुलेशन का मतलब ये नहीं है कि सारे लोग वर्क कर रहे हैं. दे आर एलिजिबल टू वर्क, दे कुड बी वर्किंग. सो डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड, अगर इस वर्किंग एज पॉपुलेशन के लोग सारी एम्प्लॉयड हो जाए, दैट विल बिकम डेमोग्राफिक बोनस. आप लिखते जाओ. ठीक है, फिर इसके बाद एक सिचुएशन आती है डेमोग्राफिक विंटर की. चलो, डेमोग्राफिक ट्रैप की. डेमोग्राफिक ट्रैप मतलब पॉपुलेशन इतना ग्रो कर गई कि इकोनॉमी सर्वाइव ही नहीं कर पा रही है उसको. दैट कंडीशन इज नोन एज डेमोग्राफिक ट्रैप. अफ्रीका में ये हो रहा है, पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ हो रही है लेकिन हेल्थ सर्विसेज नहीं है, सोशल सर्विसेज नहीं है, तो नेशन परेशान हो रहा है. ठीक है, दैट इज डेमोग्राफिक ट्रैप. देन अगर एजिंग पॉपुलेशन बढ़ने लग जाए तो उसका पहला जो सिग्नल होता है वो होता है डेमोग्राफिक विंटर. डेमोग्राफिक विंटर मतलब कि जो रिप्रोडक्शन है वो डिक्लाइन कर रहा है, फर्टिलिटी डिक्लाइन कर रही है आउट ऑफ चॉइस मोस्टली. तो दिस इज वेयर द फर्टिलिटी लेवल्स हैव गॉन बिलो द रिप्लेसमेंट लेवल. रिप्लेसमेंट लेवल मतलब द रेट एट विच नेक्स्ट जनरेशन कुड बी रिप्रोड्यूस्ड. इक्वल अमाउंट ऑफ पीपल कुड बी रिप्रोड्यूस्ड इन द नेक्स्ट जनरेशन. इंडिया के लिए क्या है 2.1, लेकिन हमारा TFR क्या चल रहा है, टोटल फर्टिलिटी रेट 2. और ऑलमोस्ट सारी कंट्रीज में, स्पेशली वेस्टर्न नेशंस में आप देखो, यूरोप USA में तो बहुत ही कम हो चुका है. ठीक है, सो यहाँ पे हम देख रहे हैं कि डेमोग्राफिक विंटर आ रहा है. पीपल आर चूजिंग नॉट टू हैव चिल्ड्रन, इवन इफ दे आर गेटिंग द बेटर फैसिलिटीज, दे आर चूजिंग नॉट टू हैव चिल्ड्रन. गेटिंग इट? चलिए, सो हियर आंसर इज सी, डेमोग्राफिक विंटर क्या है आपको समझ में आ गया? कौन से स्टेज में होगा ये डीटीटी मॉडल के? लास्ट स्टेज पे। फाइन, चलिए नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन एंड द लास्ट वन। क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स रिसोर्सेज चैप्टर से सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट एरिया है। What are the major minerals of India? What are the minor minerals and what are the critical minerals in use? Last year कोबाल्ट पे क्वेश्चन पूछा था, लिथियम पे अभी तक आए नहीं, लिथियम पे क्वेश्चन पूछा जा सकता है हाईली लाइकली। तो कुछ चीजें फटाफट देख लेते हैं। पहली चीज कि about half of the world's lithium reserve is located where? This fact is very important because this data keeps changing. In the year of 1990s, it was found कि USA सबसे ज्यादा प्रोड्यूस करता है, ब्लू USA सबसे ज्यादा प्रोड्यूस करता है। फिर बीच में बोला कि इट इज पॉसिबल चिली सबसे ज्यादा प्रोड्यूस करता है, एंड वी ऑल नो दैट देयर इज एन एबीसी ट्रायंगल, अर्जेंटीना, बोलिविया एंड चिली ट्रायंगल, है ना? They are the largest producers, they have the largest reserves, but now it has been found more than 50% of world's lithium reserve is found in Australia undoubtedly. बहुत सारी जगह, बहुत सारी वेबसाइट्स, लिटरेचर आपको कंफ्यूज कर सकते हैं क्योंकि वो अपडेटेड नहीं होते। अपडेटेड वर्जन में ऑस्ट्रेलिया इज द करेक्ट आंसर। One more thing which was in news according to, related to lithium was which of the following has got the largest reserves, one geographical area which has got the largest reserve of lithium. This is located in Bolivia. This is a desert which has got the largest lithium reserves and the name is Salar, which means salt pan, D Uyuni. ये क्वेश्चन भी आ सकता है, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टेस्ट न्यूज। ठीक है एवरीवन, राजी खुशी? ठीक है, चलो। सो नाउ द नेक्स्ट पार्ट ऑफ द डिस्कशन दैट इज ऑफ हिस्ट्री will be taken forward by Suyer sir. So thank you so much. कोई भी अगर आपको डाउट हो, you can reach out to third floor of 7B building. We'll be happy to help you. Online students, bye and take care.
हिस्ट्री नहीं पढ़नी है, सोच लो, योर कॉल। अच्छा ठीक है, गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, बिफोर वी बिगिन, I have a small question for all of you. How many of you actually found the history section to be a bit on easier line? Anyone else? नहीं, सबको डिफिकल्ट लग रहा था? Before we begin, there are 3 important instructions. ठीक है, instructions क्या है? First of all, there is a lot of value addition which we'll do to the questions today. ठीक है? So if there are 10 questions, we are basically going to make it 50 topics of history, which I will be teaching in the next 40 minutes. ठीक है? PPT of that will be available to you on the portal, right? Idea is कि PPT से हम जो भी revise करना है prelim से पहले वो यहाँ से कर लेंगे. Clear है? Beside that, also remember one thing, that is, let's say for example, there are 4 kind of history which exist, right? One history which you guys know from whichever sources you have read, है ना? Second, the history which I know from whatever sources I refer. Third, history which actually happened which nobody knows, right? Fourth, history which is actually relevant for UPSC examination, and that is exactly what we'll be focusing today. Okay? So basically it is going to be a lot of factual information delivered to you with various methods which you can actually apply in the prelims examination. So we are not only going to discuss about the content itself. ठीक है? कुछ एलिमिनेशन टेक्निक समझने की कोशिश करेंगे, देखेंगे कि अगर क्वेश्चंस नहीं आता था, कोई भी बेसिक नॉलेज नहीं थी, तो क्या कॉमन सेंस से क्वेश्चन सॉल्व हो सकते थे या नहीं? क्लियर? ठीक है। आइडिया ये है दैट व्हेन वी टॉक टू द स्टूडेंट्स, सर्टेन प्रॉब्लम्स व्हिच वी आइडेंटिफाई व्हेन इट कम्स टू द हिस्ट्री सेक्शन, पहला ये है दैट देयर इज अ वास्ट कॉर्पस ऑफ हिस्ट्री ऑल टुगेदर, मैग्नानिमस सिलेबस, राइट? एंशिएंट हिस्ट्री से शुरू करते हो पैलेलिथिक एज से, यू गो टिल द कैबिनेट मिशन 1946, जब तक कैबिनेट मिशन तक पहुंचते हो पैलेलिथिक दिमाग से चला गया होता है। सेकंड क्या है? Let's say for example, whenever we are solving such questions, we need to take quantum jumps. In one area we are solving Mauryan Empire, next question can be, let's say for example, it can be asked some government of India at 1935, right? So you have to recall a lot of important factual information in the constraint of time. कितना time available है prelims examination में? 1 minute, right, for a question. ठीक है? आइडिया ये है कि फॉर दैट पर्पस व्हाट वी हैव डन, वी हैव एनालाइज्ड सर्टेन इंपॉर्टेंट पैटर्न्स, राइट, ऑन व्हिच यूपीएससी इज आस्किंग क्वेश्चंस रिपीटेडली, ठीक है। उससे क्या होगा, द रिवीजन पोर्शन इज एक्चुअली गोइंग टू कट डाउन, ठीक है, that okay, these are certain areas from where UPSC keeps on asking questions, so I'm going to revise that first, right? For example, every year UPSC is asking at least 2 questions on ancient literature, है ना, तो यानी कि मैं प्रीलिम से पहले क्या कर सकता हूं, I can create a list of ancient literature altogether, right? I can just revise it right before going to the examination, कर सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट इज, अगर मेरे पास एक इस तरह का शॉर्ट नोट्स है, right, the kind of thing which we are going to see today, how to make that, we can revise it right before entering into the prelims hall itself, correct? Idea is we will also look at certain techniques which you guys can apply for your retention, and ultimately the common sense which is not so common, है ना, ठीक है। फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन देखते हैं। Before that, the first technique which we are going to apply is the integration of the current affair, ठीक है। If there is some news related to literature, important architecture, art forms in the newspaper, it has high probability of actually coming in your examination, correct? कैसे पता चला? By analyzing the PYQ itself, right? 2 years down the line, there was actually kind of a temple, 64 Yogini temple, which was very frequently in the news. क्यों? Because the opposition was criticizing the central government at that point of time, that you guys are creating central vista, but it doesn't have any historical linkage, ठीक है? They were arguing on the line that this parliament building which we had, the old parliament building, it had a connection, or it was based upon the model of which temple? 64 Yogini temple, right? क्या कोई बता सकता है 64 योगिनी टेम्पल लार्जर टेम्पल आर्किटेक्चर में किस कॉर्पस का पार्ट है? नहीं। पीवाईक्यू सबने देखा होगा, रिसर्च नहीं किया, कोई बात नहीं। आइडिया क्या है? यूपीएससी क्या करता है, उस थीम को पिक करता है, 64 योगिनी टेम्पल, क्रिएट्स अ क्वेश्चन ऑन दैट, राइट? लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल नहीं पढ़ा 64 योगिनी टेम्पल, नहीं पढ़ा हमने खजुराहो का आर्किटेक्चर, करेक्ट? क्या ये क्वेश्चन फिर भी सॉल्वेबल है? Look at the second statement. Says what? It is the only circular temple built in our country. 28 states, 9 union territories, 1 lakh gods, more than 10 lakh temples. क्या possibility है कि सिर्फ एक ही circular temple होगा? Right? Very less probability of that. Common sense लगा सकते हैं। अगर second statement को eliminate किया तो क्या direct answer आ रहा है? आ रहा है? ठीक है। Similarly, basically what we did, we identified certain important themes which has been in the newspaper. ठीक है, यहां पे भी वो सेम टेम्पलेट अप्लाई करने की कोशिश करेंगे। बिफोर दैट, दिस वाज द क्वेश्चन आस्क्ड टू यू, पैरट लेडी, करेक्ट? आइडिया ये है, लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल none of you actually knew about this parrot lady and first time this term appeared in your life in this examination itself, ठीक है? आइडिया ये है कि क्या हम कुछ कॉमन सेंस यहां पे लगाकर इसको एलिमिनेट करने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं, एटलीस्ट 1 या 2 ऑप्शन, ठीक है? लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल we look at the first temple and that is कैलाश टेम्पल, ठीक है? क्वेश्चन टू ऑल ऑफ यू, क्या ये यूनेस्को वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज साइट है? यस। पार्ट ऑफ विच पर्टिकुलर लार्जर कॉर्पस ऑफ टेम्पल? एलोरा। एलोरा में वी बेसिकली हैव 34 caves, राइट, बिलोंगिंग टू 3 डिफरेंट रिलीजन, करेक्ट? जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल महादेव की त्रिमूर्ति देखने को मिलती है तो हिंदुइज्म है, जैन तीर्थंकारास के स्कल्पचर देखने को मिलते हैं तो जैनिज्म है, बुद्धिज्म में फॉर एग्जांपल देयर इज अ डिपिक्शन ऑफ योर महायानास, राइट, द बोधिसत्वास, Padmapani, Avalokiteshvara, Manjushri, etc. All 3 religions are depicted here. In the specific cave number 16, you come across this particular temple called as Kailash Nath Temple. ठीक है? क्यों इसको यूनेस्को वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज साइट डिक्लेयर किया गया? Just look at these rock cliffs on the side, right? Basically, this was one single basalt cliff. The architects actually started carving it down from the top to the bottom, right? And created this structure in which century? In 8th century C. कोई बता सकता है स्पेसिफिकली ये कैलाश नाथ टेम्पल किसने क्रिएट किया था? कृष्णावन में, राइट? सी, जो भी याद करना है उसको याद करने का एक तरीका है। तरीका क्या है? फॉर एग्जांपल फेमस लेजेंड है, आप लोगों ने सुना होगा, कृष्ण जी लिफ्टिंग द गोवर्धन टेम्पल, ठीक है? हम मान लेते हैं, इमेजिनेशन कर लेते हैं कि लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल दिस पर्टिकुलर टेम्पल एक्चुअली रिप्रेजेंट्स व्हाट? द गोवर्धन टेम्पल। तो कौन बना रहा है? कृष्णावन, राइट? किस डायनेस्टी का रूलर है? राष्ट्रकूटा का। कब से कब तक रूल किया था? 756 से लेकर 774 तक, ठीक है? आइडिया ये है दैट बेसिकली दिस टेम्पल ऑफ कैलाश एट एलोरा इज मेजरली अ रिलीजियस टेम्पल, राइट? तो प्रेजेंस ऑफ सच नॉन रिलीजियस स्कल्पचर लाइक अ पैरट लेडी, राइट, विद अ हिंट ऑफ रोमांटिसिज्म, चांसेस कम लग रहे हैं, करेक्ट? एक और ट्राई करते हैं। लेट्स से सन टेम्पल इन मोधेरा, डेडिकेटेड टू सन गॉड, राइट? मोधेरा हैज बीन इन द न्यूज रिसेंटली, कोई बता सकता है क्यों? द विलेज ऑफ मोधेरा इन गुजरात, फर्स्ट सोलर पावर्ड विलेज इन आवर कंट्री, राइट? क्या? मोधेरा। मोधेरा में क्या मिलता है? सन टेम्पल। क्या ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैंसर पे फॉल करता है? यस, एब्सोल्युटली, एग्जैक्टली, करेक्ट। आइडिया क्या है? किसने बनाया? सोलंकी डायनेस्टी ने। रूलर का नाम क्या था? भीमा वन, राइट? इन विच स्पेसिफिक ईयर? 1025-26। और क्या पूछ सकता है यूपीएससी? अगर एक फैक्ट मुझे और याद रखना है तो आई कैन जस्ट राइट पुष्पावती। पुष्पावती रिवर के बैंक पे है, ठीक है। Idea is, if there exist so many temples and so many important temples, even if you are kind of extracting 4 or 5 points, over the period of time it will become what? 30 temples, 120, 130 points. That is revisable. कैसे नोट्स बनाने हैं? एग्जैक्टली इसी फॉर्मेट में, राइट? 3 से 4 इंपॉर्टेंट की कैरेक्टरिस्टिक जो एक्सट्रैक्ट कर लिया, जॉब इज डन, राइट? आइडिया ये है दैट एज इट इज डेडिकेटेड टू द सन गॉड, chances of such non-religious sculpture is here also is very less. हमने क्या किया? 2 स्टेटमेंट एलिमिनेट किए. The probability of now doing this question correct has increased to 50%. Clear है? ठीक है. Now just look at another important temple and that is Konark Sun Temple. You guys will like, sir, this is also dedicated to sun god. तो इसको भी एलिमिनेट कर सकते हैं? नहीं, because यहाँ पर एक्चुअली में certain erotic sculptures based upon the model of the legends of Mithun and let's say for example your calm or pleasure has actually present. ठीक है. Some of you might be thinking that presence of such erotic sculptures in, for example, a religious site like a temple, थोड़ा सा और लग रहा है. बट अगर हमारे एंशिएंट इंडियन ट्रेडिशंस में आप लोग देखेंगे तो आप लोगों ने गोल ऑफ पुरुषार्थ सुना होगा, द 4 स्टेजेस ऑफ लाइफ, राइट? कोई बता सकता है क्या है पुरुषार्थ का कंसेप्ट? हाँ, yes, absolutely, right? There is a path of righteousness, there is a path of accumulation of materialistic wealth called as earth, then there is moksha, liberation and ultimately calm or pleasure, right? So ये जो स्कल्पचर्स आप देख रहे हैं वो उस टाइम के एक बहुत फेमस लिटरेचर के ऊपर है. लिटरेचर का नाम है कामसूत्र, और कामसूत्र किसने लिखा है? एब्सोल्युटली, ठीक है. आइडिया क्या है कि जब हम बात करते हैं लेट्स से कोणार्क सन टेंपल की, स्पेसिफिकली किस ईयर में बना? 1250. कौन सी डायनेस्टी थी? The dynasty was your Eastern Ganga dynasty, which was ruling the Kalinga at that point of time. ठीक है. स्पेसिफिक रूलर जिन्होंने बनाया उनका नाम था नरसिंह देव वन, ठीक है. आइडिया ये है कि यहां से हमें किस तरह का आर्किटेक्चर देखने को मिलेगा? कलिंगा आर्किटेक्चर, ठीक है. कलिंगा आर्किटेक्चर से रिलेटेड सर्टेन स्पेसिफिक टर्म्स है. The terms are basically, for example, we'll be referring to that when we come to your खजुराहो का आर्किटेक्चर. आइडिया इज क्यों पैरेट लेडी पूछा जा सकता था? बिकॉज it has been in the news. क्यों? Our Indian Prime Minister actually visited the Canadian Prime Minister, right? From there, this particular stolen sculpture of parrot lady was actually kind of returned back to our country. ठीक है. अगर मेरे को इस तरह के आर्टिकल की हेडिंग में एक इंपॉर्टेंट स्कल्पचर, आर्किटेक्चर, लिटरेचर दिख रहा है तो क्या उसके आने की प्रोबेबिलिटी है? द आंसर इज यस, ठीक है. हमने रिटर्न में बेसिकली क्या दिया कनाडा के प्राइम मिनिस्टर को? हमने दिया उनको मिनिएचर पेंटिंग ऑफ गुरु नानक देव. Guru Nanak Dev, who basically lived from the year of 1469 to 1539, one of the very prominent Bhakti saint and the establishment of Sikh Empire as well, right? अगर मैं बोल रहा हूँ he lived from the year of 1469 to 1539 and I give you a statement that Guru Nanak Dev was a contemporary of Mughal ruler Akbar, क्या करेक्ट है? अकबर started ruling from when? 1556, है ना? तो कौन मुगल रूलर्स कंटेम्पोरेरी होंगे गुरु नानक देव के? बाबर एंड हुमायूं. क्लियर है? इसी तरह से यूपीएससी स्टेटमेंट देता है. तो जब आप पढ़ रहे हैं तो इस तरह से इंटर रिलेट करके पढ़िए टॉपिक्स को याद करने के लिए, ठीक है. आइडिया क्या है? द टेम्पल ऑफ खजुराहो, राइट, क्रिएटेड फ्रॉम द ईयर ऑफ 950 टू 1150 बाय विच डायनेस्टी? चंदेला डायनेस्टी, who were at that point of time ruling a particular area called as जेजका भुक्ति, which is the modern day मध्य प्रदेश basically. और अगर खजुराहो में इतना बढ़िया टेम्पल बना रखा है, इतना लार्ज स्केल आर्किटेक्चर, तो इनका कैपिटल कहां पे होगा? इतना बड़ा आर्किटेक्चर बनाया है खजुराहो में तो कैपिटल कहां पे होगा? राइट. सो इनका कैपिटल था बेसिकली कालिंजर में, राइट. कल्चरल कैपिटल वाज बेसिकली खजुराहो. लेटर ऑनवर्ड्स दे विल एक्चुअली काइंड ऑफ ट्रांसफर द कैपिटल टू महोबा, है ना. आइडिया क्या है कि जब हम कलिंगा का आर्किटेक्चर देते हैं, इट इज द जेनिथ ऑफ द नगाड़ा काइंड ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर, ठीक है. जैसे कि आपको इस पर्टिकुलर पिक्चर से क्या याद करना होगा पीपीटी में से? ये टर्म्स, कलश, अम्लका, शिखर, उरु शिखर, राइट, अंतराल, योर महामंडपा, मंडपा एटसेट्रा। और जब यही सेम चीज कलिंगा आर्किटेक्चर में पढ़ोगे कोणार्क सन टेम्पल के लिए, तो क्या हो जाएगा, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल जो लार्जर सैंक्टम होता है वो तुम्हारा हो जाएगा रेखा डुवेल, करेक्ट। जो लोअर सैंक्टम होता है वो क्या हो जाएगा, पीढ़ा डुवेल, है ना। जो मंडपा होता है वो क्या हो जाएगा, जगमोहन, करेक्ट। What UPSC can do, it can ask you these terms and ask you in the context of ancient Indian history, what does these terms represent, ठीक है। सिमिलरली जब ये शिखर देख रहे हो यहाँ पे, तो नगाड़ा आर्किटेक्चर में शिखर के भी कई पार्ट्स होते हैं, कोई बता सकता है, कई टाइप्स होते हैं। आर्ट एंड कल्चर पे सो गए हम लोग, भगवान भरोसे छोड़ दिया है, ठीक है। आइडिया क्या है, शिखर के पार्ट टाइप्स होते हैं, जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल देयर इज रेखा प्रसाद, देयर इज योर फम सना, देयर इज योर वलाभी। 3 टर्म्स पूछ सकता है यूपीएससी, क्या पूछ सकता है कि ये क्या है। These are basically the type of shikhars which you get in the ancient Indian history, specifically in the Nagara architecture, the greatest example of which is temple of खजुराहो। क्लियर है। आइडिया ये है कि जब आप लोग एनालाइज करते हो ना पेपर को, तो इस तरह से एनालाइज करना है कि आपने उस टॉपिक की थीम लिया, उसके स्टेटमेंट्स देखे, उससे जितनी चीजें कवर हो सकती हैं 3 पॉइंट्स निकाले, एंड यू कवर्ड अ लॉट ऑफ टॉपिक्स। क्लियर है, ठीक है। नाउ लेट्स मूव टू द सेकंड क्वेश्चन। आइडिया ये है, अगेन देयर हैज बीन अ वेरी प्रोमिनेंट न्यूज वेरी रिसेंटली। प्राइम मिनिस्टर जो थे वो विजिट करने जा रहे थे यूएसए को, बीच में थोड़ा सा रुक गए फ्रांस में ही एक्चुअली अलोंग विद द फ्रेंच प्रेसिडेंट इमैनुअल मैक्रॉन paid tribute to a cemetery in which region in Marseilles, where they basically commemorated what, the 1481 soldiers who fell during the World War I, right? Basically kind of emphasizing on what, the contribution of Indians in the World War I, ठीक है। आइडिया क्या है, क्या हमने बहुत प्रोमिनेंट कंट्रीब्यूशन दिया था, यस एब्सोल्युटली। क्या कोई आर्किटेक्चरल स्ट्रक्चर है जो कि एग्जिस्ट करता है, जो एक्चुअली में कमेमोरेट करता है उस पर्टिकुलर इवेंट को, यस एब्सोल्युटली। हमने क्या किया, थीम को पिक किया, अब उस थीम के बारे में पढ़ना शुरू कर देंगे, ठीक है। ट्राई करते हैं। आइडिया इज टू एक्चुअली काइंड ऑफ वीव अ स्टोरी लाइन टू रिटेन द फैक्ट, ठीक है। एक मेजर प्रॉब्लम जो एक्चुअली में एस्पिरेंट्स करते हैं, क्लासिकल यूपीएससी एस्पिरेंट मिस्टेक्स कम्स टू हिस्ट्री, स्टार्ट डूइंग रट्टाफिकेशन, राइट। सब करके आए थे घर से, है ना। आइडिया क्या है, हिस्ट्री का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट है स्टोरी, जिसपे कंप्लीटली मिस ऑन कर जाते हो, राइट, ठीक है। एक छोटी सी कहानी सुनते हैं, राइट। एनीबॉडी फॉर स्टोरी टाइम? नहीं, 30 क्वेश्चंस करके थक गए, ठीक। छोटी सी कहानी ये है, 1911 ईयर आता है, ब्रिटिशर्स बोलते हैं लेट्स शिफ्ट आवर कैपिटल फ्रॉम कलकत्ता टू दिल्ली। क्यों? बिकॉज कलकत्ता हैज इमर्ज्ड एज अ काइंड ऑफ अ मेजर सीट ऑफ पॉलिटिकल पावर, ठीक है। क्या इसका रिफ्लेक्शन देखने को मिला है ब्रिटिशर्स को वेरी रिसेंटली? यस, एक बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट मोमेंट हुआ है 1911 से पहले, स्वदेशी मूवमेंट 1905 टू 1907। एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सेशन है स्वदेशी मूवमेंट का, जिसमें डिमांड ऑफ स्वराज रखा गया था। अगर कोई बोल रहा है तो थोड़ा लाउड बोलो दोस्त। कलकत्ता सेशन 1906 प्रिसाइडेड बाय होम, दादा भाई नौरोजी, डिमांड ऑफ स्वराज और डोमिनियन स्टेटस, ठीक है। आइडिया क्या है कि ब्रिटिशर्स जो है वो थोड़े अप्रहेंसिव हो गए हैं, राइट, कलकत्ता को लेकर। दे आर सेइंग एक काम करते हैं, शिफ्ट करते हैं कैपिटल कहां पे, दिल्ली पे। जस्ट उससे 700 इयर्स पहले, दिस इज हाउ यू शुड कनेक्ट द हिस्ट्री, 1211 में ये सेम चीज हुआ था, व्हेन द कैपिटल ऑफ अ ममलुक डायनेस्टी वाज शिफ्टेड फ्रॉम लाहौर टू दिल्ली बाय व्हिच ममलुक सुल्तान रूलर, इल्तुतमिश। एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट, राइट। सेम चीज हो रही है 700 बाद, द हिस्ट्री इज रिपीटिंग इटसेल्फ, ठीक है। आइडिया ये है कि अब हमें दिल्ली को फिर से रिक्रिएट करना पड़ेगा, एक सिटी बनानी पड़ेगी, because first of all it is an unplanned city created by as a Shahjahanabad by Shahjahan and deserted after the year of 1857 because revolt of 1857, kind of the extinction of the Mughal empire by the exile of the last Mughal ruler who was Bahadur Shah Jafar, ठीक है। बहादुर शाह जफर रंगून चला गया, दिल्ली जो है वो तब से डेजर्टेड है, now they will need to rebuild it, बट प्लान में थोड़ा चेंज आता है। चेंज क्या है, 1914 व्हाट हैपेंस ऑन 28th of July 1914, assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, who was basically the heir to the Habsburg Empire, Austrian Empire। इससे अल्टीमेटली ट्रिगर क्या होता है, वर्ल्ड वॉर 1 1914, करेक्ट। तो अब कंस्ट्रक्शन नहीं करेंगे दिल्ली में, थोड़ा सा होल्ड कर देते हैं। आइडिया है हु आर फाइटिंग हियर, द अलाइड वर्सेस द सेंट्रल पावर। अलाइड पावर बेसिकली मींस योर ब्रिटेन, फ्रांस, रशिया। सेंट्रल पावर बेसिकली मींस योर जर्मनी एंड द ऑस्ट्रियन एम्पायर, ठीक है। एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम आर वी कॉलोनाइज्ड? द आंसर इज यस। तो बेसिकली हमें क्या करना पड़ेगा, अपने सोल्जर्स देने पड़ेंगे उनको फाइट करने के लिए। मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है आपसे, द पीस लविंग गांधी will support the recruitment of soldiers in this war or not? He will support, but isn't it against the idea of ahimsa and all of that? This is exactly the paradox, right? Whenever Gandhi comes in your mind, always remember the paradox. Yes, बिल्कुल अहिंसा करना है, but at the same time क्या हमें अपने जिस एम्पायर का हम पार्ट है उसकी हेल्प करनी चाहिए? Yes. तो क्या सोल्जर्स का रिक्रूटमेंट करना चाहिए? द आंसर इज यस, इवन दो तिलक विल बी अगेंस्ट इट, राइट, फिरोज शाह मेहता विल बी अगेंस्ट इट, बट ठीक है। आइडिया क्या है? मोर देन 5 लाख, राइट, 84,000 Indian soldiers actually served in this World War I, and they formed the part of which reserve? Imperial Strategic Reserve. Ultimately, by the time the World War ended in the year of 1919, 74,817 Indians had actually laid down their lives serving the British Dominion and protecting their territories. क्लियर है? ठीक है। अब आइडिया क्या है कि वर्ल्ड वॉर खत्म हो चुका है, तो क्या हम कंस्ट्रक्शन फिर से शुरू कर सकते हैं? बिल्कुल। 2 आर्किटेक्ट हायर किए जाते हैं, एडविन लटिन एंड हर्बर्ट बेकर। ठीक है। Edwin Lutyens says that these soldiers who has martyred for our independence, let's try to commemorate them by creating this India Gate, right? The foundation stone of which was laid down by whom? The Duke of Connaught in the year of 1921. ठीक है। तो अगर अभी आप लोग का शाम को कनॉट पैलेस जाने का टाइम मन कर रहा है, तो बेसिकली नाम कहां से आया कनॉट पैलेस का? ड्यूक ऑफ कनॉट से। ठीक है। 10 इयर्स लगे बनाने में। बाय ईयर ऑफ 1931 इट वाज इनॉग्रेटेड बाय होम? लॉर्ड इरविन। स्टेटमेंट में क्या दिया है? लॉर्ड कर्जन। लॉर्ड कर्जन वाज वाइसरॉय टिल 1905 ओनली। तब तक तो फाउंडेशन स्टोन भी लेट डाउन नहीं किया गया था। क्लियर है? आइडिया ये है कि जो रेड सैंडस्टोन आप देखते हैं, दैट इज बेसिकली कमिंग फ्रॉम द भरतपुर माइंस, एंड इफ यू विल गो एनी टाइम टू इंडिया गेट, you guys will see the name of 13,313 soldiers who has been engraved there, who led their life in World War I. ठीक है। आइडिया ये एक छोटी सी कहानी, और कहानी ये है कि जब ये आइडिया था बनाने का दिल्ली, तो एडवर्ड लटी ने चूज किया रेजिना हिल्स। ठीक है। उसने बोला रेजिना हिल्स पे वी विल क्रिएट अ न्यू स्ट्रक्चर। वहां पर एक छोटा सा विलेज था, मालचा विलेज, उसको डिस्प्लेस करना पड़ेगा, राइट? हु लिसन टू द पुअर पीपल एनीवे? So those people of the Malcha village was basically kind of forced to leave their huts and move to uninhabited region. They inhabited far away from the central this Connaught Palace, right? And they settled down at a place called as Rajendra Nagar, जहां पे आज आप लोग बैठे हैं। ठीक है। वही राजेंद्र नगर जो कि बन जाएगा रिफ्यूजी पॉइंट आफ्टर द पार्टीशन। ठीक है। In the year of 1976, a person from South India, a very distinguished professor, will actually come and open an institution here itself. Over a period of time, that institution will become the symbol of UPSC preparation. आज आप उसी की बिल्डिंग में बैठे हैं। करेक्ट? आइडिया क्या है? You are not only reading history or part and parcel of it as well. ठीक है। ठीक है। अब क्या होता है? 1976 याद रहेगा, जब इंस्टीट्यूशन बना उससे 5 साल पहले क्या हुआ? 1971 में there was a Indo-Pakistan war in the backdrop of Bangladesh liberation war. ठीक है। Which was led by whom? Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, whose daughter Sheikh Hasina has very recently fled the Bangladesh. So, to commemorate the Indian soldiers who sacrificed their life in this Indo-Pakistan War of 1971, Indira Gandhi created this Amar Jawan Jyoti right in the front of it. ठीक है? क्लियर है? अगर हमें इतना याद रहता, तो क्या हम आराम से यहाँ पे स्टेटमेंट्स को सॉल्व कर सकते हैं सिर्फ स्टोरी लाइन पे? एडविन लटिन यस, लॉर्ड कर्जन नो, अमर जवान ज्योति किस वॉर के लिए है? बस इतना ही करना है। ठीक है। Moving to the next question. Idea is now we are talking about धम्मचक्र प्रवर्तन सूत्र। ठीक है। एक छोटी सी कहानी और 2 मिनट की है ना, प्लीज बियर कर लो। आइडिया क्या है? उस कहानी के बाद इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर करोगे तुम लोग। ठीक है। तो थोड़ा सा कहानी सुनेंगे और फिर इस क्वेश्चन को सॉल्व करेंगे। ये एक पर्टिकुलर इमेज है विच यू गाइज विल गेट इन योर पीपीटी। ठीक है। पूरा का पूरा बुद्धिज्म के जितने इंपॉर्टेंट टर्म्स हैं वो सारे इस पीपीटी, इस पर्टिकुलर स्लाइड पे दिए हुए हैं। स्क्रीनशॉट ले लेना, पढ़ लेना, जाने से पहले प्रीलिम्स के एक बार देख लेना। ठीक है। कहानी बेसिकली शुरू होती है एक बुद्धिस्ट टेक्स्ट से जिसका नाम है ब्रह्मजल सूत्र। ब्रह्मजल सूत्र टेक्स्ट सेज बेसिकली दैट ड्यूरिंग द टाइम ऑफ महाजनपदास देयर एग्जिस्टेड 63 स्कूल ऑफ फिलॉसफीज इन आवर कंट्री। ठीक है। वन ऑफ द स्कूल ऑफ फिलॉसफी इन आवर कंट्री वाज द श्रमण ट्रेडिशन, राइट? द हेटेरोडॉक्स सेक्ट। Shraman tradition was basically against the Vedic practices, Vedic rituals. They were like, why we are doing this unnecessary rituals, yajanas, sacrifices, right? What is the need of priesthood? Rather, it emphasized upon what? Tapasya, right? Individually मेहनत करो तभी क्या मिलेगा? मोक्ष या liberation. क्लियर है? आइडिया ये है कि क्या ये हेटेरोडॉक्स सेक्ट शमन ट्रेडिशन प्रीस्टहुड के अगेंस्ट था? यस, एब्सोल्युटली. Now there is a term which appears in your NCERT called as Kutagrashala, where the leaders of these various school of philosophies used to meet each other and to have the debates. Correct? Idea क्या है? Idea ये है कि one among this heterodox sect was your Buddhism. ठीक है? So Buddhism was part of Shravan tradition against the Vedic rituals. Established by whom? Established by your Siddharth Gautam. ठीक है? Siddharth Gautam, who was basically born at which place? At Lumbini, or the ancient name of that was Kapil Vastu. ठीक है? मैं कह रहा हूं नहीं, ये कह रहा है रुमेन द इंस्क्रिप्शन ऑफ अशोका. रुमेन द इंस्क्रिप्शन बोलते हैं या फिर क्या बोलते हैं? लुम्बिनी इंस्क्रिप्शन. उसमें वो खुद बोलता है दैट शाक्य मुनि वाज बोर्न हियर, दैट्स व्हाई द प्लेस वाज एग्जेम्प्टेड फ्रॉम द टैक्सेस. राइट? एक टर्म याद रहेगा, शाक्य मुनि. इस साल पूछा गया था प्रीलिम्स 2024 में. क्लियर है? आइडिया ये है दैट व्हेन बुद्धा वाज बोर्न देयर केम अ मॉन्क नेम असिता. Asita made a prophecy about this young child. He said that either this kid is going to be the greatest ruler of the world in the future or the greatest monk. Right? So the king Siddhodana actually got a bit scared. Right? फिर nepotism चालू कैसे रहेगा? King के बाद king कैसे बनेगा अगर ये monk बन गया तो? So he ensured that Buddha is surrounded by all the luxuries of the world. ठीक है? Then if we refer to a Buddhist text called as Digha Nikaya, there comes the year of 534 BC, right? When Buddha is at what age? 29 years. And at that time, he actually wanders away from the place and he sees four visuals, the four visuals called as Chatro Mahanimitta. ठीक है? The four visuals which are actually going to change his perspective about life. What was the first thing which he saw? He saw basically a kind of an old person. So he was like, everyone is aging, right? For example, while this lecture is going on, you guys are actually getting nearer to the prelims examination. है ना? Second, he actually comes across what? A kind of a sick person. So he realizes that every one of us is suffering from one disease or another. For example, some of you might be suffering from the kind of untreatable disease called as love. है ना? तीसरा, he actually comes across a corpse. So he realizes every good thing eventually comes to an end in the life, just like this particular lecture. Correct? चौथा क्या देखता है? वो देखता है एक मॉन्क और उसको रियलाइज होता है दैट देयर आर सर्टेन पीपल हु आर एक्चुअली एस्पायरिंग फॉर समथिंग हायर इन देयर लाइफ. राइट? कुछ गोल है उनके पास करने के लिए. फॉर एग्जांपल, हाउ यू गाइस हैव डिसाइडेड टू एक्चुअली सर्व द पीपल, आई एक्सपेक्ट. है ना? आइडिया क्या है? दैट विल लीड टू समथिंग कॉल्ड एज स्पिरिचुअल अर्जेंसी अमंग बुद्धा, समवेगा. क्लियर? So now Buddha is like that, no, I need to attain enlightenment, I need to find certain methods to end the suffering of the people. ठीक है? So he will eventually do what? He will say that bye bye to his papa and he's like, I'm leaving the palace. Leaving the palace on which horse? Kantaka, right? And the name of the charioteer was Chandaka. Correct? And that event of leaving the materialistic life is termed as Mahabhinish Kraman. Correct? Now he has become what? A pravajaka, or basically a wanderer, a person who is living an ascetic life. Clear? From which place he started this journey of becoming a pravajaka? The place was called as Rajgir. ठीक है? For 6 years he will wander across the various places. कौन से हैं वो places? उसको जाके घर पे शारीरिक स्तूपा सर्च कर लेना. जहां जहां ओरिजिनल 8 शारीरिक स्तूपा बनाए गए वहीं वहीं पे बुद्धा गए. ठीक है? Idea is that eventually he will reach to a place called as Uruvela, the ancient name of Bodh Gaya, right? Which was at the bank of which river? The river Fagun river. ठीक है? Where he will sit down under a kind of a tree, people tree, and he will start meditating for how many days? 49 days, right? During which there will come a lady called as Mara, who basically represents desire, right? She is like, will like to kind of disturb Buddha. Buddha would be like, nahi dost, prelims pass aa raha hai. ठीक है? Idea is what? He eventually realizes 4 noble truths called as Arya Sachini. Correct? And realization of that, Buddha becomes what? An enlightened person. That is Nirvana, and thus Buddha becomes what? Tathagat, the person who arrived and got liberated from the endless cycle of life and death called as Sansar. Clear है? 2 टर्म याद हुए, शाक्य मुनि और तथागत. इतना पता होता तो इस बार प्रीलिम्स में 2 नंबर लेकर आते. क्लियर है? 4 सचनी क्या थे? पहला, he realizes that sabbam dukkham, all of us are equally sad, right? Imagine a traffic signal, a person sitting on bicycle looks beside person sitting in the, let's say, bike. Person on the bike is looking at a person who is in the car. Correct? Idea क्या है? सभी दुखी हैं. इसका रीजन क्या है according to Buddha? That is either tanha or samudaya, which basically represents desire. attachment to some kind of desire. And is there a way to actually cease from that desire? The answer is yes, that is nirodh. ठीक है? And what is that nirodh? That is to follow the asangika mark. ठीक है? Now Buddha has attained a lot of knowledge. ठीक है? काफी बुद्धि आ गई है. But इतने ज्यादा नॉलेज का फायदा क्या जब ऑडियंस नहीं हो बताने के लिए? करेक्ट. तो बुद्धा will also need for an audience. He will wander to a place called as Mrigdaya or Deer Park, where at Rishipatna, that is the ancient name of which city? Sarnath. Correct. वहां पे उसे कौन मिलते हैं? 5 लोग, बेसिकली द 5 ओरिजिनल फॉलोअर्स, राइट, जिनका निमोनिक्स यहाँ पे लिखा है. इसके अलावा कोई भी नाम आया अगर फॉलोअर्स में, राइट, जो पहले फर्स्ट 5 फॉलोअर्स थे तो हटा दोगे. अगर नाम ऐसे शुरू हो रहा है तो हट जाएगा, बिकॉज KBVAM है. द नेम ऑफ फर्स्ट 5 फॉलोअर्स वर कौंडिन्य, वशपा, अश्वजीत, महानमन एंड भद्रिका. ठीक है, आई रिपीट, कौंडिन्य, भद्रिका, वशपा, अश्वजीत एंड महानमन, द फर्स्ट 5 फॉलोअर्स ऑफ बुद्धा. ठीक है, टू विच बुद्धा टेल्स व्हाट दैट दोस्त एक मस्त चीज मिली है, असंगिका मार्ग. ठीक है, फॉलो करके देखो, श्योर शॉर्ट रिजल्ट है, राइट. And the moment he gives the first sermon, the law of the wheel turns. Correct? क्योंकि इससे पहले क्या था? The path of righteousness, the Vedic traditional path. Correct? Now it will change and become what? The path of Shraman tradition, and that event is called as Dham Chakra Parvartana. ठीक है, यही पूछा है. Correct? तो अभी हमने क्या किया? कुछ पूरे बुद्धा का जो भी जर्नी था till the attainment of enlightenment, that we have covered. क्या आप ये क्वेश्चन सॉल्व कर सकते हो? पहला टर्म है परिव्रजका, राइट, which Buddha became when he left the palace and thus he was a renunciate or wanderer. सेकेंड टर्म क्या है? श्रमण. श्रमण तो अगेंस्ट है ना प्रीस्ट के, वैदिक ट्रेडिशंस के, तो क्या रिमूव कर सकते हैं? बिल्कुल. उपासका इज द ले फॉलोअर बुद्धिज्म, सेकंड हटाया, आंसर आ गया. करेक्ट. ये हैं आपके वो यूपीएससी के हिस्ट्री के क्वेश्चंस जिनको लेकर आप लोगों ने एक वो पूरा बना रखा है मिथ, राइट, कि ये अनसॉल्वेबल है और पता नहीं कहां से पूछे जा रहे हैं, राइट. ठीक है, एक और देखते हैं. बेसिक एनसीईआरटी पढ़ी जा सकती है ना. बेसिक एनसीईआरटीज में मैप्स दिए हुए हैं, मैप्स देखे जा सकते हैं. करेक्ट. आइडिया क्या है? इंपॉर्टेंट कोस्टल साइट्स दी हुई है. लोदल बहुत न्यूज में है. करेक्ट, कोई बता सकता है क्यों? National Maritime Heritage Complex is being created there, right? 2 or 3 times it has actually featured in the news. Correct. Then there is your important site of, let's say for example, Dholavira here, right, which might have at the coast at that point of time. There is your very important site here, for example, called as your Surkotada, Dholavira, Lodal. कोट दीजिए, याद है किसी को यहाँ पर? Right, which is on the right, on the left bank of Indus River. Right bank पे मोहनजोदारो है. Correct. दोनों को ट्विन सिटीज कहा जाता है. अगर सिर्फ कोट दीजिए याद रहता और हम 4 को हटा देते तो क्या आंसर आ जाता? एक मैप से क्वेश्चन सॉल्व हो रहा है. ठीक है, आइडिया क्या है? न्यूज में क्या है? लोदल. वी आर गोइंग टू बेसिकली कवर द लोदल इटसेल्फ. ठीक है, कैबिनेट अप्रूव्स डेवलपमेंट ऑफ नेशनल मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स एट लोदल. लोदल, द पोर्ट साइट विच हैज बीन between which 2 rivers, Sabarmati and Bhogavo. ठीक है, आइडिया क्या है? In most of the sites of Harappa, when you see, they are actually basically there is a raised citadel on the west, which basically shows some kind of authority, artificial platforms. Then there is a lower city. There are only 2 places where this citadel and the lower city are at the same level. Citadel is basically considered as a place which where basically a lot of public building appears, right? जैसे कि for example Great Bath, आपका हाउस ऑफ प्रीस्ट, असेंबली हॉल, जो भी हमको देखने को मिलता है मोहनजोदारो में, वो सारा का सारा कहां से मिलता है? सीटाडेल से मिलता है. ठीक है, 2 साइट ऐसी हैं जहां पे सीटाडेल और लोअर कॉम्प्लेक्स दोनों एक ही जगह पे है. पहली आपके सामने है, दैट इज लोदल. ठीक है, सेकेंड साइट इज बेसिकली योर सुरकोटाडा. ठीक है, 2 साइट्स याद रहेंगे, है ना. तीसरी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज क्या है? यहां पे हमें एक्चुअली में देखता है मैकेनिज्म फॉर फ्लड कंट्रोल. देन इफ यू गाइस सी दिस पिक्चर, what they have done, they have created a block of bricks. यहां से आपकी ड्रेन आ रही है. Then within these blocks they have created the small holes. ठीक है, आइडिया ये है that if the water might have been flowing from here, the drainage water, it might have acted as a kind of a solid waste management system. कहां मिलता है? लोदल पे. ठीक है, दूसरा आपको यहाँ पे डबल ब्यूरियल्स देखने को मिलते हैं, राइट. और सबसे फेमस कैरेक्टरिस्टिक जो आप सबको याद होगी, दैट इज बेसिकली अ डॉकयार्ड. क्लियर है? ठीक है, एक चीज और याद रखिएगा, सिलेंड्रिकल सील विद द सिंबल ऑफ एलिगेटर, राइट. क्या कर सकते हैं, सारी हड़प्पन साइट्स उठाइए, 4-4 कैरेक्टरिस्टिक पॉइंट लिख लीजिए, डिस्क्रिप्शन में आएगा, आइडेंटिफाई हो जाएगा, कर सकते हैं, ठीक है। Moving to the next question. The next question here basically talks about two important terms has been given, Chettiars and Bohras. ठीक है, मैं कह रहा हूं लाइफ में कभी नहीं सुना, पहली बार आकर यहीं पे सुने, ठीक है। आइडिया ये है, थोड़ी बहुत एनसीईआरटी भी अगर पढ़ी है, you guys might have come across a term called as Shetty, है ना, the Shetties, the traders, the merchants, संगम एज, करेक्ट। अगर मुझे शेट्टी याद है तो क्या मुझे ये सेम उसी से मैं ये क्वेश्चन नहीं सॉल्व कर सकता था? Many of the time in UPSC focus upon the terms which has been given to you. The dissection of those keywords can also get you to the answer. So much so, once I think back in 2023 they asked a question, gave this much of paragraph describing a particular place, wasted a lot of space and paper. Then अगर उसका हिंदी ट्रांसलेशन देखते तो हिंदी ट्रांसलेशन उस पैराग्राफ का था, they were actually had mentioned लास्ट में कि ये कच्छ भूमि है और ऑप्शन में था रन ऑफ कच्छ, ठीक। तो यूपीएससी जो है वो चाह रहा है कि एग्जाम पास कर लो, राइट, बट तुम लोग भी जिद पे अड़ गए, है ना, कि हम नहीं करेंगे। आइडिया क्या है कि अगर मैं बेसिक एनसीईआरटी पढ़ता, बेसिक एनसीईआरटी, तो पूरा का पूरा एक चैप्टर है जिसमें से ये सारे इंपॉर्टेंट टर्म्स मैंने आपके लिए एक्सट्रैक्ट किए, ठीक है, मेडिवल हिस्ट्री का। सेम वहीं पर ये दो टर्म्स भी दिए हुए हैं, दैट इज बेसिकली द चेटियार्स एंड द बोहरास। क्लियर है? आइडिया क्या है, इमेजिन करो एक सिटी ऑफ हम्पी, अब टर्म्स को याद कैसे रखते हैं, ठीक है। सो देयर इज अ सिटी ऑफ हम्पी, ठीक है, कोई बता सकता है हम्पी किस रिवर के बैंक पे थी? तुंगाभद्रा रिवर, करेक्ट। किस डायनेस्टी का कैपिटल थी? विजयनगर एम्पायर। विजयनगर एम्पायर वाज एस्टैब्लिश्ड इन विच ईयर? 1336 बाय होम, हरिहर एंड बुक्का राय। क्लियर है? आइडिया यह है कि उस सिटी में इट्स अ थ्राइविंग सिटी, ठीक है, बहुत बड़ा मार्केट है, राइट। तो इमेजिन अ मार्केट विद देयर आर लॉट ऑफ ट्रेडर्स, वीवर्स, आर्टिसंस, राइट, and this large market is termed as what? As your मंडपिका, ठीक है। यही मंडपिका आज का जाकर क्या बनता है? मंडी। क्लियर? in this mandapika there are lot of commercial streets which exist, correct, जिसको क्या बोलते हैं? हट्टा। आज उसी हट्टा का टर्म क्या है? हाट, करेक्ट। आइडिया यह है कि यहां पर आ रहे हैं ट्रेडर्स जो एक तो लैंड रूट से आ रहे हैं, उनका नाम है बंजारास। फिर कुछ ट्रेडर्स हैं who are coming from the maritime route, right, using the important ports of that point of time, and those traders are called as your Chettiars, your Marwadi Oswas, and your Muslim Bohras. Trading with which region? Red Sea, Persian Gulf, East Africa, Southeast Asian countries, ठीक है। क्या क्या ट्रेड कर रहे हैं? फॉर एग्जाम्पल दे आर ट्रेडिंग इन, लेट्स से फॉर एग्जाम्पल द वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोडक्ट्स ऑफ स्पाइसेस। स्पाइसेस वाज वेरी मच हाई डिमांड इन द यूरोप एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम। क्यों? बिकॉज यूरोप में कौन सा क्लाइमेट है? टेम्परेट। तो जो क्रॉपिंग पीरियड होता है वो क्या होता है? बहुत शॉर्ट होता है, राइट। तो उनकी शेल्फ लाइफ को इंक्रीज करने के लिए इट वाज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू डू व्हाट? टू यूज आवर स्पाइसेस लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल योर पेपर, कैडमम, क्लोव एटसेट्रा, ठीक है। सिमिलरली व्हाट दे वर ट्रेडिंग, वन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टर्म, क्या कोई बता सकता है? बफ्त हवा। आपके एनसीईआरटी के टर्म्स हैं ये, राइट। आब्रवन बता सकता है कोई? नैन सुख बता सकता है? नैन सुख से कुछ डिसफर कर सकते हैं, कोई चीज जो देखने में बहुत अच्छी लगती हो? जमदनी बता सकता है कोई? नहीं। एक मूवी का सीन है कि इतना सन्नाटा क्यों है, राइट, रिवीजन नहीं है। सेकेंड इज योर आब्रवन, राइट। आब्रवन, Nansuk, these were basically the cotton textile products which we were producing in the medieval time period, right. Buffed hawa basically means woven air. Nansuk basically means something which is very pleasant to the eye, right. हिस्ट्री बोरिंग सब्जेक्ट नहीं है दोस्त। जब फ्रेंच रिवॉल्यूशन पढ़ते हो तो गुलोटिन ऑफ मैरी एंटोइनेट याद है? लुइस मोनार्की, उनको मतलब मारा जाता है, राइट, गुलोटिन किया जाता है। पॉलिटी में भी एक पर्टिकुलर बिल पढ़ते हो, गुलोटिन करना, करेक्ट। तो जब उसे गुलोटिन किया जाता है तो उसने एक गाउन पहना था, वो गाउन बेसिकली क्या था? बफ्त हवा, वूवन एयर, which was being traded by whom? These very same kind of the traders which you heard about, right? ठीक है, ये टर्म्स जो है याद रहेंगे, कॉटन टेक्सटाइल के लिए है। ये सारे इंपॉर्टेंट की टर्म्स याद रहेंगे अगर पूछा तो, ठीक है। आइडिया इज देयर आर सर्टेन इंपॉर्टेंट पोर्ट साइट्स, ठीक है। जितनी इंपॉर्टेंट पोर्ट साइट्स हैं एंशिएंट टाइम की वो आपके पीपीटी में मिल जाएगा, करेक्ट। ये पढ़ लेना, राइट अगर सिर्फ इतना भी पढ़े होगे, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल भृगु कच्छ विच इज द मॉडर्न डे बरोच, सुपारका विच इज द मॉडर्न डे सोपारा, राइट ऑल द डायनेस्टीज देयर इंपॉर्टेंट पोर्ट्स हैज बीन मेंशन्ड। यूपीएससी क्या करता है, बहुत डिफिकल्ट लेवल क्वेश्चन बना देता है, ठीक है। जैसे कि आपने क्या किया, आपने बड़ी मेहनत की, आपने बोला कि मैं सब याद करके जाऊंगा, कोरकई इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पोर्ट ऑफ पांड्यास, पुम्पुहार इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पोर्ट ऑफ चोलास। यूपीएससी बस इतना पूछता है कि दोस्त ये बता दो कोरकई और पुम्पुहार क्या है, ठीक है। पीपीटी से ये पोर्ट्स याद हो जाएंगे, है ना, ठीक है। मूविंग टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, राइट आइडिया इज क्वेश्चन है ट्रैवलर्स के ऊपर, किस पर्टिकुलर डायनेस्टी में, विजयनगर एम्पायर के डायनेस्टी में। सो अगर हम एंशिएंट हिस्ट्री पढ़ रहे हैं तो बाय द टाइम ऑफ 326 बीसी देयर वाज एन इन्वेजन ऑफ आवर कंट्री बाय समवन। 326 BC invasion in our country, the first invasion, Alexander, correct? So defeats Ambi, defeats Porus, reaches to the which river? वो तो बैटल ऑफ हिदास्पस हुआ था मैडम। कौन सी वो रिवर थी जिसने बाउंड्री बनाई अलेक्जेंडर की? फिर उसके सोल्जर्स ने बोला बस दोस्त अब नहीं, अब जा रहा हूं। बियास रिवर, राइट, बेसिक एनसीईआरटीज, ठीक है, कोई बात। आइडिया क्या है, फ्रॉम दैट टाइम पीरियड वी हैव अ कॉन्टैक्ट विद द इंडो यूरोपियन वर्ल्ड, राइट, तब से ट्रैवलर्स कंटिन्यूअसली आ रहे हैं, राइट। फिराज गोरखपुरी का एक शेर है कि काफिले आते गए हिंदुस्तान बनता गया, ठीक है। आइडिया क्या है, यूपीएससी कीप्स ऑन आस्किंग फ्रॉम दीज ट्रैवलर्स, ठीक है। हम क्या करेंगे, जितने इंपॉर्टेंट ट्रैवलर्स हैं ऑफ विजयनगर एम्पायर वी हैव ब्रॉट हियर, राइट। फॉर एग्जाम्पल हमें क्या करना है, ट्रैवलर्स की लिस्ट बनानी है, रूलर्स की लिस्ट बनानी है, और जो भी उनके इंपॉर्टेंट ऑब्जर्वेशंस थे वो लिखने हैं, दैट्स ऑल, ठीक है। We will start from where? We will basically start from Al-Biruni, ठीक है। Again, just go to your NCERT, search for this particular chapter, आपकी न्यू NCERT में दिया हुआ है, सारे इंपॉर्टेंट जो ट्रैवलर्स हैं वो वहां पर मेंशन्ड है, ठीक है। जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल द यूपीएससी itself provides all of this information which you guys can see here, right? About Al-Biruni, wrote a book called as तहकीक-ए-हिंद, कहां से आता था, ख्वारिज्म इरानियन रीजन से, ठीक है। Became a slave of महमूद गजनी, महमूद गजनी की रेड हो रही थी हमारी कंट्री में 1017 में, राइट। अल-बिरूनी जो है वो यहां पर आ गया। यहां पे आने के बाद ही बिकेम एन इंडोलॉजिस्ट और समवन हु एक्चुअली हैड अ ग्रेट इंटरेस्ट इन द काइंड ऑफ द हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिया, राइट। सो ही स्टार्टेड एक्चुअली डेवलप्ड अ वेरी ग्रेट इंटरेस्ट फॉर आवर लिटरेचर, भगवद गीता, पुराण्स, महाकाव्यास, कंपेयर्ड देम विद द ग्रीक टेक्स्ट ऑफ दैट टाइम, एरिस्टोटल, सोक्रेट्स एटसेट्रा, है ना। आइडिया क्या है कि जब वो ये कर रहा है, एट द सेम टाइम ही इज आल्सो प्रोवाइडिंग द स्ट्रॉन्ग क्रिटिक ऑफ आवर सोसाइटी एज वेल, कॉलिंग इंडियंस वेरी फुल ऑफ देमसेल्व्स, ठीक है। थोड़ा अपने बारे में सुन लो, जिनको ऐसा लगता है कि उन्हें सब आता है, जिन्हें कोई और नॉलेज की जरूरत नहीं है, राइट। आइडिया इज व्हाट, इट ही मेक्स अ प्रोफेसी दैट दिस सिविलाइजेशन इज डेस्टाइन्ड टू फॉल, एंड दैट एग्जैक्टली हैपेंड इन व्हिच ईयर, 1192 सी। 1192 सी में क्या होता है, बैटल ऑफ तराइन, ठीक है, एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट, राइट, वेयर पृथ्वीराज चौहान इज डिफीटेड बाय होम, मोहम्मद गोरी, ठीक है। यहां से शुरू करते हैं। आइडिया ये है दैट देयर आर सर्टेन इंपॉर्टेंट ट्रैवलर्स ड्यूरिंग द विजयनगर एम्पायर, ऑल ऑफ दैट हैज बीन लिस्टेड बाय यू, ठीक है। थोड़ा सा एक्सप्लेन करता हूं बट आई थिंक टाइम अलाउ नहीं करेगा, राइट। आइडिया ये है कि पीपीटी में पढ़ लेना, राइट, या वोटिंग कर लेते हैं, सभी सहमत हैं, ठीक है। हाँ, घर जाने की जल्दी किसी को नहीं, ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं, 1-2 मिनट लेट जाना। आइडिया क्या है, निकोलो कॉन्टी से शुरू करते हैं, कब आया, देवा राय के टाइम पे, ठीक है। जब हम विजयनगर एम्पायर के बारे में पढ़ते हैं, 4 डायनेस्टीज आती हैं, ठीक है, कोई बता सकता है क्रोनोलॉजी? एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट, एक ही आदमी पढ़ रहा है बस हिस्ट्री, ठीक है। आइडिया क्या है कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रूलर होते हैं संगम डायनेस्टी के, दैट वाज योर देवा राय वन, ठीक है। देवा राय वन जो है उनके टाइम पे कौन सा ट्रैवलर आ रहा है, निकोलो कॉन्टी क्या है, एक वेनेशियन मर्चेंट, ठीक है। आइडिया ये है कि जो इंफॉर्मेशन ये प्रोवाइड करता है निकोलो कॉन्टी, दैट एक्चुअली हेल्प्स टू द क्रिएशन ऑफ योर फ्रा मोरो मैप, or the first map which basically describes that there still exists a kind of a possibility that we can travel to India from the Cape of Good Hope। यहां से शुरू होगा वो मैरीटाइम सर्च इंडिया के लिए, जो कि बहुत प्रोमिनेंट हो जाएगा 1451 के बाद बिकॉज ऑफ द फॉल ऑफ कॉन्स्टेंटिनोपल, लैंड रूट चला गया। अब आप देखेंगे क्या ट्रैवलर्स आने लग जाएंगे केप ऑफ गुड होप से, इंडिया में पहुंचेगा 17 मई 1498 को कौन, वास्को ड गामा, ठीक है। सेकंड आता है अब्दुल रजाक, किसके टाइम पे, देवा राय के टाइम पे, पर्शियन ट्रैवलर था। आइडिया ये हमें क्या याद रखना है, उसने किताब लिखी मातला उस सदाइन व माजमा उल बहराइन और बेसिकली द कॉन्फ्लुएंस ऑफ टू सीज, ठीक है, जहां पर जो ट्रेड पोर्ट्स हम देख रहे थे इन सारे ट्रेड पोर्ट्स को उसने एक्चुअली में डिस्क्राइब कर रखा है, ठीक है। थर्ड इज फॉर एग्जांपल योर दुआरते बारबोसा, सो अंडर कृष्णदेवराय द ग्रेटेस्ट रूलर ऑफ योर विजयनगर एम्पायर, राइट, यूपीएससी इन द लास्ट 2 years हैज केप्ट ऑन आस्किंग ऑन कृष्णदेवराय, राइट। एक बार क्या पूछ लिया, भटकल फोर्ट पूछ लिया, उससे पहले आई थिंक लास्ट ईयर भी एक पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन था नॉट ऑन कृष्णदेवराय बट देवराय टू, who created a lot of banks and embankments on Tungabhadra. So idea is Vijayanagar is a very key theme, every year 2 questions, तो हम इसको बहुत अच्छे से करके जाएंगे, ठीक है। Two travelers who comes under Krishnadevaraya, first is your Duarte Barbosa, second is your Domingo Paez, clear है। अगेन दुआरते बारबोसा के बारे में एक इंपॉर्टेंट इंफॉर्मेशन है जो हमें पता चलती है बहुत एक्सटेंसिव रिसर्च के बाद, दैट इज बेसिकली कि इट वाज अपॉइंटेड बाय एल्बुकर्क्यू, ठीक है। एल्बुकर्क्यू वाज द पर्सन हु बेसिकली काइंड ऑफ एनेक्स्ड गोवा इन विच ईयर 1510, वेरी गुड। फ्रॉम विच डायनेस्टी? बीजापुर सल्तनत, है ना। बीजापुर सल्तनत का रूलर कौन था उस टाइम पे? इस्माइल आदिल शाह, क्लियर है, ठीक है। गोवा का नाम सुनकर तो थोड़ी सी स्माइल आनी चाहिए, तो रूलर याद रहेगा, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट इज फॉर एग्जांपल योर फरनाओ न्यूनिस। फरनाओ न्यूनिस केम अंडर द अच्युत देवराय, हु वाज बेसिकली द काइंड ऑफ द सक्सेसर ऑफ कृष्ण देवराय, ठीक है, जो कि बेसिकली डिफाइन करता है द कंप्लीट सिटी ऑफ हम्पी, जिसका मार्केट अभी भी हमने पढ़ा, करेक्ट। आइडिया क्या है, वो बताता है पोजीशन ऑफ वुमेन, जिसमें इंटरेस्ट था यूपीएससी को, जहां पे उन्होंने क्वेश्चन पूछा ये। हमें नहीं पता विजयनगर की वुमेन कैसी थी। एक पर्टिकुलर आर्टिकल आया था इंडियन एक्सप्रेस में 2017 में, दैट वाज अल्फा वुमेन ऑफ हम्पी। अब मैं इस 2021 के क्वेश्चन के लिए तो मैं नहीं जाऊंगा 2017 का आर्टिकल पढ़ने, लेकिन सोच के देखो 1336 में एक डायनेस्टी एस्टैब्लिश हुई, लास्टेड टिल 1646, ठीक है। आइडिया इज सच अ लॉन्ग टाइम पीरियड, राइट, such a vast extent of empire, so many rulers, chances are that some women at some point might have been doing one of these activity, right? Idea ये है, always remember there is a thing called as generalized statement versus factual statement, ठीक है। तो जो अपने खुद के स्टेरियोटाइप्स और टैबूज हैं वो लेके एग्जाम में नहीं जाना है, ठीक है। हमें कैसे इमेजिन करना है, हमें ऐसे इमेजिन करना है दैट ठीक है, हो सकता है किसी लिटरेचर में, विजयनगर एम्पायर में देयर माइट बी वास्ट कॉर्पस ऑफ लिटरेचर, सो मेनी ट्रैवलर्स, आइडिया इज इन सम लिटरेचर हु माइट बी रिफर्ड बाय द पोर्टुगीज नोन्यूज, दिस वुमेन माइट हैव बीन डूइंग एनी ऑफ दिस एक्टिविटी, ठीक है। सो इवन इन द हिस्ट्री क्वेश्चन एकदम लार्जर कॉर्पस में सोचना, आंसर क्या था? डी, क्लियर है, ठीक है। मूविंग टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, अगेन वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन। डच पावर जो है वो हमारे कंट्री में सेकंड एंट्रेंट थे आफ्टर पोर्टुगीज। The company was established in the year of 1602 as a joint stock company. नहीं, विजयनगर के जितने इंपॉर्टेंट पोर्ट्स है, जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल भृगु कच्छ हो गया, सुपारका हो गया, दैट वी हैव कवर्ड है, ठीक है। गोवा उनके हाथ से निकल गया था, दैट्स व्हाई दे हैड टू एस्टैब्लिश काइंड ऑफ अ डिप्लोमेटिक ट्रीटी विथ Albuquerque at that point of time. That's why he actually allows to create Bhatkal Fort in the North Kannada region, because उनके पास जो कोस्टल एरियाज थे वो थे नहीं, राइट, ठीक है। आइडिया इज डच एस्टैब्लिश देयर फैक्ट्री वेयर एट 1602। जितनी इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्ट्रीज है, राइट, डच की, दैट यू गाइस कैन सी ऑन द मैप है, राइट। तो एक बार ये मैप देख के चले जाना। आइडिया ये है, पहली फैक्ट्री कहां पे एस्टैब्लिश की थी? मसूली पट्टनम में। और फर्स्ट फैक्ट्री इन द रीजन ऑफ बंगाल कब एस्टैब्लिश की थी? चिंसूरा में 1625, ठीक है। आइडिया ये है, मसूलीपट्टनम एंड पुलिकत। क्या ये जनरलाइज स्टेटमेंट नहीं है? डच आए होंगे हमारे कंट्री में 1602 में, at least they were in our country till 19th century. They might at some point of time would have created factories here, right? No specific time period has been given, clear hai? Second is that English established their first factory at Surat. The answer is yes. यहां तक ये स्टेटमेंट बिल्कुल सही है, ठीक है। इसके बाद द गोल्डन फरमान ऑफ द सुल्तान ऑफ गोलकोंडा, दैट इज वेयर द लूप होल एक्चुअली एग्जिस्ट, ठीक है। सिंपल फैक्ट, 1609 William Hawkins arrives in the court of which Mughal ruler? You guys are preparing for this prelims, right? Jahangir, ठीक। Some saving grace. Idea is Jahangir ruled from 1605 to 1626, है ना। तो William Hawkins will arrive in his court only, right? Very shrewd diplomat. learns the language spoken by the Jahangir, starts speaking Turki. Correct. Jahangir becomes impressed, appoints him as a Mansabdar of 400. Who will get jealous by William Hawkins at this stage? The Portuguese Christian missionaries in the court of Jahangir, right? Because there is a kind of policy which they have created, and the policy is called as policy of blue water, right? कौन लेकर आया था policy of blue water? फ्रांसिस्को डी एल्मीडा, राइट? तो बेसिकली उन्होंने क्या कर लिया, अरेबियन सी को मोनोपोलाइज कर लिया है. क्लियर है? आइडिया ये है दैट नाउ द विलियम हॉकिंस व्हेन ही इज बीइंग अपॉइंटेड एज अ मनसबदार, पोर्टुगीज विल गेट अप्रहेंसिव, दे विल स्टार्ट ब्लॉकिंग इंग्लिश शिप इन द रीजन ऑफ अरेबियन सी. क्लियर है? आइडिया क्या होता है? देन कम्स द वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पर्सन इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ ब्रिटेन कॉल्ड एज थॉमस बेस्ट. ठीक है? एक पर्टिकुलर शिप पे जिसका नाम था रेड ड्रैगन. कौन सी बैटल होती है? बैटल ऑफ स्वैली, इन विच ही एंड्स अप डिफीटिंग द पोर्टुगीज शिप्स इन अरेबियन सी. Jahangir realizes, wait a minute, enemy of enemy is basically a friend. Grants the permission to create first factory where at Surat in which year? 1613. Clear है? Idea ये है कि Thomas Roe comes the second envoy of the Britain and he secures permission for Agra, Ahmedabad and Bharuch. Same question UPSC asked in the 2021 कि first quarter में ब्रिटिश की फैक्ट्री कहाँ थी. ठीक है? कोई भी इंफॉर्मेशन जो यहाँ पे प्रोवाइड की जा रही है, आइडिया यह है कि आप उससे मैक्सिमम नंबर ऑफ क्वेश्चन सॉल्व कर लो, राइट? याद करने का तरीका क्या है? क्रिएट अ स्टोरी लाइन, रिमेंबर द फैक्ट्स. ठीक है? डच जो है बाय द टाइम ऑफ 1641 दे हैव बिकम डिसइंटरेस्टेड इन द ट्रेड ऑफ इंडिया. रीजन बीइंग दैट इन द ईयर ऑफ 1641 दे ऑक्यूपाइड अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेट ऑफ मलक्का फ्रॉम होम फ्रॉम पोर्टुगीज. Now they have got much more interest in the spice trade of basically what? Sumatra and Java in Indonesia. Clear है? So they were like ठीक है, हमको वहां पे इंटरेस्ट है, हमें ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट नहीं है. कहां पर? इन इंडिया. Thus they sign a treaty of Breda with whom? With Britishers. ठीक है? Treaty of Breda basically क्या है? Treaty of Breda was that English says that see, you guys do not kind of interfere in our trade here, and we are not going to interfere in your trade with Indonesia. Clear है? But two battles actually kind of convinces the Dutch in our country that they should not stay in our country. First is, if you refer to Shashi Tharoor, any speech he gives at Oxford, he refers to one battle, that is Battle of Kolachal 1741, where there was a Travancore king Martanda Varma who completely routed the army of Dutch. ठीक है? दूसरी बैटल कौन सी थी? Battle of Hooghly 1759, where Dutch actually tries to help मीर जाफर. मीर जाफर याद है, राइट? बैटल ऑफ प्लासी हो चुका है, मीर जाफर नवाब बन चुका है. मीर जाफर tries to take the help of Dutch to defeat Britishers. Britishers end up defeating मीर जाफर. ठीक है? And Dutch in which battle? Battle of Hooghly. इसी बैटल को बैटल ऑफ बिदारा भी कहते हैं, बैटल ऑफ चिंसुरा भी कहते हैं, जहां पे पहली फैक्ट्री स्टैब्लिश की गई थी. ठीक है? दो बैटल्स याद रहेंगी डच को लेकर. ट्रीटी ऑफ ब्रेडा याद रहेगा. आइडिया ये है दैट नाउ कंसिडरिंग इट वाज अ मल्टीपल स्टेटमेंट. ठीक है? अगेन बहुत सकिंकली समझते हैं. ठीक है? फर्स्ट एंग्लो फ्रेंच वॉर, राइट? टू यूरोपियन पावर्स फाइटिंग ऑन इंडियन सॉइल, ब्रिटेन एंड फ्रांस. ठीक है? व्हाई? बिकॉज ऑफ द ऑस्ट्रियन वॉर ऑफ सक्सेशन व्हिच इज टेकिंग प्लेस इन यूरोप. क्लियर है? आइडिया ये है कि इन दिस फर्स्ट एंग्लो फ्रेंच वॉर दे विल एंड अप व्हाट एक्वायरिंग द फ्रेंच एक्चुअली एंडेड अप एक्वायरिंग द पर्टिकुलर फोर्ट सेंट जॉर्ज इन मद्रास. ठीक है? अगर आप लोग को एंग्लो फ्रेंच वॉर की सारी ट्रीटीज याद रखनी है तो बेसिकली एक मदर याद रखना और उसके दो बेटे याद रखना. ठीक है? दो बेटे आपस में दिन भर लड़ेंगे कि ये शर्ट किसकी है. मदर लास्ट में आएगी और क्या बोलेगी कि बेटा ये शर्ट दोनों आपस में बांट. क्लियर है? सारी ट्रीटीज यही, चाहे वो आपका फर्स्ट एंग्लो फ्रेंच वॉर के बाद ट्रीटी ऑफ एक्सला चैपेले हो, या सेकंड के बाद ट्रीटी ऑफ पौंडीचेरी हो, करेक्ट, या फिर ट्रीटी ऑफ पेरिस हो थर्ड के बाद. ठीक है? सारे में क्या होगा? दोनों पहले आपस में लड़ेंगे फॉर सेवरल इयर्स. इन द एंड ऑल दीज ट्रीटीज विल रीस्टोर व्हाटएवर द टेरिटरीज दे हैड गेन्ड. ठीक है? So in the end there will be no final victor. Clear है? Second is, by the time the battle of Plassey takes place 1757, right? Britishers actually end up defeating whom? The Nawab of Bengal at that point of time. Yes, Siraj-ud-Dawla. Correct? After that they have become an economic power. So now they will end up defeating France in which battle? The battle of Vandy was 1760. अगर इतनी स्टेटमेंट बस कहानियां याद रहती हमारे माइंड में यूरोपियन पेनिट्रेशन को लेके, which we have covered almost thoroughly. Now look at this. Madras was handed to the British by the provision of Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. Yes, absolutely. कोई भी टेरिटरीज गेन की जाएगी उसको वापस रिस्टोर किया जाएगा मदर एंड हर टू चाइल्ड. ब्रिटिश withdrew all their claims on Indonesia after Battle of Hugli or from a treaty. क्या? Two childs fighting among each other whole day. ठीक है, this shirt is mine, this shirt is mine. Finally comes a mother at the end of the evening. She says, दो शर्ट को आपस में डिवाइड कर लो इक्वली. ठीक है. All the treaties which you learn related to Anglo-French War, first Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, second Treaty of Pondicherry 1754, third Treaty of Paris 1763. All the time the territories gained by both the powers will be restored only. Nobody will gain anything from that. Clear है? ठीक है. Idea है Battle of Hugli कब हुआ 1759 में, but they had already kind of settled the case of Indonesia in which treaty? Treaty of Breda 1667. ठीक है, ये क्वेश्चन हो जाएगा. राइट. कमिंग टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन which actually talks about organizations and leaders. ठीक है. Idea is that considering the time, इन दोनों ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बारे में पढ़ लेना है ना. दो इंपॉर्टेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है. बेसिकली क्या है, एक इंपॉर्टेंट चीज जो माइंड में रखना टेक्निक, एंड दैट इज इंटरचेंजिंग ऑफ द स्टेटमेंट्स. ठीक है. परमहंस मंडली, प्रार्थना समाज. क्या किया गया, दोनों के फाउंडर्स को इंटरचेंज कर दिया गया. ठीक है. अगर हमें बस इतना याद रहता कि पहले आए दादोबा पांडुरंग, उन्होंने बनाया क्या, परमहंस मंडली, इन विच ईयर 1849. क्लियर है. फिर क्या बना, प्रार्थना समाज, किसने बनाया, आत्माराम पांडुरंग, इन विच ईयर 1867. ठीक है. दोनों को इंटरचेंज कर दिया गया. करेक्ट. इस तरह से बहुत इजियर है फॉर द एग्जामिनर टू फॉलो दिस पैटर्न. मेनी ऑफ द टाइम्स दे एक्चुअली डू इट. सो व्हेन देयर आर 4 ऑप्शंस गिवन टू यू, read 2 options very carefully. The chances are that the statement might have been interchanged. ठीक है. What we will focus upon actually, that is going to be the second part of the question, the 2 organizations, and that is basically a brief history of Brahmo Samaj which you guys can learn from this screen altogether. ठीक है. ये सारे आप लोगों के लिए बनाए गए हैं, एक बार जाने से पहले देख के चले जाना. ठीक है. आइडिया क्या है, 1809 gift to monotheist written by whom? Rajaram Mohan Roy, right? Basically try to propagate the idea of monotheism, written in which 2 books, Vedanta and Upanishad. Clear hai? For propagation of that, creates an organization in 1814 called as Atmiya Sabha. 14 years down the line, that Atmiya Sabha further evolves into what? Brahmo Sabha. But 1833, Rajaram Mohan dies. So now the whole organization of this Brahmo Sabha, that is basically on a kind of a decline. ठीक है. So to revive that idols of Brahmo Sabha, there is a Tattva Bodhini Sabha or Truth Seeker Society. You guys will like, sir, अचानक से English accent. आइडिया ये है, यूपीएससी जब एग्जाम में पूछता है तो ट्रूथ सीकर सोसाइटी पूछता है. ठीक है. तो इस तरह की ट्रिक्स यूपीएससी विल आल्सो अप्लाई विथ यू. राइट. तत्व बोधिनी सभा established by whom? Devendranath Tagore. Propagate the idea of what? The Brahmo Sabha basically, or monotheistic idols of Vedanta and Upanishad. Clear है. 1842, this Tattva Bodhini Sabha merges with this Brahmo Sabha with the efforts of 2 more people, Ashwini Kumar Dutt and Ishwar Chand Vidya Sagar. Leading to creation of 1842 what? Brahmo Samaj. ठीक है. 15 years down the line, 1857, there comes a very prominent person called as Keshav Chandra Sen. Revolt 1857 हुआ, केशव चंद्र सेन आए, कहां पे आए? ब्रह्मो समाज में. उन्होंने बोला ये क्या बंगाल कर रहे हैं, है ना, बनाते हैं हेडक्वार्टर्स और जगह भी. लेट्स स्प्रेड टू पंजाब, यूपी, मद्रास, बॉम्बे, हेडक्वार्टर्स क्रिएट किए. ऑल्सो इंस्पायर्ड अदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस टू बी क्रिएटेड. फॉर एग्जांपल प्रार्थना समाज 1867, आत्माराम पांडुरंग, एज वेल एज वेद समाज ऑफ के.एस. नायडू. ठीक है. दोनों किससे इंस्पायर्ड हुई? ब्रह्मो समाज से, अंडर होम केशव चंद्र सेन. केशव चंद्र सेन is saying that see, all the religions actually teaches one gospel only. ठीक है. Let's try to incorporate all the good things of all religion, है ना. At the same time, to if we want to abolish caste system in real, let's try to promote intercaste marriage. ठीक है. I support the idea as well actually. Idea क्या है? Idea ये है that when Keshav Chandra is saying that, Devendranath Tagore is completely against it. He is like नहीं. जब Rajaram Mohan Roy was creating this Brahmo Sabha and trying for the abolition of sati, there was a very prominent organization called as Dharm Sabha of Radhakant Dev. Against that, so there is a very strong conservative section in Bengal. They will oppose us, right? We want more members. Let's not do that. So there is a kind of a schism between whom? Keshav Chandra Sen and Devendranath Tagore, right? On the working of organization. The split takes place in which year? 1867, when Keshav Chandra Sen, bye-bye to Devendranath Tagore, creates his own organization, Brahmo Samaj of India. ठीक है. तो अब अगर ये ब्रह्मो समाज ऑफ इंडिया बन गया तो जो ओल्डर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन था वो क्या हो जाएगा, आदि ब्रह्मो समाज। क्लियर है? नाउ ही सेज दैट सी आई वांट टू प्रमोट वेस्टर्न आइडल्स, फॉर दैट पर्पस आई एम गोइंग टू क्रिएट इंडियन रिफॉर्म एसोसिएशन इन 1870। ठीक है, specifically dealing with one issue. Now look at the paradox here. Issue which he will try to actually abolish was child marriage. ठीक है, leading to what? Passing of 1872 Special Marriage Act by the Britishers, which said that the minimum age for the woman can be 14 years. ठीक है, स्पेशल मैरिज एक्ट का मतलब यह है कि अगर आप चाहते हैं अपनी बेटी की शादी इस तरह से कराना तो आपको बेसिकली अपना रिलीजन छोड़ना पड़ेगा। ठीक है, आइडिया यह है कि ये सब करने के बाद खुद केशव चंद्र सेन अपने 13 ईयर ओल्ड डॉटर की शादी कराते हैं महाराजा ऑफ कूच बिहार से। राइट, देन ही स्टार्ट सेइंग समथिंग बैकी बात, लाइक ही सेज आई एम गॉड, आई एम अवतार, wrote a particular book called as Nava Vidhan or New Dispensation, right? Tries to promote various kind of secular teachings there. So the followers, like for example Anand Mohan Bose and your Umesh Chandra Dutt, UC Dutt, they actually kind of again bifurcates from what? Brahmo Samaj of India, creating your Sadharan Brahmo Samaj. ठीक है, सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस याद रहेंगी, सबका क्रिएशन याद रहेगा। ठीक है, मूविंग टू बेसिकली द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, है ना। अब हम क्या करेंगे, एक टाइमलाइन याद करेंगे, 12 years of history in 4 minutes. ठीक है, एनीवन अप फॉर द ऑफर। ठीक है, कहानी शुरू होती है 1928 से, आता है साइमन कमीशन, ऑल वाइट कमीशन। ठीक है, क्या करने के लिए? बेसिकली टू चेक द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन दैट वाज बेसिकली द मॉन्टेग-चेमस्फोर्ड रिफॉर्म ऑफ 1919। ऑल वाइट है, ऑल इंडियन पार्टीज विल अपोज इट, चाहे इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस हो या मुस्लिम लीग हो। कम्स बेसिकली योर Lord Birkenhead, who was basically the Secretary of State at that point of time, from which year? 1924 to 1928. He says that you Indians cannot actually draft your constitution. Possible ही नहीं है। क्यों? Because there exists lot of ideological differences between the parties. Indian National Congress, Muslim League, on the issue of separate electorate. तुमसे नहीं हो पाएगा, right? मोतीलाल नेहरू comes, he says मैं करता हूँ, मुझे सब आता है, मैं expert हूँ, right? He creates what? Motilal Nehru Report 1928, right? Some other people actually contributed in that. For example, Subhash Chandra Bose was there, Tej Bahadur Sapru was there, right? These people actually helped Motilal Nehru to create this report. This report asked for which particular thing for our country? That was dominion status. Same demand जहां से हमने कहानी शुरू की थी, कलकत्ता सेशन, करेक्ट? कलकत्ता सेशन में डिमांड क्या है? डोमिनियन स्टेटस। होम रूल लीग की डिमांड क्या थी? डोमिनियन स्टेटस। नेहरू रिपोर्ट क्या मांग रहा है? डोमिनियन स्टेटस। कम्स दीपावली डिक्लेरेशन ऑफ लॉर्ड इरविन 1929। ही सेज सही तो है। इफ यू गाइज रिमेंबर द मॉन्टेग डिक्लेरेशन ऑफ 1970 called as August Declaration, he says we are going to provide you Indians what? Gradual kind of evolution of responsible government, लेकिन within the status of Britishers or the dominant status। यही तो ऑफर किया गया था, तुम भी यही मांग रहे हो, दे देते हैं। But there is a young leadership, सुभाष चंद्र बोस, जवाहरलाल नेहरू, they says नहीं, अभी क्या है, डोमिनेंट स्टेटस से नहीं होगा, we want what? पूर्ण स्वराज, complete independence। For that purpose they create what? Independence for India League। तो इसका प्रेसिडेंट कौन होगा? श्रीनिवास अयंगर। ठीक है, सो रिमेंबर, फॉर्म्ड बाय होम? जवाहरलाल नेहरू, सुभाष चंद्र बोस। हु वाज द प्रेसिडेंट? श्रीनिवास अयंगर। क्लियर है? They will pressurize the Indian National Congress, basically the elder leadership of Gandhi, Rajendra Prasad, Sardar Patel, to ultimately pass what? Lahore Resolution 1929, under which we demanded for what? Complete independence। And that is why there was a particular thing which celebrated on 26th of January 1930, जिसके वजह से आज हम लोग जो है वो particularly establish करते हैं क्या? रिपब्लिक डे। तो क्या हुआ था 26th of January 1930 को? फर्स्ट इंडिपेंडेंस डे वाज सेलिब्रेटेड। क्लियर है? अब जब आइडिया ये है कि व्हेन दिस इज हैपनिंग, गांधी विल बेसिकली लॉन्च अ काइंड ऑफ अ सिविल डिसऑबीडियंस मूवमेंट। ठीक है, तो गांधी विल से कि ठीक है, तुम लोग डिमांड कर रहे हो कंप्लीट इंडिपेंडेंस की, फिर से काम करना पड़ेगा नॉन कोऑपरेशन मूवमेंट के बाद। सो ही विल से दैट ओके, आई एम गोइंग टू पुट 11 डिमांड्स टू लॉर्ड इरविन। ठीक है, वन ऑफ द डिमांड वाज दैट लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल यू गाइस शुड अबॉलिश सॉल्ट टैक्स। One of the demand was that you should actually kind of reduce down the taxation charge to peasants by 50%। ठीक है, क्या दोनों डिमांड में थोड़ा सा सोशलिज्म दिख रहा है? केयर फॉर द पीजेंट्स दिख रहा है? क्यों? बिकॉज रशियन रिवॉल्यूशन 1917, राइज ऑफ सोशलिस्ट लीडरशिप अंडर योर जवाहरलाल नेहरू एंड सुभाष चंद्र बोस, करेक्ट? तो लीडिंग टू अल्टीमेटली फॉर्मेशन ऑफ व्हाट? ऑल इंडिया किसान सभा इन द ईयर ऑफ 1936. पहला सेशन कहां पे हुआ? नहीं, मुझे पता है मेरी शक्ल अच्छी है, इतनी अच्छी नहीं, देखो मत, बोलो। लखनऊ, राइट? प्रिसाइडेड बाय होम? जवाहरलाल नेहरू. तो 1937 के सेशन में कौन प्रिसाइड करेगा? अगेन जवाहरलाल नेहरू. क्यों 1937 का सेशन इंपॉर्टेंट है एनीवन? इससे अच्छा अगर मैं इधर दीवार देख के पढ़ाऊं ना. आइडिया ये है, फर्स्ट सेशन ऑफ कांग्रेस विच टुक प्लेस वेयर? इन द विलेज ताजपुर, करेक्ट? 1937 अगेन. तो क्या सोशलिज्म दिख रहा है हमको कांग्रेस में इमर्ज करता हुआ? करेक्ट. 1938 नाउ हु विल बी द प्रेसिडेंट? सुभाष चंद्र बोस. सेशन टेक्स प्लेस वेयर? हरिपुरा, राइट? comes your year of 1939, again who will be the president? Subhash Chandra Bose. Session took place where? At Tripuri. He defeated home basically Pitabi Sita Ramaiya, but now Gandhi has a problem. Subhash Chandra Bose is saying that, see, there is a kind of a war situation developing in the region of Europe, right? This is the time period when Britishers are at their most weakened position. Let's launch a civil disobedience movement. ठीक है? Idea क्या है? Idea ये है that when he is demanding that, obviously Gandhi will be against that. He says no, we are not ready for it. अभी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया 1935 आया है, अभी तुमने इलेक्शन लड़ा है 1937 में, इतनी बढ़िया गवर्नमेंट बनाई है, राइट? क्यों उसको डाइल्यूट करना? Thus he will pressurize basically whom? Subhash Chandra Bose to resign, and Subhash Chandra Bose will create what? Forward bloc in 1939, which place? Mokar Unnao in UP, right? कब फॉर्म करेंगे? जून 1939 में. क्लियर है यहां तक? 2 months down the line comes the date of 1st of September 1939. Hitler invades Poland, starts First World War. Correct? Congress ministry says that, see, we should not launch a civil disobedience movement. Let's not disturb them so much. They are basically facing a war against fascism. Let's do what? Let's try to create a constituent assembly now. ठीक है? तो डिमांड था पूर्ण स्वराज का. अब कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली बनाएंगे, खुद का कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बनाएंगे हम. ठीक है? और सारे के सारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली में कौन होने चाहिए? इंडियंस. ओनली देन वी आर गोइंग टू सपोर्ट यू इन द वॉर, लाइक हाउ वी डिड इन द फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर. ठीक है? दैट इज बेसिकली व्हाट द वर्धा रिजोल्यूशन ऑफ 1939. आपको लगता है उस टाइम का जो वॉइसरॉय था लिंगलिदो, राइट? लिंगलिदो, हु वाज बेसिकली द वॉइसरॉय फ्रॉम द ईयर ऑफ 1937 टू 1943. ठीक है? विल ही एक्सेप्ट दिस? नहीं, रिजेक्ट कर देता है. जब वो रिजेक्ट कर देता है द वर्धा रिजोल्यूशन, कांग्रेस मिनिस्ट्री बेसिकली डज व्हाट? दे रिजाइंस, राइट? हु विल बी द हैप्पीएस्ट पर्सन ऑन द कंट्री दैट डे? मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना calls it as a day of deliverance. Thank you so much. The date was 22nd of December 1939. है ना? कांग्रेस मिनिस्ट्री गई. Thank you so much. Correct? Now basically the Britishers, they are facing reverses in Europe. पेरिस चला गया है, नॉर्वे चला गया है, सारी बैल्टिक कंट्रीज चली गई हैं, राइट? आपका लिथुआनिया, एस्टोनिया, लैटविया सब गया. ठीक है? इसके साथ साथ फॉर एग्जांपल दे हैव कॉन्कर्ड द रीजन ऑफ पेरिस एज वेल. हिटलर की आपने फोटो देखी होगी एफिल टावर के साथ ऐसे. करेक्ट? Are they facing heavy pressure in Europe? Absolutely. So they will come with what? August offer. August offer says that, see, we are going to now include much more member in the Viceroy Executive Council. When for the first time Indians were allowed in the Viceroy Executive Council? Anyone? 1909 Government of India Act. Who was the first Indian? Satyendra Pratap Sinha. ठीक है? Now they are saying more Indian will be allowed. ठीक है? Then a war advisory council will be created, and ultimately they say that now we are going to create the idea of constituent assembly. So the first time who proposed the idea of constituent assembly by Indians? M.N. Roy in the year of 1934. First time Britishers accepted that in August of 1940. Gandhi says those dominion status हम मांग रहे थे कब? 1906 में. 34 years हो गया है, नहीं चाहिए. ठीक है? Outdated, obsolete product. Launch individual satyagrah, right? Who was the first individual satyagrahi? Vinoba Bhave. Clear? Same cheese they will offer again when in the Cripps proposal 1942 as well. Again dominant status. Gandhi will call it a post dated check, एंड does launch which moment? Quit India movement. अभी 4 मिनट के अंदर आप लोगों ने अपने मेंस का एक आंसर लिखा है. इस साल यही क्वेश्चन था. What were the events that led to Quit India movement 1942? This is the question which UPSC asked with reference to the date 8th of August 1942. क्या हुआ था? ठीक है. आइडिया ये है, एक क्रोनोलॉजी इवेंट की हम बना के रखेंगे एकदम स्टार्टिंग से लेकर लेट्स से 1905 से लेकर 1949 तक. क्रोनोलॉजी का क्वेश्चन गलत नहीं होना चाहिए. ठीक है. With this guys, I have reached. I think मैंने थोड़ा सा एक्स्ट्रा टाइम ले लिया. ठीक है. My sincere apologies for that. ठीक है. मजा आया दोस्त? स्टार्टिंग में लिखा था ना. ठीक है. सुयश एक्चुअली. ठीक है. मजा आया गाइस? ठीक है. सो अगेन ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर योर प्रिपरेशन. ठीक है. अगर मजा आया तो जस्ट एंड विद दिस. थैंक यू.
नहीं
इन लोगों को मजा आया.
हाय एवरीवन. कौन कौन नहीं थका है अभी तक?
मैंने कहा ठीक है, मैंने वोटिंग
Oh.
करवाया था.
You guys still have power?
They were like कि सारे ने हाथ उठाया. मैंने कहा ठीक.
Nice.
अच्छा.
I thought after 4 hours, it's almost more than 4 hours, no? 3 बजे पेपर स्टार्ट हुआ था. Right? 4 hours. All right, so we will be taking the science and tech portion, right? My name is Abhinav. I take the current affairs over here in the Smart Current Affairs program, Faculty of Current Affairs, and today I'll be taking the science and tech portion for today's test. So I know you guys must be tired. होना ही चाहिए, 4 घंटे हो चुके हैं, correct? तो जल्दी करेंगे, but yeah, I'll finish off everything with proper doubts and everything. ठीक है? With respect to science and tech, I've seen a lot of people do face the problem as to how to prepare, from where to prepare, what are the most important areas. So when you will be joining the test series actually, and then when you will have all the tests, then I'll go deeper into the PYQ analysis. Right now, I'll just tell you what exactly is the most important themes in science and tech. So tell me, which theme do you think is the most important in science and tech? Huh? Which one? Biotechnology, very good. So the first theme, which is the most important theme in science and technology from the prelims perspective, is the theme of biotechnology. Okay. Second theme, second most important theme. Okay, someone is saying space, fine. So second important theme, which we can include in biotechnology itself, it is the theme of health and diseases. Okay. So biotech combined with health and diseases is the most important theme of science and technology section from the prelims perspective, right? Second important theme would be the theme of alternate energy and emerging technology. So what all kind of questions or what all kind of topics do we see in alternate energy or emerging technology? What are the various topics in there? Tell me. Huh? Nuclear energy, solar energy. Okay. Then in terms of emerging technology, what all do you see? Artificial intelligence, very good. Quantum technology, very good. Nanotechnology, semiconductors, correct? So these are some of the topics which are really important even for this year's prelims examination. Okay. Third important thing from the prelims perspective, even the online students just participate. Tell me, what are the various important themes? Space. Someone said space, right? So in third theme, you get the space and the security dimension, correct? So in space, what do we see? What are the various types of questions that we see in space? क्या questions आते हैं? Recall करो, PYQ पढ़ा है, right? Very good. Launch vehicles are there. Then what else? What else do we have? Blockchains. Okay. Space missions. Very good. Very, very good. Then what else? Huh? Orbits and satellites. Which is the mission India is focusing right now? Which is the most famous and the most important? SpaceX is there. Okay. Very good. Then anything else? Huh? Gaganyaan. Very good. Then space stations. Okay. India is coming up with Bharatiya Antariksh Station. Okay. Fine. So these are some of the important topics. Then you certainly have topics from universe and star like quasars, black hole. Fine, those kind of topics are also there. Okay. So this summarizes the three most important themes of science and technology. First is biotechnology and health. Second is alternate energy and emerging technology. third is space, and along with that security. So there is very slight change which is happening in security questions as well. What is the change? Anyone has observed the PYQs? Have you seen the security based questions ka PYQs? Security defense में कैसे questions आते थे और अभी कैसे आ रहे हैं? Any change that you have found? मिसाइल टेक्नोलॉजी आती है, अग्नि 5, बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल्स, क्रूज मिसाइल्स, इस बार हाइपरसोनिक मिसाइल पे आ सकता है, करेक्ट? बट देयर इज अ चेंज इन टर्म्स ऑफ दे आर शिफ्टिंग फ्रॉम डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजी टू डिफेंस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन एज वेल. हैव यू सीन द क्वेश्चन ऑन चीफ ऑफ डिफेंस स्टाफ in the paper, last year paper? Okay, did you see the paper question on the hierarchy of various chiefs, right? Those kind of questions, they were never asked. But since there was a change in the defense administration with the coming up of the chief of defense staff, right? So we are seeing changes or questions from that domain as well. So security dimension is changing a bit. Number of questions from security is also increasing. So in 2024, we saw almost like 5 questions from the defense and security. Okay. So these are the 3 most important themes. Then comes the general science themes. Okay. Normal physics, some chemistry based question like that. Okay. Fine. So in today's test, let's quickly go through it. In today's test, you had 10 questions. We had questions from nuclear, viruses, hydrogen, nitrogen packaging, blockchain, polygraph, generative AI, very important theme, quantum technology, T-cell therapy, and the distributed DDoS. Okay? Denial of services attack. Fine. So let's have a look at the questions one by one. We'll keep it interactive. Whatever you don't know, I'll tell you. Whatever you know, we will just quickly go through it. Okay. So the first question is on nuclear reactors, and the question is, what is the meaning of critical stage? So tell me, what is the meaning of critical stage? What exactly is criticality in the nuclear reactor? Anyone? Yeah, so basically criticality means that nuclear reactor, the stage at which the nuclear reaction becomes self-sustaining. So what is the meaning of self-sustaining? The nuclear reactor can go on its own, right? Once the reaction has started, the nuclear reaction will keep on going. For example, if you're talking about nuclear fission, fine. If you're talking about nuclear fission, then once the reaction starts, what happens in nuclear fission? A bigger atom breaks into 2 smaller atoms, right? So this reaction will keep on continuing. Okay? That is the stage of criticality. Now, let's have a look at certain aspects of it. So there are 3 stages, 3 types of stages. First is, let's say, it could be a subcritical reaction. Basically, the nuclear reaction will start if you're talking about the fission reaction. Right now, do we have a fusion reactor? Do we have a nuclear fusion reactor? No. Okay, the experiments are going on, but we do not have a functioning nuclear fusion reactor. Okay. So in nuclear fission reaction, one type of reaction could be subcritical, wherein the reaction will start, but after some time, the nuclear reactor will stop working. Okay. And the second type could be supercritical, wherein the reaction will start and it will be explosive in nature. Okay. So with that respect, the critical nature or the critical stage is that stage where the reaction is sustainable. It is neither stopping nor becoming explosive. Understood? So let's have a look at what exactly happens. So if I take this particular example of a nuclear reactor, for example, if it's not visible, I'll just read it out. Uranium-235. Fine. This is a fissile material. Is it radioactive? Uranium is radioactive. Therefore, it will go for the decay. Okay? And that is the material that we use in nuclear reactors. A radioactive material has to be used. Fine. So radioactive uranium-235 we are using. Then there is a reaction with this neutron. It's a neutron. Fine. I'll tell you from where do we get this particular neutron. This is becoming unstable with respect to uranium-236 now because it is gaining 1 electron. Okay? Oh, sorry, 1 neutron. Fine. Now, since this is unstable, it will break into other atoms. Okay? So, for example, it is breaking into an isotope of krypton, which is of 92 atomic mass, and it is breaking into an isotope of barium, which is of 141 atomic mass. So, when you combine these two, this is becoming 233. The initial mass was 235. And so, therefore, there are certain neutrons which are released, right? And certain energy is getting released. I'll tell you from where this energy is also released, why this energy is released in nuclear fission. But over here, first of all, we have to focus that try to understand this one thing, that we need neutron at the start. We need neutron at the start to initiate this particular reaction. Understood? And there, this is something that neutrons are getting created also after the end of reaction. Can you see this? Now, these neutrons will again be responsible for further reaction to some other uranium atom, right? Now, criticality means the number of neutrons produced in first reaction, first generation, like first reaction, whatever number of neutrons are produced, their ratio with the previous generation or the previous reaction. Fine. So if these neutrons are not sufficient to bring about a reaction in all the uranium atoms again, after some time, will you see a fall in the reaction? Will the reaction fall? Will the nuclear reactor close down? Because these neutrons which are getting generated after the reaction, they are not sufficient to initiate the reaction again. Fine, they will initiate the reaction for some time, but after some time they will not be able to initiate it. That stage will be known as subcritical. Okay, subcritical. Now, if these the number of neutrons are huge, lot of neutrons are getting created. Okay, will that become explosive? Because huge number of uranium atom will go for the fission reaction at the same time, right? Now, if that happens, will it become explosive? Will the nuclear reactor explode? Fine, because huge amount of energy will get released. Fine, that stage will be the stage of supercriticality. So K. So when do we have supercriticality? When K is more than 1. That is, the number of neutrons released in one generation is more than the number of neutrons which was released in the previous step. Okay? So every time you have more number of electrons getting released, and therefore the number of reactions which will take place will be more every time. That will lead to explosion. But if K is less than 1, then what will happen? The neutrons which are getting generated in the reaction first, let's say first reaction, are less than the neutron which were generated in the previous reaction. Therefore, in every reaction, the number of neutrons is coming down. That is why the reaction will stop after some time. Sorry? No, this value is the neutron multiplication factor. This says that, no, it's not about 3n by n. It's not about 3n by n. See, this is just one reaction which is happening. I'll tell you the role of control rods and moderator right now. Then you will understand this. Okay. So, अभी तक यहाँ पे समझ में आ गया criticality क्या होती है, supercritical क्या होता है, subcritical क्या होता है. यहाँ पे confusion जो 3n वाला है, that I'll clear. अब समझते हैं एक nuclear reactor उठाते हैं. Let's pick up a nuclear reactor. Let's understand what process goes on inside a nuclear reactor. And I am talking about nuclear fission reaction. Okay. What am I talking about? Nuclear fission reaction, not the fusion reaction. So what is happening within this? Let's say this is the uranium which I have. It is breaking apart into two smaller atoms. Okay. Plus extra energy. Fine. Plus extra energy. Right. Now, what I said ki you need initial number of neutrons for the initiation of this particular reaction. Correct? Now, there can be two ways of starting the nuclear reactor. One, because uranium in itself is a radioactive material. Therefore, it will in itself go for this particular decay. And in the decay, it can create neutrons. Okay? Now, this neutron, which will be created after the decay, can lead to other reactions. That is one way, right? But if in case that is not sufficient, we supply the neutrons from outside. For example, have you heard about the Large Hadron Collider or the particle accelerators? So when the particles or the atoms over there collide, can you expect neutrons coming out of that particular accelerator? Those neutrons can also be used as these neutrons to initiate the particular reaction. Understood from where the neutrons are coming? So we can have an external source for initiating the reaction. Done. Now, after the reaction is initiated, this is the new set of neutrons which are getting created. Now, this set of neutrons can be of two types. One, it could be a very fast neutron. It could be of very high speed. Okay. Second, it could be of a slow speed. Now, which type of neutron is needed for this reaction? Fast or slow? How many of you are going to say fast? How many of you are saying slow? और बाकी कुछ नहीं बोल रहे हैं बीच में, मीडियम स्पीड। हाँ, थिंक अबाउट इट। अच्छा ये बताओ कि फास्ट इलेक्ट्रॉन, फास्ट न्यूट्रॉन और स्लो न्यूट्रॉन, विच विल हैव मोर प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ हिटिंग अ एटम? फास्ट विल हैव मोर प्रोबेबिलिटी। So see, when the neutron is slow, ठीक है, fast neutrons have less probability of hitting a atom because they will go haywire, कहीं भी जा रहे होंगे. Slow neutrons you can manage the trajectory, and therefore the probability of hitting this particular atom for the initiation of the nuclear fission reaction is more. Therefore, what kind of neutrons do you need? You need slow neutrons. But there is a kind of nuclear reactor where you do not need slow neutrons, and that is the fast breeder reactor. We will talk about it, why slow neutrons are not needed over there. Okay? So to create this slow neutron, what do we have? Control rods and moderator. There are two things. So moderator reduces the speed. Okay, the moderator will reduce the speed of the electron, of the neutron which is running inside the nuclear reactor, and the control rod is going to absorb it. So if in case the number of neutrons is more from the reaction, you need to absorb certain neutrons so that it does not convert into a supercritical reaction. Understood? So we control the neutrons, number of neutrons are reduced by the control rod, and the speed of the neutron is reduced by the moderator. Understood? तो यहाँ पे दो rods कौन से हैं? एक moderator का होगा, which will, when you want the speed to reduce, you will use the moderator. When you want the number of neutrons to reduce, you will use the control rod. तो अब समझ में आ रहा है कि we always have to keep this ratio to 1. If in case more number of neutrons are produced, we will insert what? What are we inserting inside the nuclear reactor? Control rod. If the number of neutrons increase, okay? If the neutrons are fast, what are we inserting? Moderator. Okay? Understood? Done. So that is how the reaction takes place. Now, we'll understand कि energy कहाँ से आती है. अब this energy is converting it into heat. For एक primary loop होगा. So there will be a primary loop जहाँ पे पानी बह रहा होगा. ठीक है? Ordinary water. Fine. That will be heated because of the energy produced inside the nuclear reactor. Fine. In most of the reactors now, you have a secondary loop as well. You have a secondary loop as well. Now this primary loop will heat the secondary loop. From here, steam will be created that will turn the turbines, which will generate the electricity. ठीक है, कॉन्सेप्ट समझ में आ गया न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर का. व्हाट इज हैपनिंग? देयर इज एन एक्सटर्नल सेट ऑफ न्यूट्रॉन्स which is hitting the fissile material over here, let's say uranium. That uranium is breaking down into smaller atoms and releasing energy. Why energy is released? I will tell you. This energy is used to heat the water in the primary loop, right? This primary loop is used to heat the water in the secondary loop. The steam from the secondary loop runs the turbine. The turbine produces the electricity. Now, one question over here: why do we need two types of loops over here? Why do we need a primary loop and a secondary loop both? Why do we need both? So what happens is that whatever energy is released over here, and this primary loop is very close to the nuclear reactor. So can you imagine that some radioactive material can leak into the primary loop as well? So if we are using the steam over here to run the generators, can you see that the radioactive material will have a leakage into the external environment? Fine. To reduce this leakage of the radioactive material or radioactive products which are formed after the decay, correct? We are having a secondary loop. So this is completely packed. Over here we stop the radioactive material, then it is stopped over here. Ultimately, that is why we are using the secondary loop for the heating of things. Understood? ये समझ में आ गया? So criticality is understood and the nuclear reactor is understood. Now let's understand why exactly this energy is released. So what is the reason of this release in the energy? The reason is binding energy. So for example, now over here we'll talk about both nuclear fission, why energy is released in nuclear fission, and why energy is released both in nuclear fusion as well. So what is happening in nuclear fission? Bigger atom getting down into smaller ones plus energy, and over here smaller atoms are combining together to form a bigger one plus energy. That is what is happening. Fine. So over here, what is happening? Why both these reactions? If you break a bigger one into smaller one, even then the energy is getting released. If you combine two smaller ones, even then the energy is getting released. So what is the reason? What is the reason? Do you know what is binding energy? Huh? Do you know what is binding energy? What is binding energy? Very good, very good. So understand over here. Now there is a theory which says that iron is the, among all the elements, iron is the most stable element. So all the elements before iron and all the elements after iron are less stable. So when you move behind iron, you will create less and less stable elements. And when you move beyond iron, even then the stability of the elements will reduce. Okay? So more is the stability. Let's say you have to break the atom of element of iron or atom of iron. Okay? If it is more stable, do you have to put in huge amount of energy to break it? Tell me, will you have to? If this is more stable, this is very stable, right? To break this particular atom, would you need more amount of energy or would you need less amount of energy to break it? More amount of energy, correct? So the binding energy is that energy which is needed to break the atom. Okay, that is the energy which is needed. So when you move ahead and when you move beyond, what will happen to the binding energy? Will it reduce or will it increase? It will reduce in both the directions. Fine. So that is why, see, now what is happening? Atoms which are elements which are bigger than iron, they are unstable. Can I say all the elements which are bigger than iron are unstable as compared to iron? As compared to iron, I'm talking about. Okay? All the elements which are smaller than iron, they are unstable as compared to iron. Okay? So unstable elements would want to come together and move towards iron, and bigger elements would want to break apart and move towards iron. Okay? That is the reason why nuclear fusion and nuclear fission occurs. So nuclear fission occurs to larger elements. Okay? They're bigger than iron. They want to break apart and come closer to iron. So that is what is happening over here. Okay? And smaller elements, they are unstable when they are small. They want to move towards iron. That is why they come together and release energy. Now, why the energy is getting released? Because as the element moves towards stability, okay, as the element moves towards stability, what is the binding energy needed? What is the binding energy needed? It increases. It will increase, right? So when elements will come together, they will release some amount of energy. Okay? And over here, when elements will come, will break, they will release some amount of energy, because the binding energy is increasing when you're moving towards iron. That is the reason of release of energy both in the nuclear fission and nuclear fusion. So what is happening? Which energy is getting released in nuclear fission and nuclear fusion? It is the binding energy. Okay? And we talk about the binding energy curve and binding energy curve per nucleon. Okay? इसका जो curve बनता है, this curve is something like this. Now over here, which element will be there? Iron. Okay? So can you see the binding energy curve rises very sharply before iron? Okay? And it falls down comparatively in a less manner after iron. So what is the most stable element? It is iron. It has the largest amount of binding energy, or you can say the amount of energy we have to put in to break iron is largest, or when the elements become iron, they release largest amount of energy. Understood? That is the reason of release of energy. Okay? Now there are these types of nuclear reactors. First nuclear reactor is the pressurized water reactor. Second is boiled water reactor. Third is pressurized heavy water reactor. And fourth is fast breeder reactor. अब इसमें समझ लेते हैं सब में. So what is the core where the actual reaction is happening? What is the moderator? What does the moderator do? It reduces the speed. Very good. What does the coolant do? It will keep the temperatures normalized. What will the control rod do? It will do the absorb the neutrons so that it does not convert into supercritical. ठीक है? Moderator reduces the speed so that the frequency or the probability of hitting the atom increases. Now, okay, breeding bracket के बाद में देखते हैं. Now, what happens in each of these reactors? So this is a pressurized water reactor. ठीक है? Here we are using enriched uranium. ठीक है? Why are we using enriched uranium over here? Why do we need to enrich the uranium? Enriched uranium क्यों use करना है? Because the efficiency of nuclear reactor will increase, isn't it? वो जल्दी ब्रेक करेगा. जब न्यूट्रॉन हिट करेगा तो जल्दी ब्रेक करेगा. सिंपल सी बात है. That is why we need enriched uranium over here. Boiled water में क्या यूज कर रहे हैं? यहां भी enriched uranium यूज कर रहे हैं. लेकिन pressurized heavy water reactor में क्या यूज कर रहे हैं? Natural uranium fuel. Very important difference. So in the pressurized water and अब ये boiled water reactor बहुत यूज नहीं होता है, तो इसको हम भूल भी सकते हैं. ठीक है, ये यूज नहीं होता है. This is a older technology, right? Now this is pressurized heavy water reactor. इसमें natural uranium use हो रहा है. So what is the reason we are using natural uranium over here? So basically, ultimately we want the reaction to happen. We are saying that in the pressurized water reactor, reactions will only happen when you have enriched uranium. ठीक है? And in the pressurized heavy water reactor, the reactions can happen even with natural uranium. It is because the moderator that we are using and the coolant that we are using is heavy water, and in heavy water the efficiency of the reaction goes up. ठीक है? It is heavy water is a better moderator as compared to ordinary water. Therefore, the frequency or the probability of hitting the neutron, hitting that element by the neutron increases in pressurized heavy water reactor. That is why we can use what? Natural uranium over there. Understood? So which is a better moderator in comparison to ordinary and heavy water? Which is the better moderator? Heavy water. So because this is better moderator, therefore the speeds will be controlled better. Therefore the frequency and the probability of hitting that atom will increase. Therefore we can use natural uranium. Understood? Done. Coolant क्या use करते हैं? ये भी heavy water है. Control rod. ये याद करना पड़ेगा कि what do we use as control rod? Can we use graphite as control rod? Can we use graphite as control rod? Graphite को use, अब control rod क्या कर रहा है? It is absorbing neutrons. अगर graphite neutrons absorb करेगा तो जल जाएगा. It will explode. ठीक है? So graphite is used as what? You can use graphite as the moderator. ठीक है? Not as the control rod. So don't confuse over there. बहुत लोगों को ये confusion होता है. ठीक है? Okay. Let's come to the fast breeder reactor. इसमें क्या होता है? What happens? What is the difference between these reactors and the fast breeder reactor? Very good. So we don't need the moderator. ठीक है? Slow down moderator करता है. So we don't need the moderator over here. Now why do we want? So basically we want fast neutrons over here, isn't it? Why do we need fast neutron? Because over here what are we using? We are using, let's say, uranium-235, which is a fissile material, plus we are using thorium or any other fertile material, right? Fertile element. The thorium is fertile, but it is not fissile, so it will not be immediately ready for nuclear reaction. ठीक है? So a fast neutron, it will hit thorium and give so much energy that thorium will convert into a fissile material. ठीक है? We want to convert this fertile material into fissile material. That cannot be done by slow neutron. क्योंकि slow neutron में energy कम जाएगा, तो thorium सो रहा है, वो जगेगा ही नहीं. उसको तेज से झापड़ मारना है. ठीक है? So when thorium is hit hard by the neutrons, it will become what? Fissile. Now you have this as a fissile material. You obviously have uranium as a fissile material. Uranium is basically used to start the reaction, because you cannot start the reaction using just the thorium. Okay? You need fast neutrons coming out of this particular reaction from uranium. That is going to hit thorium. This is going to create another fissile material. Now the reaction will move on. अब जितना भी fissile material है वो convert होगा, radioactive होके convert होगा, neutrons create होंगे, वो आके फिर thorium को hit करेगा. More and more fissile material is getting created. So what is happening in the fast breeder reactor? The amount of fissile material with which we started, what is happening to that amount at the end of reaction? Is it increasing or decreasing? Huh? Increasing, because this is the fissile material with which we started, right? After the reaction, what is left? This plus this, right? So fast breeder reactors are those which create more amount of fissile material as compared to at the start. Okay, done. So because we need fast neutrons, we do not need moderators. Okay, over here we use liquid sodium as the coolant. Okay, understood? Why do we use liquid sodium? Because iska temperature or boiling point is very high. It is almost at 883 degrees Celsius. Okay, so when the burning is happening, it is still remaining what? Liquid. So because it is liquid, it can be stabilized and it works like a coolant, right? So this is what happens in the fast breeder reactor. Now control rod, of course, we will need control rod in everyone because we want to control the number of neutrons. Okay. Now breeding blanket, it is absent in all these types of reactors because breeding blanket ka matlab hai, are we creating more fissile material? Are we breeding more fissile material? Which is happening only in fast breeder reactor. Okay. So it has a breeding blanket as well. Uske baad is everything simple. Yahan pe dekho, in the boiling water reactor, we are producing the steam in reactor core or the primary core. ठीक है, प्राइमरी में ही स्टीम प्रोड्यूस होती है. दैट इज व्हाई दिस इज अ ओल्ड टेक्नोलॉजी. अंडरस्टूड? बाकी सब में सेकेंडरी लूप में स्टीम जनरेट हो रही है. ठीक है, अंडरस्टूड दिस? लेट्स गो टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. Okay, next question is on viruses, right? DNA virus, RNA virus. So we have to understand what are the various things that we have to understand. First is about the mutation rate. Mutation rate का मतलब क्या होता है? How soon or how fast the virus is changing its genetic nature. ठीक है. Second, what do we have to understand is about the stability of the virus. ठीक है. Let's understand about DNA virus and RNA virus and let's see which one will be more stable and which one will be less stable. Fine. So before that, let's quickly go through the concepts. What is DNA and what is RNA? What is the difference between DNA and RNA? This is double helical. This is single helical. Any other difference? One is changed. Which one is changed? Huh? T is changed. T is changed to uracil. This is there. Done. Two differences. What is a gene? What is a gene? Very good. That portion of DNA which is responsible for the formation of or production of coding for what? Protein. What is genome? All the genes in the human body combined together would be genome. Does it include the genes which are present in the mitochondria? Do we have genes in the mitochondria? Right? Does the genome of the human being include the gene present in the mitochondria? How many of you are saying yes? कौन-कौन yes बोल रहा है? अरे come on, risk तो लेना ही पड़ेगा यूपीएससी एग्जाम में भाई. बिना रिस्क के कैसे सॉल्व करोगे? कौन-कौन नो बोल रहा है? ओके, ठीक है. तो another thing that you learned over here, yes, माइटोकॉन्ड्रिया का भी जीन इज इंक्लूडेड इन द एंटायर जीनोम. जीनोम मतलब सारे जीन, each and every gene which is present in the human body. ठीक है, चल, let's move forward. Let's see what is a virus. Does it replicate outside the human body? No, right? So that is why it is known as what? Obligate intracellular parasite. That is the most important feature of a virus. ठीक है, उसका एक प्रोटीन कोट होता है. This is known as capsid. Fine, चलो. Just understanding this. Now, viruses can have both DNA and RNA as their genetic material, right? Let's see what are the various types of viruses. Now, why that is important to see the various types of viruses? Why it is important? What is in news? Why is it important to see or study various types of viruses? We want to develop what? Vaccines, right? Different types of viruses are creating diseases in the human beings. And to understand those viruses, only then we can create vaccines. Okay? So let's have a look at the various types of viruses. Two types of viruses which we are talking in this particular question: RNA virus and DNA virus. There are 4 types of RNA virus. Fine. Why it is important to study this? Because again, these all have different characteristics. They have different ways of hurting or creating disease in the human body. Once we understand their ways, then only we can create appropriate vaccine regime. Okay, fine. So there are 4 types of RNA viruses. First type is the single strand RNA virus. Now this RNA genome that is there, it is single stranded. Second type is double stranded. Okay. Now in single strand, you have 2 types. One is positive sense, other is negative sense. Just understand the meaning over here. Now tell me one very basic thing. How does protein gets coded in the human body? What is the process of creating protein? What happens? Very good. Translation and transcription. Which happens first? Transcription. Okay, very good. So basically, you have a DNA which has a gene, right? A mRNA comes inside the nucleus. It picks up that particular gene which is to be coded. Now this mRNA, this process is known as from DNA to an mRNA is known as transcription. Okay? Now this mRNA is going into the cytoplasm to the ribosomes. वहां पे कौन कौन आ रहा है? कौन कौन दूसरे 2 भाई आ रहे हैं आरएनए के? और कौन कौन से भाई हैं आरएनए के? वेरी गुड. टीआरएनए एंड एक और है आरएनए. माइक्रो आरएनए दूसरा होता है, उसका अलग काम है. मैसेंजर आरएनए तो यही हो गया. एक और भाई है आरआरएनए. ठीक है, राइबोसोमल आरएनए. व्हाट इज दिस टीआरएनए डूइंग? दिस इज ब्रिंगिंग दी अमीनो एसिड्स. सो ये पहले आता है, एमआरएनए से पूछता है भाई कौन सा प्रोटीन बनाना है. टीआरएनए तो एमआरएनए टीआरएनए को बताता है ये वाला प्रोटीन बनाना है. अब प्रोटीन इज मेड अप ऑफ अमीनो एसिड्स. तो ये बॉडी में जाता है, ढूंढता है कि भाई ऐसा अच्छा खाना खाया है कि नहीं, वैसा अमीनो एसिड है भी कि नहीं मेरे पास. ठीक है, so it brings the amino acid to the ribosome. Now this rRNA will be responsible for synthesis of the protein. Understood? तो यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है? What does this RNA, this virus does? Positive sense means, now this is a RNA virus. Directly this virus will be replicated inside the cytoplasm. ठीक है? So this is, let's say, your cell. This is your nucleus. Now this virus, positive sense of single strand RNA virus enters your cell. ठीक है? Now this RNA can be directly replicated into protein. Now this protein is a human protein or a viral protein? Viral protein, right? So this, it is easiest for this type of virus to create disease in your body. क्योंकि जैसे ही वो अंदर घुसेगा वो रेप्लिकेट हो जाएगा प्रोटीन में. बट नेगेटिव सेंस आरएनए क्या करेगा? दिस विल फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल हैव टू कन्वर्ट इनटू पॉजिटिव सेंस, तब जाके वो प्रोटीन का कोडिंग कर पाएगा. ठीक है. नाउ व्हाट विल डीएनए और डबल स्ट्रैंडेड आरएनए डू? ये क्या करेगा? दिस विल अगेन रेप्लिकेट इनसाइड द साइटोप्लाज्म इटसेल्फ. ठीक है, इट विल अगेन गो एंड रेप्लिकेट इन द साइटोप्लाज्म. एक वायरस है विच इज रेट्रोवायरस. Okay, very unique virus, retrovirus. What does this do? This is a RNA. First of all, this is a RNA virus. It will first of all convert into the DNA, which is the intermediary stage. Now, agar this is converting into DNA, it will stay in the cytoplasm or go inside the nucleus. It will go inside the nucleus, right? Now, inside the nucleus, it will integrate with the human DNA. Now from there the process of protein synthesis will start. So this virus, retrovirus, right, first of all converts into DNA, goes inside the nucleus, integrates with the human DNA. Is this process done by this particular virus? The positive sense single stranded RNA नहीं कर रहा. ये डायरेक्टली साइटोप्लाज्म में जाता है, न्यूक्लियस से कोई मतलब नहीं है, वो एक स्टेज आगे है. ठीक है. Now this goes into the human DNA, integrates. अब जो प्रोटीन बनेगा that will be viral protein. So it will again convert into RNA. वो same process, transcription and translation वाला process, and it will go on. That is why we need to know what are the various types of virus and how do they function. So which of this virus enters the nucleus? Retrovirus enters the nucleus and attaches itself to the human genome. ठीक है, और human DNA. Fine. Now let's talk about the DNA virus. Now DNA virus, tell me, will it replicate outside the nucleus or inside the nucleus? डीएनए है तो ऑब्वियसली उसको अंदर जाना पड़ेगा, डीएनए में अपने आप को इंटीग्रेट करना पड़ेगा, फिर वहां से एमआरएनए बनेगा, फिर अगेन दैट प्रोसेस ऑफ प्रोटीन सिंथेसिस विल स्टार्ट. ठीक है, so double stranded DNA virus, it will replicate in the nucleus, fine. And single stranded DNA virus, first of all it will convert into a double strand DNA, copy pasting होगी, then again it will go inside the nucleus and it will become the RNA and protein synthesis will start. ठीक है, तो क्या डिफरेंस समझ में आया 4 तरह के वायरस में, 6 तरह के वायरस में? What is the difference? Tell me. So there are just revising, 2 टाइप के ब्रॉड वायरसेस, RNA viruses and DNA viruses, 4 types of RNA virus. इसमें first of all single strand, 2 types of single strand, right, and 1 double strand, and 1 a retrovirus which converts from RNA to DNA then again to RNA for protein synthesis. So retrovirus is the only virus which converts from RNA to DNA. ठीक है, other viruses directly go and replicate inside the cytoplasm, right? Negative sense virus will have to convert first of all into positive sense virus, then only they can convert into proteins. Understood? हाँ, second पे आते हैं, second पे DNA virus पे आते हैं. अब we talked about retrovirus. Retrovirus is the virus which first of all converts into DNA. DNA में अगर convert हो गया, it will have to go inside what? Nucleus. ठीक है? So over here the DNA viruses are there. Will they go inside the nucleus and then replicate? So these are the viruses which have DNA as their genetic material. Fine. They will enter into the cell. They will not stay in the cytoplasm. They will go inside the nucleus. In the nucleus, they will integrate with the human DNA. Then again, it will, same process, transcription and translation. Okay, it will convert into mRNA, then protein, viral protein will be created. Okay. Now you remember these examples. So what is the COVID virus? COVID virus कौन सा था? It was a RNA virus and a positive sense RNA virus कि घुसते ही सेल में प्रोटीन में convert. That is why it was so dangerous. Which is the most dangerous virus? The one which is directly entering the cytoplasm and converting into protein. That is why COVID was such a dangerous virus. Understood? ठीक है, तो इसके हिसाब से तो वैक्सीन बनेगी. ठीक है, हाँ, so okay, ठीक है, तो DNA we know it is a double stranded. A single strand DNA can also exist in nature. ठीक है, even triple stranded DNA, because in general normal DNA is a double stranded. ठीक है, in humans you will not find a single stranded DNA, but there are certain organisms in which you can find single stranded DNA. In fact, you can even find triple stranded DNA that also exists, right? So RNA can be single stranded, RNA can be double stranded, DNA can be double stranded, of course, DNA can be single stranded, DNA can be triple stranded as well. But in humans, what do we find? Double stranded DNA. In humans, you do not find triple stranded or single stranded DNA. Understood? ठीक है? तो दोनों कैसे हो सकते हैं? मतलब either you will code your information in RNA format or you will code your information in DNA format. You cannot have both. ठीक है? नहीं, examples, see, those are found in very certain very rare conditions. ऐसा नहीं है कि वो हमेशा पाया जाता है, but in certain conditions 3 strands of DNA can come together. That is what I'm saying. It is not stable, of course. मतलब ऐसा कोई ऑर्गेनिज्म नहीं है जहां पे ट्रिपल स्ट्रैंडेड डीएनए परमानेंटली पाया जाता है, ऐसा नहीं है. But in certain conditions 3 strands of DNA can come together and form a triple stranded DNA for some time. That will be unstable. But what I'm saying is that existence can happen. ठीक है, that is what I'm saying. That is a chemical reaction which happens, normal chemical reaction. ठीक है. Okay, now let's understand. तो अभी ये समझ में आ गया RNA DNA वाला डिफरेंस. ठीक है. Now let's have a look at the difference between RNA virus and DNA virus. ठीक है. तो RNA virus, how do they replicate? अभी ये तो समझ में आ गया, RNA virus में RNA होगा and it will either be single stranded or double stranded. DNA virus में DNA होगा, it can either be single stranded or double stranded. Now, how do these RNA virus or how do this RNA replicates? It uses the RNA dependent RNA polymerase. So RNA polymerase is the enzyme which is used for the replication of RNA. DNA polymerase is the enzyme which is used for the replication of DNA. Now, why RNA viruses are having more mutation is because this enzyme does not have proofreading mechanism. ठीक है, आलसी है वो जो पहली बार में निकल के आ जाता है वही दे देता है कॉपी. It does not rechecks its answer कि whatever I have replicated, is it correct or not? And errors can happen environmentally. Some errors can definitely happen naturally. So when this DNA polymerase, this enzyme, which is more smarter, it replicates, create a replica of the DNA. It goes back and checks whether the replica is correct or not. If it is not correct, it does the changes. ठीक है? RNA polymerase does not do that. एक बार में जो copy paste कर दिया वो ही सही है. Understood? That is why there is high chance of mutation with the RNA virus, because the RNA polymerase is not having the proofreading mechanism. Okay? Now, if there is high mutation, definitely the genetic stability will be less, because that genetic nature is not staying for long. It is changing every now and then. Now, you tell me which kind of virus will be difficult to create the vaccines, RNA virus or DNA virus? RNA virus, because it is mutating so faster, right? जल्दी mutate कर रहा है, different हमें different vaccines बनानी पड़ेंगी. Understood? That is how you understand. That is why again COVID virus was a difficult virus to handle. ठीक है? Now these are the viruses: adenovirus or papilloma virus, herpes virus. These are DNA based virus. इसलिए इनका एक बार vaccine बन गया तो बन गया. ठीक है? Understood? You will get the PPT. No issues. Done. Let's go to the third question. It's about hydrogen. So different forms of hydrogen you would know exist, right? Green hydrogen, yellow hydrogen, black hydrogen, gray hydrogen, all these exist. Now the first question is, why are we talking so much about hydrogen? Why are we talking so much about hydrogen? What is happening in the country? Huh? Sorry? It's a source of energy. It's a cleaner source of or greener source of energy. Very good. ठीक है. So, and what is the program of the government of India? The National Green Hydrogen Mission. ठीक है. So, what the government of India is trying to do is finding various sources of hydrogen. ठीक है. Now, on the basis of these sources and the processes, two bifurcations, right? From where we are picking the hydrogen and what is the process of creating the hydrogen, we have multiple types of hydrogen, right? And hydrogen, why are we studying about hydrogen? It is because it is a source of energy. Why do we want to find sources of energy? Because of our own energy security on one hand and climate issues or climate risk on the other hand. Okay? We have Paris Climate Deal and the targets under Paris Climate Deal to be fulfilled, right? But we also want to increase the energy supply in the country. Okay? For that, we are finding multiple sources of energy. Fine. So what about hydrogen? Why exactly this is acting as a good source of energy? Because first of all, zero emissions. When you burn hydrogen, what is getting created? Water. So it's a clean source of energy. Second, high density. Among all the fuels available, hydrogen has one of the highest density. What is the meaning of density? Fuel density. What is the meaning of fuel density? Amount of energy released per unit of fuel. Okay? So hydrogen has the highest among the highest amount of energy density. Then versatility. You can use hydrogen in multiple sources of engines, right? Hydrogen can be used very easily. Second, hydrogen can be created very easily. There are multiple sources from which we can create the hydrogen. Okay? So it is versatile. It can be used easily and it can be produced easily. Okay? Third is the energy storage. It is easier to store the hydrogen, right? Now, what are the challenges with respect to hydrogen? What are the various challenges? So anytime when you have new technology, new energy source coming in, so what would be the first challenge that we would face? We would face the challenge of infrastructure, right? Technology. So hydrogen, if you want to create hydrogen, you need the technology of electrolysis, right? That technology has to be available, has to be efficient enough in the country. Now, if you need new technologies, you would need more and more cost also, right? So basically, the production cost of hydrogen is high as of now, right? And there are infrastructural limitations, fine. Then there are safety concerns as well, because hydrogen is flammable, highly flammable gas. Okay, so there are certain challenges with respect to hydrogen. Okay, this can be asked as one-liners in your prelims questions. Okay, now we understand why are we looking at hydrogen. So let's have a look at the various sources of hydrogen. So majorly there are 4 sources or 4 ways of creating hydrogen. First way is the steam methane reforming. Okay, that is the first way. Fine. Second way is the process of electrolysis. Okay. Third is the process of gasification. Okay. And fourth is the process of pyrolysis. Done. Now, steam methane reforming means when you are reacting methane with steam, or what is steam? Steam is water. So when CH4 plus H2O goes into the reaction, it creates carbon dioxide and hydrogen. Okay. So this is the most gray, this is known as gray hydrogen when we are reacting methane with the steam or water. Fine. Now this is the most common source of producing hydrogen right now in the country. Even right now we are producing hydrogen because we need hydrogen for ammonia production. Okay. And this is huge amount of carbon dioxide emission because CH4 plus water goes into carbon dioxide plus hydrogen. Okay. So huge amount of carbon dioxide emission is there, and this is the source which we are using right now. Fine. Now, if you basically curb this carbon dioxide from entering into the atmosphere, if you curb this carbon dioxide from entering into the atmosphere, that will be known as blue hydrogen. Okay. So basically you are doing carbon sequestration. Okay, you are not allowing that carbon dioxide to go in the atmosphere. Okay, that becomes blue hydrogen, but same process, same SMR process along with sequestration. Done. Next, green hydrogen. Now over here the process changes. It is electrolysis. What is electrolysis? Breaking of water molecule into hydrogen and oxygen. Hydrogen can be used as a fuel. Oxygen can be used for other industrial purposes. For example, the cylinders in the hospital. Okay. So electrolysis is basically breaking down the water molecule into hydrogen and oxygen. Okay. And it is done using electrolysis process. Electrolyzer use karte hain. Then, so if you are using, if this, now this is, let's say, the electrolyzer. If this electrolyzer is powered by renewable energy, right? This has to be powered, then that will be known as green hydrogen if it is powered by renewable energy. Correct? If it is powered by nuclear energy, that same electrolysis, if it is powered by nuclear energy, it will be known as pink hydrogen. Okay? And if it is powered specifically by solar energy, though it will be covered over here, it can be called as yellow hydrogen. Understood? So electrolysis process, and how are we powering it? Renewable source, green energy; nuclear source, pink energy; specifically solar energy, then yellow hydrogen. Done. Okay. Next is the process of gasification. What is basically gasification? Burning of coal, right? Burning of coal in small amount of oxygen, not absence of oxygen, because absence of oxygen is pyrolysis. Okay. So burning of coal, when you burn the coal, you produce what? Which kind of gas do you produce? Syngas, which is having hydrogen, okay, and carbon monoxide. Okay, done. So from there you can create hydrogen. Now, if instead of coal you are using lignite, it will be known as brown hydrogen. If you are using coal, it will be known as black hydrogen. But the process remains the same, which is gasification. Understood? Next is with respect to turquoise hydrogen. Over here we are going for methane pyrolysis. Only this methane molecule is broken down into carbon and hydrogen. There is no carbon dioxide over here. ठीक है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे तो ऑक्सीजन है ही नहीं. तो ऑक्सीजन कहाँ, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड रिलीज होगा नहीं, राइट? So over here solid carbon is getting released. That is what it is. Solid carbon is the byproduct. ठीक है? So that is what it is, turquoise hydrogen. Then the question was about white hydrogen. Fine. The question was about white hydrogen. So let's take a look at what exactly white hydrogen is. This is found beneath the surface of the earth. So it can be found in, let's say, the hydrothermal vents that you have. Hydrothermal vents. It could be one source. Second source could be underground gas deposits. Now you have to understand one very crucial point. All the hydrogen that we discussed till now, except the white hydrogen, we were manufacturing that kind of hydrogen. All those hydrogen were manufactured. Is it manufactured? No, this is the hydrogen which is not manufactured. Done. So it can be found in the hydrothermal vents, it can be found in the gas deposits. तो ये बनता कैसे? When water reacts with mineral. When water reacts with mineral, it leads to the formation of hydrogen. That is one way of creating hydrogen inside the earth. ठीक है? Second way, now this is way number one. Second way is through radioactivity. Is through radioactivity. So for example, let's say you have a radioactive element uranium inside the Earth's surface. Now this will go for decay. It will produce what? Energy. Radioactive decay will produce energy, just like we talked about in the previous slide. This energy will break water into hydrogen and oxygen. Understood? So hydrogen can also be created with the process of radioactivity. Sorry? White hydrogen. We are talking about white hydrogen. Huh. Dark oxygen. Yeah, you can call it. Yes. Because it is created beneath the surface. Yes. Okay. So it is the process of radioactivity. So what are, kahan milta hai white hydrogen? Inside the gas deposits, underground gas deposits, hydrothermal vents. ठीक है, वहां पे ये सारे conditions exist कर सकते हैं. Water reacting with the minerals, and because of radioactivity, this energy is breaking down the water molecule into hydrogen and oxygen. Now, what is the advantage of white hydrogen? First, it is not manufactured. Done. Second, it is not manufactured. Second, is it releasing any kind of carbon dioxide? It is almost zero emission, because whatever carbon dioxide, if in case is released, it is from the already stored carbon dioxide of the earth. We are not creating something new. Okay? So anyways, this is zero emission. Then third benefit, what do you think about the huge amount of hydrogen which can be present? इतना बड़ा समुंदर है, right? Huge amount of hydrogen can be produced. So the amount is huge. Okay? Understood? So it is huge amount, zero carbon, right? And it is not manufactured, right? We can just drill and pick up the hydrogen. Now, what are the challenges with white hydrogen? What could be the issues? Tell me. Issues? Abstraction. So drilling would be first. अब ड्रिलिंग कहां करोगे? पहले तो पता लगाना पड़ेगा कि हाइड्रोजन निकल कहां से रहा है. So detection is the biggest challenge. Detection of hydrogen is the biggest challenge with respect to white hydrogen. Then even if you detect, drilling will become the problem, and then the technology needed to store and transfer that particular hydrogen to the storage facilities. Okay? That is the issue with white hydrogen. Understood? Done? Let's move on. Fourth question. It's a simple, comparatively very simple question. They are asking the use of nitrogen as a packaging material, okay, or a packaging gas. Correct? So obviously we know that nitrogen is being used in the potato chips to preserve their crispiness. So over here, how would you solve the question? You need to know the characteristics of nitrogen, and you need to know the threat that chips faces. Fine. So let's have a look at the characteristics of nitrogen. What kind of a gas is nitrogen? It's a inert gas, right? So if it is an inert gas, is it going to react with anything in the packet? It is not going to react. It's a tasteless gas. So will it give any kind of flavor to the potato chips? No, right? Correct. Now, it is a dry gas. Nitrogen is a dry gas. So will it maintain moisture or will it absorb everything and keep things away from moisture? Correct. So it is not going to maintain moisture. It will absorb the moisture and create everything as a dry environment. Fine. So that is what we saw in this particular question. What was the question? Can it maintain the moisture content in the packaging? No. Okay. Then does it enhances the chips flavor? No, because this is tasteless. Okay. How it can enhance the flavor? So both these statements are wrong. Let's compare this with the oxygen. So oxygen is an oxidative product. Okay. It will lead to oxidation. So lipid oxidation is something which happens. Because of this oxidation, rancidity happens, which is bad taste and smell. Correct? Now, because of this oxygen, the entire chips would become soft. Okay, it will become soft. Okay, and because oxygen is going to react with the chips material, there will be nutrient degradation. And why nitrogen is used? Because 78% of the atmosphere is made up of nitrogen, so it is easily available. Fine. And why oxygen is a threat? Because in even 21% of the atmosphere is made up of oxygen, so it can react a lot more with the chips. Now let's have a look at the alternatives of nitrogen. So some of the alternatives are, first is you can use carbon dioxide. Okay, carbon dioxide is also used in some of the packages, but what is the issue with carbon dioxide? It is slightly acidic. Okay, it is slightly acidic. Fine. So that is why it will add some flavor and some texture to the product. So this is not as good alternative as with respect to nitrogen. Second issue is, let's say second alternative is noble gases. Okay, again these are also inert. Nitrogen is also inert. What is the issue with noble gas? It will be expensive and then it is not easily available. This is 78%. These are just 1%, sometimes even less than 1% in the atmosphere. Okay, so that is the problem with respect to noble gases. It's a simple question. Okay, let's move to the next one. Blockchain technology. Now over here the question has asked the application of blockchain into various domains. Fine. So to understand whether blockchain can be used into these domains, we need to understand what exactly is a blockchain technology, right? So, but before that, why exactly this blockchain technology is in news? Why it is in news? Anything which the government of India has done recently? Have you heard of the Vishwasya blockchain technology stack? Yeah. What is the aim of this particular thing of government of India? What are they trying to create with Vishwasya blockchain technology stack? Anyone? Online students, come on. What is the government of India trying to do? नहीं लिखा है यहाँ पे. ये नहीं है, ये दूसरा project है. This is the second project. So government of India is trying to create blockchain as a service. Fine. They will create open platforms of blockchain. For example, UPI. तो यूपीआई गवर्नमेंट ने क्रिएट किया, उसके ऊपर फोन पे ने अपना ऐप बना लिया, गूगल पे ने अपना ऐप बना लिया, अमेज़न पे ने अपना ऐप बना लिया, राइट? Similarly, government is going to create blockchain as a service, as an open platform. Now you create your own apps, your own services over that particular platform. So what will be the benefit, or why the government is trying to do this particular thing? Because they want to make blockchain popular. So there has to be some benefit, some advantages related to blockchain. What are the various advantages with respect to blockchain? Tell me, what all have you heard about blockchain? NFT is the use. What is the advantage? Why do we need blockchain? What is the differentiating factor of blockchain with respect to any other technology? Very good, transparency. So what exactly? So for example, what exactly is blockchain? Let's say earlier we used to have this accounts book. ठीक है? Accounts book, बही खाता कहते हैं. ठीक है? Right. So let's say we have this account book और यहाँ पे एंट्री हो रही है कि आज इतना गल्ला बिका, आज इतना राशन बिका, ठीक है, वो एंट्री हो रही है, करेक्ट. अब दिस एंट्री, इज इट इम्यूटेबल? The person who is the owner will cut this particular entry and will say no, this is a wrong entry. वो उसके हाथ में, right? Understood? So what is blockchain? Blockchain is the digital version. Now what is known as ledger, right? So blockchain is the digital version of this ledger. So basically blockchain is used for storing what? Data. Okay, blockchain is used for storing data. But the benefit is it is decentralized. Okay, blockchain is decentralized. Second benefit, here the entries can be changed, right? Here the entries are immutable. They cannot be changed. Okay, now it is very secure because it cannot be changed. There are certain softwares and everything has been developed so that you cannot change anything over here. That is why it is secure. Because it is distributed or decentralized, it is also transparent. Everyone can see what is happening in the blockchain. Okay? So these are the characteristics. That is why it builds what? Peer-to-peer trust. And it reduces the intermediaries. Okay? Now you tell me, what is the meaning of decentralized? Why it is known as decentralized? Very good. Then, so okay. So for example, in the blockchain network, there are 100 computers or 100 people who are connected to that particular blockchain network. Every person in this network, all the 100 people are going to have a copy of that particular blockchain. That is why it is known as it is decentralized. Now, that is why it becomes immutable. Why? Because if you, so for how many blockchains are there? Everyone has that copy of blockchain. So there are 100 copies of that blockchain. So if you make a change in one copy of the blockchain, will it change all the blockchains? No, right? So that is why it is immutable. It is not that you cannot change any data in the blockchain network. You can change, but then you will have to change the data in entire network. Then only people will accept, fine, this is the valid data. Correct? So that is why it becomes immutable. That is why it becomes transparent. That is why it becomes decentralized. Correct? So if everyone is having a copy, everyone is watching what exactly is happening, that is why it becomes the trust factor. Okay? So let's have a look what exactly the blockchain is. So these are blocks and there are chain connected to it. Okay? So क्या होता है blockchain में? सबसे पहला चीज, it is the data. So for example, let's take an example of cryptocurrency, right? Let's take this example. So if one person A is transferring cryptocurrency or Bitcoin to the other person, which kind of data is going to get stored in this particular blockchain? That transaction. For example, person A has sent rupees or let's say Bitcoin, 100 Bitcoins to person B. This data is going to get stored in this particular block. What has been the transaction? Which kind of transaction took place? Who was the sender? Who was the receiver? And what was the amount? That data will be stored in this particular block. Understood? Then what is previous hash? Now we call it blockchain. So what is the meaning of chain? Every block is connected to the previous. So when you create a new block, it is connected to the previous block. What is the importance of this? Why do we need to connect every block with the previous block? Why do we need to connect? So basically you want to understand the chronology. You want to understand the chronology, right? कि इसके बाद ये transaction हुआ है, so that no one is fooled. Fine. You cannot add a block inside it. Okay? To maintain that chronology, to maintain that transparency, we want to have blocks connected to the previous one. Okay? So each block is connected to the previous one with the help of hash. Now every block has its own unique identity because the data inside this is encrypted. Fine. So it has a unique identity. This has a unique identity. Now this block will have this identity as well. so that you know, okay, इसके पहले ये वाला ब्लॉक आता है, इसके पहले ये वाला ब्लॉक आता है, ठीक है? That is what is there. Fine. So blockchains can be of three types: public, private, and consortium based. Public मतलब सभी लोग, everyone can see the content in this blockchain. Private means only those who have access can see this. Consortium means a group of people can see the content inside the, or can access, can use the blockchain. ठीक है? So you understood the blockchain, right? Now let's So consortium, private would be one particular person, right? Or one particular company. Consortium is a group of people. ठीक है? Next is consensus mechanism. Now we talked about that blocks have to be created. So to enter the data, first of all, you want a block to be created. How these blocks are getting created? Okay. What is the process? It is the consensus mechanism. Have you heard of proof of work and proof of stakes? क्या होता है proof of work में? What happens in proof of work? So when you have to create a block, the miners have to, so there are miners, okay, or computer programmers, which have to solve a particular mathematical problem. It's a very difficult mathematical problem, right? Now, when you solve it correctly, you give the proof of your work. Okay, I have solved it. Now, when you have solved it, a new block is going to get created. That is how it is in the system. It is inbuilt in the system. Let's say Bitcoin. ठीक है, तो Bitcoin में ही वो problems inbuilt है. It is inbuilt within the system. क्योंकि this is decentralized. It is not managed by anyone. So the person who has created this blockchain of Bitcoin has inbuilt everything in the system. Everything is automatic. ठीक है, you just go solve it, create a block and get it validated. ठीक है. Proof of stake में क्या होता है? Now over here mining is, as in mining is not happening, or no mathematical problem is solved. Over here the person, let's say they come ki, fine, I will give 1,000 blockchains. Now there are, let's say, 100 people who are part of the blockchain network. Everyone gives some contribution. I will give 50 bitcoins, I will give 500 bitcoins, like that. ठीक है? So person who gives most amount of bitcoin, ठीक है, or who has more stake in the blockchain network, majorly they get the chance to add the block. ठीक है? Now if your block is added wrongly, that person's stake will be gone. So that is known as proof of stake. ठीक है? यहाँ पे mathematical problem solve करना है. यहाँ पे based on your stake you are getting the chance to add the block. ठीक है? Smart contracts are those algorithms which make the blockchain automatic. ठीक है? So understood blockchain? NFT देख लेते हैं. अब very simple. So smart contract are those algorithms. ठीक है? For example, a transaction has happened. A has sent 100 bitcoins to B. So smart contract में लिखा होगा कि अच्छा ठीक है, go and check A का wallet, उसके wallet में से 100 रुपए कम होने चाहिए, B के wallet में से 100 रुपए बढ़ने चाहिए. अगर ये चीजें हुई हैं, तो that transaction will get recognized. ठीक है? Done. Now let's come to the NFT. ठीक है? Now we saw that there are blocks. NFT में क्या होगा data? Block के अंदर. Which data will be there inside the block in NFT? So NFTs are used for digital asset. For example, I sang a song. ठीक है? एक song create किया मैंने, and I want to sell that particular song. और मैंने एक painting draw करी. ठीक है? I want to sell that particular painting to the people. So if I sell in the normal market, fine, that is one way of selling it. If I want to have a global access, I can sell it through the NFT. Benefit क्या है? What is the benefit of using NFT? That in the normal market, your painting will get copied very fast. ठीक है? कोई भी इंसान आएगा, प्रिंटर पे डालेगा, तुम्हारा पेंटिंग कॉपी करेगा, and they will start selling the other people from your name. ठीक है? NFT, what you will do, you will create a unique identity of that particular digital asset. ठीक है? And the transactions which are happening, for example, person A is the owner of the painting. This person sells the painting to person B. Now this transaction is going to get registered in this particular block. Now B sells the painting to C. This transaction is going to get registered in this particular block. So you always know which is the correct painting. You always know which person has the original or the correct painting. Understood? ठीक है, that is what is registered in the NFT. So it's a unique digital asset. Now NFT का full form क्या है? Non fungible tokens. Fungible का मतलब क्या हो गया? Fungible का मतलब क्या हो गया? Those things which cannot be interchanged. For example, I have a mobile phone X, you have a mobile phone Y. I cannot just give you my mobile phone and take your mobile phone because उनका values different होगा. मेरा 10,000 का होगा, तुम्हारा 50,000 का होगा, ठीक है? I cannot exchange, correct? Similarly, NFTs are those things which cannot be exchanged on basis of value. जैसे 1 रुपए का सिक्का है, उसको मैं दूसरे 1 रुपए के सिक्के से exchange कर सकता हूं. That is fungible, correct? But those things which cannot be interchanged are non-fungible and indivisible. अब मैं पेंटिंग बेच रहा हूं, I cannot break the paintings into part and I cannot sell parts of painting. So NFTs are indivisible as well. ठीक है? And because there are good programs, therefore they are interoperable and there are programming is done. ठीक है? So that is what NFT is. Now how come blockchain is used in payment, fertilizers and solar technology? So इसमें issue क्या है? Payment में issue क्या है? कि payment process is complex, right? It is taking too much of time. Or there is intermediaries, corruption हो रहा है. So those are the problems. All those can be solved with the help of blockchain क्योंकि blockchain is transparent. Similarly, fertilizer में क्या issue है? Leakage हो रहा है, right? There are intermediaries, fraud हो रहा है. All those things can be solved with the help of blockchain because blockchain is transparent and decentralized. Solar energy और power system में क्या हो रहा है? Again, centralized grid operation है. You cannot control it. Person cannot control it. There are intermediaries. Transaction में issue है. ठीक है? Those things again can be solved with the help of blockchain. ठीक है? So what would be the answer for that particular question? All the above would be the answer. ठीक है? D would be the answer. It can be used in every field. ठीक है? Next. Polygraph, very easy question. पॉलीग्राफ मतलब मल्टीपल ग्राफ्स, ठीक है? मूवीज में देखा ही होगा कि पॉलीग्राफ टेस्ट हो रहा है, राइट? टू फाइंड आउट वेदर द पर्सन इज लाइंग और नॉट. तो यहाँ पे इट इज वेरी सिंपल. सो यू हैव सीन, राइट? सेंसर्स आर पुट ऑल अक्रॉस द बॉडी. सो बेसिकली फिजियोलॉजिकल, बिकॉज यू आर पुटिंग सेंसर्स all across the body, so physiological parameters are being tested. Are we putting any kind of taking any kind of blood out of it? ठीक है? So can you calculate the stress hormone level? क्योंकि हार्मोन कैलकुलेट करना है तो कहां से मिलेगा? ब्लड से मिल सकता है, राइट? इट हैज टू बी इन्वेसिव. सो पॉलीग्राफ टेस्ट इज नॉट इन्वेसिव. इट इज बेस्ड ऑन फिजियोलॉजिकल पैरामीटर्स. Biochemical parameters cannot be tested with the help of polygraph test. Now what are we testing? कि whether my emotions are correct or not, whether I'm saying a lie or not. तो let's say if I'm saying a lie, ठीक है? इसके दो changes होंगे. One, there will be change in the chemical nature of your body and there will be change in your physiology as well. पसीना आएगा, झूठ बोल दिया तो पसीना नहीं लगेगा, ठीक है? या फिर धड़कन तेज हो जाएगी. So those are the physiological changes. So same lie will bring changes both in the chemical nature and the physiological nature. But what are we doing? We are just understanding that lie with the help of physiological nature. So breathing rate, yes. Pulse rate, yes. Sweating, yes. Not the stress hormone level. Okay? Now one more thing. What else is not part of polygraph test? Eye movement and facial temperature. Now these both are physiological parameters only, but in the present condition or the present technology of polygraph, right, we are not taking care of the eye movement and the facial temperature. ठीक है? And any kind of biochemical parameters are definitely not calculated. Hormones हो गया, neurotransmitters हो गया, ये सब calculate नहीं करते. ठीक है? So you put the sensors and you find the value, right? Is it regulated in India? What is the regulation with respect to polygraph test? किसी को पता है? Very good. It is not admitted as a proof for putting someone behind the jail, right? इसके बारे में पढ़ना है. So what are the various rights which will get violated? Read about Article 20, Clause 3 and Article 21. ठीक है? This is something which you have to read. Okay, are the polygraph tests 100% accurate? No. क्योंकि some criminals could be so great, like as in they could be so good in lying that nothing of no heartbeat will increase, they will not sweat, they will say lie like a it is 100% true. ठीक है? And some people would be so covered, or let's say उनको इतना डर लग जाएगा कि वो सच वो बोलेंगे तो भी धड़कन तेज हो जाएगी. ठीक है? So that is what is going to happen. So there can be issues of false positive and false negative. So it is not 100% true. That is why we have other methods with which we are calculating the physiological changes. Then next question, question number 7. So this is about generative artificial intelligence. Okay, what is AI and what is Gen AI? क्या difference है इनमें? What is AI and what is Gen AI? What is Gen AI? Generative का मतलब क्या हो गया? हाँ? It creates something new. So for example, I gave this AI 2 stories, story number 1, story number 2, or 2 essays. ठीक है? And I told this AI to create an essay on a third topic, which is not exactly there in its data. So this generative AI can create a third essay based on whatever data it already has. Okay? So AI, as you would know, is based on what? One, AI is based on machine learning. Machine learning matlab the program or the computer is learning on its own. You are not coding. Okay? One form of machine learning, कैसे machine learn करती है, एक तरीका होता है with the help of neural networks. न्यूरल नेटवर्क मतलब जैसे हमारे ब्रेन में मल्टीपल न्यूरॉन्स हैं, मल्टीपल लेयर्स ऑफ न्यूरॉन्स हैं, सिमिलरली वी क्रिएट न्यूरल नेटवर्क्स इनसाइड द कंप्यूटर की कैलकुलेशन मल्टीपल लेवल पे होगा. ठीक है? नाउ अ फॉर्म ऑफ न्यूरल नेटवर्क इज डीप न्यूरल नेटवर्क. अ फॉर्म ऑफ न्यूरल नेटवर्क इज डीप न्यूरल नेटवर्क. मतलब सपोज 10 layers would make neural network, so thousands layers would make deep neural network. Fine. So let's understand Gen AI क्या होता है. तो in Gen AI, now Gen AI you would use, there are different types of neural networks. Different types of neural networks exist. ठीक है? In Gen AI, the neural network which works is known as generator, and first is generator, second is discriminator. ठीक है? So we have to generate something new which looks like real but it is fake. Can you understand? What are you trying to create? You have to create something which looks real but it is fake. So what are these two neural networks? First neural network will create, let's say, the first sample of the picture. You said, okay, fine, these are two faces, club these two faces and make a new one, right? This will create first sample. Discriminator will check whether this looks real or it looks fake. Now, if it looks fake, it will give the feedback to the generator कि भाई अभी अच्छा काम नहीं हुआ है, फिर से काम कर. ठीक है? So it will create feedback to the generator. Generator will create second sample based on the feedback. Again, the discriminator is going to check whether this looks real or not. अगर वो फिर से fake लगेगा, again that feedback will go till the time discriminator is unable to understand what exactly is real and what exactly is fake. जब वहां पहुंच जाएंगे, then the generator will win, and that is when the actual result we will get. That is what is known as Gen AI. ठीक है? Generative AI is based on what kind of neural networks? Two neural networks. What are those? Generator and discriminator. What does the generator do? It creates new images or new samples. What does the discriminator do? It checks whether it is real or fake, and they keep on giving the feedback to ultimately come to a position where real is equal to fake or fake is equal to real. Understood? That is what it is. Okay. So let's have a look at the question. Now in all these questions, find the options in which something new is getting created. Designing of proteins for medicine. Are we creating something new? Okay. Are we creating new proteins for the medicines which were not existing earlier? So can Gen AI do it? Yes. Developing original tunes for advertisement. We are creating new music for the advertisement which does not exist as of now. Are we generating something else, something new? Okay. Replication of human emotions and empathy. Are we creating new emotions, or what is it saying? Can you replicate human emotions or not? You want to replicate the real human emotions. ठीक है? That is not being done over here. And second thing, human emotions are very complex. ठीक है? तो generative AI का capability अभी तक वहां नहीं पहुंचा है. Correct? Because human emotions को हमको data के format में AI को देना पड़ेगा. Correct? AI can write down human emotions. कि okay, if I'm feeling sad, sad का मतलब वो लिख देगा. But can it generate sadness? It cannot generate it. ठीक है? क्योंकि अभी उस तरह का ट्रेनिंग नहीं हुआ है. Fourth, accurately searching and identifying for the habitable planetary systems. Again, are we creating anything new over here, or it is saying searching the real planet? So Gen AI can help in the analysis of the data, but it cannot go to the extent to find what exactly is habitable or not. Okay, so it does not have the capacity. Then over here, creating pictures based on, so it is creating newer pictures. Fine. So what would be the answer? These two will not be there, second and fourth. Done. Second and fourth, we are not creating anything new, right? And it is beyond the capacity of the AI. इस क्वेश्चन को सॉल्व दो तरीके से करना है. पहला, कुछ नया क्रिएट हो रहा है क्या? सेकंड, वो अगर क्रिएट हमने कर भी दिया, क्या कैपेबिलिटी है एआई के पास? तो ह्यूमन इमोशंस, अगेन राइटिंग डाउन ह्यूमन इमोशंस इज स्टिल डूएबल, बट क्रिएटिंग ह्यूमन इमोशंस इज नॉट डूएबल. ठीक है? डूइंग द रिसर्च फॉर द हैबिटेबल प्लैनेट इज डूएबल, बट एक्चुअली फाइंडिंग वेदर इट इज हैबिटेबल और नॉट इज स्टिल नॉट डूएबल, क्योंकि हमें ही पैरामीटर्स नहीं पता है अभी. करेक्ट? तो ट्रेनिंग ही नहीं हुई है वैसे. अंडरस्टूड? Okay, so we'll take a break of 2 minutes. Just drink some water, have some food in 2 minutes. क्या बैटरी? हाँ? Space. Gene can design new proteins. Yeah. So you will have to give direction to the Gen AI कि what kind of protein you need to generate. So definitely scientists are relevant क्योंकि उनको पता नहीं है ना अभी. So you will give the direction कि कौन से direction में हमें protein create करना है. दो क्वेश्चन बचे बस. Then okay, let's start with the discussion again. So now is question number 8. This question is on quantum teleportation. So what is the meaning of the word teleportation? क्या कहते हैं teleportation में? Something has to be sent from one place to the other place. ठीक है? And in the terms of quantum technology. ठीक है? So let's understand what exactly is happening over here. How many of you solved this question? How many of you know the process or the concept of quantum teleportation? You know it? Okay, a little bit. ठीक है, ठीक है. So let's see. What are the 3 basic principles of quantum technology? First is the principle of superposition, in which we say that a qubit, let's say it's an electron, and we are talking about a quantum property spin. ठीक है? So a qubit can exist in either 0 or 1, either up or down or anything in between that particular state. That is what is known as quantum superposition. Next is quantum entanglement, right? What is the meaning of quantum entanglement? What is the meaning of quantum entanglement? So two qubits, right? Two qubits are said to be entangled when the state of one is related to the state of second. So for example, the spin of this first qubit is 0.2, right? And the spin of this qubit would be 0.8 if the relation between them is x plus y is equal to 1. It can be any relation, but the spin of these two qubits are decided by this particular relation. They will always remain in this particular relation. That is what is known as they are entangled. So if the spin of this becomes 0.4, what will be the spin of this? 0.6, right? Because they're attached to this particular relation. So that is what is known as quantum entangled. The two qubits are entangled or attached to each other. If there will be change in one qubit, the corresponding change you will see in the next qubit also. Okay? What was superposition? Superposition means this qubit can exist in any of the state between 0 to 1 at a single point of time. We do not know in which it is existing. Okay? In between 0, 1. 0, 1 means these are the two states in which a qubit can exist. Ultimate. So it can exist in anything between 0 to 1. Okay? Quantum interference. Quantum interference. So how do we find ultimately what is the purpose of quantum computing? We want results, right? We want result, isn't it? So quantum interference says that when you have multiple qubits, correct, you interfere the waves of all these qubits together, it will give you one result, correct? So quantum interference is the principle which says that when the interference happens between the waves of multiple qubits, it gives you the final classical result. Ultimately the result 0 या 1 में ही आना है, correct? Bits क्या होते हैं? जो कंप्यूटर के bits होते हैं वो या तो 0 होते हैं या फिर 1 होते हैं. ठीक है, qubits में हम क्या बोल रहे हैं? It can exist anything between 0 to 1. But when you will measure it, कि what exactly it is, it will either be 0 or 1. उसके बीच में कोई वैल्यू तो आएगा नहीं. Understood? ठीक है. So quantum interference क्या यूज करते हैं? Result निकालने के लिए यूज करते हैं. ठीक है. So now let's have a look at what exactly is happening in quantum teleportation. तो मतलब क्या है? Transferring the qubit state. Transferring the state of qubit. Let's say this was qubit number A and this is qubit number B. What we want, without sending qubit A from this place to this place, I completely transfer the state of this qubit to another qubit which is B. That is what is known as quantum teleportation. Okay? Now, how exactly this happens? Now tell me one thing, just one simple thing. Let's say we have a question in maths. Okay? This question is solved by formula number 1. And if you solve it by formula number 1, it gives you the answer 1. Just assume this scenario. Now, if I know the answer first, so this is one sequence, if I go from top to bottom. Now, if I know the answer and if I apply this formula, can I understand what was the question? ये समझ में आ रहा है? अगर मुझे क्वेश्चन पता है, मैंने उस पे एक फॉर्मूला, कोई भी फॉर्मूला लगाया उस क्वेश्चन को सॉल्व करने के लिए, and I'm getting an answer 1. ठीक है? Now do the reverse. I first of all know the answer. What I want to do, I want to understand what was the question. So if in this answer I apply this formula, कि अच्छा किस फॉर्मूले को अप्लाई करने से आंसर 1 आ रहा है, can I understand कि क्वेश्चन क्या रहा होगा? अगर मुझे आंसर और फॉर्मूला दोनों पता है तो क्वेश्चन समझ में आ जाएगा. अंडरस्टूड? ठीक है. सिमिलरली अब यहां पे देखते हैं क्वांटम टेलीपोर्टेशन में क्या कर रहे हैं. सो व्हाट इज द एम ऑफ क्वांटम टेलीपोर्टेशन? दिस इज अ क्यूबिट Q1, फाइन, जिसका स्टेट मुझे B के पास भेजना है. नाउ दिस इज अ क्यूबिट, सेपरेट क्यूबिट, एंड दिस इज अ क्यूबिट Q3 विद द पर्सन B. What I wanted is that I wanted this qubit ka state, the state of this qubit. What can be the states? It could be the position, it could be the momentum, it could be the spin. Let's talk about spin, quantum property spin. So what I want कि इसका जो quantum property है वो B के पास पहुंच जाए. And we are using quantum teleportation without actually transferring qubit 1 to B. ठीक है, we are actually this person is having a different qubit. I just want to transfer the state from qubit 1 to qubit 3. So what is the first process? The first process is you create two qubits, qubit q and qubit 2 and 3. That is what I am creating. ठीक है, and these qubits are entangled. Entangled का मतलब है their state is connected. ठीक है, now one qubit comes to A and another qubit comes to B. तो दो qubit create करे entangle करके. We created two entangled qubits. One qubit I send to A and another qubit I send to B. Now my aim is, now another qubit is qubit 1, which is the actual qubit जिसका state मुझको transfer करना है. Fine. So what I will do, I will first of all entangle q1 and q2. तो अभी कौन से entangle थे? q2 and q3 entangle थे. ठीक है, now I send these entangled qubits to two different people. Now I entangled q1 and q2. ठीक है, अब इस entanglement में I applied a formula 1. ठीक है, this is my question. Understand this. This is my question. I applied a formula 1. What I want to find out? I want to find out the state. That is the answer which I am finding out. ठीक है, I got a answer 1. क्या आंसर आएगा जब दो क्यूबिट विल ब्रेक देयर स्टेट? क्या आंसर आ सकता है? या तो आंसर 0 0 आएगा, या तो आंसर 0 1 आएगा, या तो आंसर 1 0 आएगा, या फिर आंसर 1 1 आएगा. When I will measure the state of these two qubits, ठीक है, I will get either of the four answers. ये इन्हीं चार में से कोई आंसर मिलेगा मुझे, इसके अलावा कुछ मिल नहीं सकता है. ठीक है, अब मैंने कोई एक फॉर्मूला, I applied one formula, I got one answer. Let's say I got the answer of 0 1. Let's just assume this. I will call person B. I will call a person B. My answer is 0 1. And I have applied this formula. Now this person B will apply the same formula to Q3. They know the answer, they know the formula. They will apply the same formula to Q3. Or when I will apply the same formula to Q3, what will be the question? What will I get? I will get what is Q1. ठीक है, क्योंकि Q1 Q2 entangled थे, Q2 Q3 entangled थे. Correct? Understood this? So on this pair of qubit, I applied a formula. That formula is known as Bell state measurement. Don't remember that. ठीक है, I applied a formula. When I applied the formula, I will get a result. ठीक है, only these four results are possible. I can get any result. Let's say 1 0 0 1. I transferred this result to person B. Now this person B has the answer and has the formula as well. I will tell the formula also कि मैंने Bell state measurement लगाया है. This person using this answer and this formula will create a state over here which will be related to Q1. Understand? समझ गए? क्वेश्चन से फॉर्मूला लगाया, फॉर्मूला से आंसर निकाला, इसको आंसर ट्रांसफर कर दिया, सेम फॉर्मूला लगाया और हमें क्वेश्चन वापस मिल गया. दैट इज हाउ यू डू द क्वांटम टेलीपोर्टेशन. ठीक है, सो द स्टेट ऑफ 1 इज गेटिंग ट्रांसपोर्टेड टू 3. अब करते किस लिए? वेरी गुड. सो द पॉइंट इज व्हाट आई वांट दिस पर्टिकुलर स्टेट, ठीक है, टू बी विद दिस पर्टिकुलर पर्सन. व्हाट आई वांट टू डू, आई वांट टू कम्युनिकेट. Right? I want to communicate. It is known as quantum communication. So to communicate, now this could be the secret code. Thus, this state could be a secret code which I want to transfer to person B without transferring this qubit. क्योंकि अगर ये मैंने qubit transfer किया, it can be interfered in between. So I don't want to transfer this particular qubit. I just want to transfer the state because that is a code. Let's say मेरा ATM pin है, तो मैं यहाँ पे 4 क्यूबिट यूज करूंगा. लेट्स से मेरा एटीएम पिन है 2 4 5 6. ठीक है, ऐसा है नहीं. ठीक है, 2 4 5 6 मेरा एटीएम पिन है. राइट? ठीक है, ये जो 2 है दैट इज द स्टेट ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर क्यूबिट. अंडरस्टूड? आई वांट टू ट्रांसफर दिस 2 टू दिस पर्टिकुलर पर्सन विदाउट ट्रांसफरिंग द क्यूबिट, जैसे कि बीच में कोई उसे इंटरफियर ना कर पाए. ठीक है, दैट इज व्हाई वी यूज दिस क्वांटम टेलीपोर्टेशन. ठीक है, सो व्हाट इज द क्वेश्चन? So it is used to transmit the qubit from one location to another. That is what is happening. इस क्यूबिट का स्टेट इज गेटिंग ट्रांसफर टू दैट पर्टिकुलर प्लेस विदाउट, यहां पे क्या होगा, विदाउट फिजिकली ट्रांसफरिंग द क्यूबिट्स, एंड इट डज नॉट रिक्वायर कन्वेंशनल कम्युनिकेशन. इट डज नॉट रिक्वायर कन्वेंशनल कम्युनिकेशन. मैंने फोन करके बताया ना कि आंसर 0-1 है. दैट इज व्हाट इज कन्वेंशनल कम्युनिकेशन, right? I used the phone or anything, internet, whatever it is. We have to use a conventional communication to transfer the state from one person to another. Understood? Okay. So it is used because of quantum communication and quantum computing. Okay. So this is a summary. When you get the PDF, you can read this summary. This is the same summary that we have talked about. Okay. Next question, which is next car 19. Okay, so simple चीज है यहाँ पे. This question is on treating the cancer. ठीक है. So what is the state of immunity in the human body? We have the T cell and the B cell. T cell are those cells which directly go and kill. B cells are those which create the antibody first, right? They will create antibody and then it will go and kill the viruses or bacteria or pathogens, whatever it is. T cell direct kill करेगा. ठीक है. We want to kill the cancer cells which are growing uncontrollably. ठीक है. So what do we want? We want a kind of T cell which can recognize the cancer cell. Then it goes and attaches itself to the cancer cell and kills it. Understood? So right now the T cells, let's say cancer is growing within the body. ठीक है. So right now the T cells that we have are not able to recognize the cancer. That is why this is growing. What we want to give this T cell the weapon that you can recognize the cancer cell and kill it. Understood? Every cell has an antigen. Every cell has what? Antigen. Okay. What is the antigen? Antigen are biomarkers, or they are, let's say, ID card. Everyone has an Aadhaar card. Similarly, every cell has an antigen, which is an Aadhaar card. Let's understand that way. Okay. What we are doing, we are giving this T cell the weapon or capacity to read this Aadhaar card, which is the Aadhaar card of cancer cell. Okay. Understood? So how do we do it? Let's understand. So let's say this cancer cell has an antigen which is known as CD19. Just the name of the antigen. This is the actual name. Okay. CD19 is the name of the antigen. Fine. What I do, I extract T cell from the body. So I take out the blood of the person. I remove the T cells from the blood and I push back the blood inside the body. So this blood is without T cell. जो अंदर चला गया. T cells हमने बाहर निकाल लिए because we want to modify this T cell. Now we modified this T cell, genetically modify किया इस T cell को with the capability to recognize what? This particular Aadhaar card, this particular antigen. Understood? Now, this T cell now has a CAR. CAR means chimeric antigen receptor. Okay? So this is a capability to read this antigen. Fine. Now, the new T cell is made up of T cell plus CAR, right? It is made up of T cell plus CAR क्योंकि वो मैंने genetically modify कर दिया. Now I will multiply this kind of T cell which has the capability to recognize the what? Cancer cell या फिर ये वाला antigen जो कि cancer cell का antigen है. ठीक है? I will now put this T cell, the weaponized T cell into the human body. उसके पहले I will do some chemotherapy because अभी जो जब blood वापस से गया T cells will produce हो रहे हैं body में, right? I want to remove those T cells in the body. So some kind of small dose of chemotherapy will be done to kill the T cells which are inside the human body. Now I will infuse the new T cell with the CAR weapon inside the human body. What this T cell will do? It will recognize this particular antigen of CD19. अगर वो recognize कर लिया तो क्या करेगा? जाएगा and पंचर कर देगा इस सेल को. ठीक है? That is what it is going to do, which is known as cytotoxic reactions. So it will, cytotoxic मतलब सेल के लिए जो टॉक्सिक है. So it will release those chemicals which are toxic for this cancerous cell, and this cancerous cell will be killed. ठीक है? So what is next CAR 19? Next CAR 19 is the same thing. 19 से CD19 आ रहा है. CAR मतलब chimeric antigen receptor. Next मतलब next generation. ठीक है? So The question is Nextcar 19 is talked about. It is because we are creating a indigenous. Now Nextcar 19 is the indigenous product. किसने बनाया है? IIT Bombay, Tata. Cas9 is different. Cas9 suppose तुम्हारा DNA है, ठीक है, उसको कट करने का तरीका है Cas9, मॉलिक्यूलर सीजर है. तो अगर मुझे जीन एडिट करनी, यहां से उठा के ये दो जीन है, मुझे इसका ये पोर्शन उठा के यहां पे लगाना है, देन आई यूज Cas9, CRISPR Cas9, ठीक है. Nextcar 19 is a weapon which we are giving to T cell to recognize the cancer. हाँ, अब यहां पे बात आती है कि ये कौन से कैंसर को डील करेगा. राइट नाउ this is only developed for blood cancers. Yes, ठीक है, only blood cancers, not for solid tumors. As of now, this is not for solid tumors. ठीक है. So who has developed it? IIT Bombay, Tata Memorial Center, and this private company which is ImmunoAct. Okay. So crucial points are, it is not for all the cancers, it is especially for the blood cancer. Next is, it is not for solid tumor. Third point is, हमारा खुद का T cell modify हो रहा है. It is not someone else's T cell. We are not taking T cell from the donor. It is my own T cell which I am taking out of the body. I am modifying it, putting it back inside the body to kill the cancer cells. ठीक है. और अभी न्यूज़ भी आ रहे होंगे, देख रहे होंगे, cancer centers will be there in each and every village or district of India. ठीक है, वो न्यूज़ आ रहा है. तो cancer as a disease becomes really important for this year's prelims examination. ठीक है, note it down. हाँ, so not okay, so यहाँ में हम बात क्या कर रहे हैं, T cells की बात कर रहे हैं. तो what I'm saying कि just by changing the T cell, you are not activating other immune response. ऐसा नहीं कि B cell भी activate हो जाएगा. B cell activate नहीं होगा. Only T cell is getting activated. ठीक है. Next is last question. So this question is on distributed denial of services. ठीक है. Let's understand first of all what exactly this thing is. So understand this, denial of service. Let's say your computer is responsible for providing, let's say you have a cloud storage. ठीक है. Google Drive is a cloud storage. ठीक है. So AWS, yes. Now that Google Drive is providing you some service. What happens is this Google Drive is no longer able to provide the service, which is denial of service. Now what is distributed denial? What we do in distributed denial? How is denial of services happening? So Google Drive has, let's say, proper capacity. It can handle, let's say, 1 million requests at a time. What happens in denial of service? We provide 10 million requests immediately to Google Drive. It will crash, correct? It will not be able to provide you the services. Fine. So, अब distributed में देखिए क्या करते हैं. Now, when this request is coming from one computer, that is denial of service. ठीक है. When this request is coming from multiple computers, it will be distributed denial of service. So what is happening? The attacker over here is infecting multiple computers on the internet with bots. Bots are those things which are controlled by this attacker. Now this attacker is putting these bots in multiple computers across the internet. ठीक है. And through the internet it can channelize or give command to these bots. ठीक है. Now that is, since these bots are connected to each other, it becomes a bot net, a network of bots which are connected to each other. Okay. Now this attacker can at the same time give instruction to all the bots in the network. Now this is the actual computer, your computer or your Google Drive. Now this Google Drive is now going to receive requests from all the computers simultaneously. Okay. This Google Drive will not be able to realize whether these requests are real or fake, because these are actual computers in the network which are infected by the bots. Actual computer in the network which are infected by the bots. Okay. So this Google Drive is not able to recognize whether this request which I am getting is real or fake, but it has a capacity. huge number of requests is coming in, therefore it will fail. Denial of service will happen. And why it is distributed? Because it is distributed across the network. Okay. So now this is known as distributed denial of service. Understood? So there are multiple types of DDoS attack which can happen. For example, first is you are reducing the bandwidth or the number of requests which I can handle at a moment. That is, let's say, called as bandwidth. If I put more number of requests, this system will crash. Okay. Second, it could be when you are hampering or hurting the memory, okay, the CPU or the processing capability, that you are sending those requests which hurt the processing capability of the, not the volume, not the capacity of volume or data it can handle, but its processing power. Okay. So like that, there are multiple types of DDoS attack which can happen. Okay. Understood this thing? Fine. Let's talk about the now what is the challenge in DDoS? First of all, multiple devices are involved. So to stop the attack, you will have to stop the attack from multiple devices. So identifying those devices, first of all, in itself will be an issue. कि भाई कौन सा real है, कौन सा fake request है, ठीक है? So you will not be able to separate कि which is the attack and which is the actual traffic. Okay, but what is the difference between attack real and face request? Okay, and you will not be able to understand ki who is a legitimate user and who is not a legitimate user. Okay, so that is the issue with respect to DDoS attack. Now, zero-day exploit, one particular word which is given over here in your question, zero-day exploit. So, for example, I created a software. Okay, now every software will have certain loopholes. Correct? Now, every software has an engineering team which continuously works on that particular software to find out the loopholes. कि हम खुद ही loophole find करेंगे और उसको plug in करेंगे, ठीक है, उसको patchwork लगा देंगे. Zero-day exploit, the meaning of zero-day exploit is someone, or let's say the hacker, ठीक है, is analyzing this particular software, finds that loophole before the team can find that loophole and attacks the software. So zero-day means if the hacker understands the loophole in the software before the team does, the team has 0 days for putting the patchwork, because team is not knowing what kind of loophole exists. So zero day means you are having 0 days for putting the patchwork or making the product right. That is what is known as zero-day exploit. Okay. Next is man in the middle attack. It is basically that attack. Let's say two people are communicating. Let's say you are communicating with your friend on WhatsApp. Okay. Now there is a man in the middle or someone who is intruding your messages, right? What they will do, this message is going through a system network, right? First of all, they can decipher this particular communication. Ki what are you talking about? Second, they can even change your communication. Okay, they can even change your communication. So let's say you are saying something to this particular person, they are sending the message something else from your name. Okay, that is what is known as man in the middle attack. Okay, SQL injection attack. SQL क्यों use करते हैं SQL? Why do we use SQL? For data, for analysis of data. Okay, so for example, you have a website. यहाँ पे you go and put your login details, your username and your password. Now this username password which you are entering will go to the base data to be checked whether you are entering the right username or not and right password or not. Now what the SQL injection attack will do, they will create some kind of loophole in this particular, let's say, login platform. So whenever you enter your detail over here, it has to go to this database. What it will go to their own database. Okay? And that is how they can get access to your data. Okay? That is what is known as SQL injection attack. So so it is basically between the website and the database, there is a communication which is happening. You are intruding into this communication. When the website is communicating with the database, you are intruding into this communication. Okay? That is what is known as distributed denial of services, right? So thank you so much. This is the end of the discussion. I wish you all the best for the prelims examination and see you in the tests, right? Inshallah. Done.